Hello, Emily. Yes, how are you? We're gonna be preparing for a debate, but also we're gonna be playing a game while we prepare for a debate. So it's gonna be I'm gonna be reacting to a. My stomach hurts a little bit, but apart from that, I'm okay-ish. I'm pretty okay. We're gonna be playing a game while I react to a debate video. What do you say? Does that sound exciting or what? We're gonna be playing Vampire Survivors because it's a good game for reacting, I think. Sorry about yesterday's abrupt pause. I had to gather myself a bit. Did not feel very well. As that happens sometimes to people. Sometimes people are, I'm playing this game in Polish, of course, because I don't even know why. I have to have the game appear on screen now. Game capture. Vamp Surv. Alright, this game has perfect game capture. So, how are you? You're okay? Okay. You seem to be the only person here right now. Okay, we're taking this character, Concetta. Apparently she's an 8-tier... She's an 8-tier character. Alright, which one have we cleared? Cool. Wait, how do I check which one we've cleared? I have no clue how to check with which level we've cleared or not. I know we've cleared that one, I know we've cleared that one. Oh, okay. We haven't cleared that one. So now we gotta go to this. Okay. Oh. I think we're gonna play within the regular clock, and once more people start coming into the stream and commenting and stuff, we will put on the debate to react to. I should make the game louder. Okay, what do we have here? She's an 8-tier character, apparently. Oh yeah, the knife is pretty good. Yeah, it's okay. That's not really a lot of enemies yet. We don't really have a lot of enemies to contest with yet. I forgot which combination gave me additional super knife. All right. Let's see what I'll get. Oh, torch. It's pretty good across the board. We should pick up those crystals. These are how should I put it? Experience points. They're gonna be more and tougher enemies with time. Oh. That's her invulnerability. See, now we have a little bit more. She's an A-tier character, so I can handle it. Wait, where's the map? Is there a mini-map? Where am I? Oh. Okay, let's explore more. Let's explore the map a little bit more. There apparently some cool reward is waiting for me here. Oh. There we go. I think we're doing pretty well right now. Oh, knife. Where are the menus? Wait, why did I finish the level? I didn't want to do that. Ah, that was so... And I was doing so well as well. Oh well. We have to restart now. It's okay. How do I... Where's the loot? Oh. Okay, we're gonna go for this. It's a long road, but you know, it's worth it. That was such a good run as well, I think. I was doing so well. You should be disappointed in me. If you're still watching, that is. Okay, now I'm obviously going to take the knife. Oh, it's just experience. Isn't that cool how everybody just accepted that I'm playing this game in Polish? Wow. They cannot do anything to me. Look at me burn through the enemies. Holy water is pretty good as well. Now we have a lot of enemies, don't we? Can you see? Wow, look at that. Okay. Alright. I'm happy with this outcome. Alright. It's really good. Oh. More knife. Even more knife. Even more knife. Yeah, she's a good character. Oh my goodness. Those are some good level up options. This one's even better than the one before. I keep saying that I've got a good run until I actually do a different run. And then it turns out that the run that I do Where's the thing? Where's the item? There's supposed to be an item here. Did I miss it? What a highly inaccurate map. Oh. Alright. Why are there known enemies inside now that I've got this power? That's temporary. Today's stream is chilling stream. Are we avoiding a lot of stress today and talking about politics? We're gonna watch out Dylan Burns debate for me to prepare for a debate / conversation on Tuesday. Have I mentioned that I'm going to be debating Ukraine on Tuesday? Or discussing Ukraine? And to that end, I will watch a debate of my debate opponent. Look at this. What a bonus. Oh, never mind. Would be getting a great bonus, but we're getting just a little bit of a bonus. A drill. More drilling. Oh, it just ups the damage. Oh, already level up. I'm doing a pretty good run, I feel like. Pretty good run indeed. Oh. Why would I not take these things? Okay, let's see what else. There don't seem to be a... Oh wait, no, there's a question mark. Oh wait, let's go to the question mark. How are you, Vladimir? Wait till I get the super knife. Oh, look at these dolls. How far am I from the question mark? Pretty far. I'm still melting through them. Okay, I want to destroy this eye because the eye is gonna give me a very beautiful bonus. Alright, let's see what we get. Ooh, these are good bonuses. These are good, strong bonuses. Oh my god. Are you seeing this? I am melting through these fools. To be fair, we're still in the beginning levels of this game. We've been struggling with the first level too much. Once we get at least, like, I don't know, 10 viewers, we can start watching the debate. 6 viewers. So we need a few more. Also, apologies for having to step away yesterday. I did do a quick... When I came back, I did do a quick segment about the United States deciding that it might abandon any peace talks about the war. That's gonna be a segment. If I understood you correctly, so you're going to watch Dylan's debate where facts and logic didn't really matter because foundation that had been used in these debates don't really correspond with, yeah, basically. One of the newer debates. I'm going to watch. Oh, what's this? A cake? But we need to wait for more people to come to the stream. You know, a bit more. For us to have a robust, active chat. Who knows, maybe this debate will be my key to fame. People will see what an amazing debater I am and will be like, oh my god, I never knew. And I would be like, yeah, that's right. You never did. I've got a few exciting debates under my belt. I'm not a totally laid back, boring person. Or am I? Slow spoken, Slavic accented. Ooh, what's this? Oh. Wait, what's this? I never seen this before. Oh. Okay, let's get to the... We're almost at the question mark. Okay, question mark. Where is the question mark? Supposedly somewhere around here. Alright. Lucy, have you ever debated on conspiracy theories recently? ContraPoints did a video about what world conspiracy theories are living in and what's revolved you. Yeah, I did. I debated a person from India about conscription. I guess that guy was a bit of a conspiracy theorist in a way. I was a debate about Ukraine, a very exhausting one. It was at the start of the year. Oh my god. I'm looking for that question mark while there are so many enemies. Oh, that is not good to hear. I supposedly am at the question mark, more or less. Did I find? No, that did not. Where's the... Question mark. I cannot find it. I don't see where the question mark is. I've missed it apparently. I don't see it. Do you see it? Apparently I'm standing on the question mark. Wait, hold on. Now I see. What? Why so many level ups? What the hell? What the hell? How did I get so much experience? Wait, there's a... Forgot about those. Arrows. Who's the arrow leading me? Wow, I'm melting through the enemies, aren't I? Where is this leading me? Oh. Oh. Lucky Clover. Have to keep looking for the question mark. Wow. I didn't get the combo for the super knight though. Wow. Okay, now it's getting very dangerous. I died. Oh. I can resurrect once. Alright. Not that it helped me right now, but that's nice that I got a second chance. Seems like my build is not strong enough. To withstand this onslaught. Oh my god. So much money. It's crazy. Oh, the big devil. Suddenly my build got a lot better just for a single upgrade. I should get a maximum upgrade and then we should be able to get for the level, no problem. A whip. Alright. Fair enough. Not really what I wanted, but you know. Oh wow. A purple treasure chest. Oh. Well, that's just useless. Should be careful, I already died once in this run. Will I get the ultimate anything? Combination. Oh, doesn't feel like it. What does the crown do again? I am doing pretty well, all things considered. These are coming at me very quickly. My goodness. So many of them. What the hell? What the hell? What? Jesus. Just keep gaining levels. Those knives are huge now. Look at that. I don't think there are any more things for me to upgrade. I just have to survive. It's a pretty good build though. We're gonna check how many people are here in a bit. Who is this? He's like a boss of this level. Can I defeat it? Feels like I can. Oh, finally. The ultimate whip, I think. Yes! Finally. Wait, why can't I... Where's my... Oh. Look at this. The ultimate whip. Now we've got a chance. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Oh my god. Now we're in a good situation. Wouldn't you say? Okay, how many people do we have watching? 7? I could have sworn we had more before. Could have sworn. You should get tested for COVID. We're doing pretty well though, in the game. I'm proud of us. Until I won't. Until I die. I already died once. It wasn't pleasant. I wonder if there are any more boxes that I can find. New boss would have to appear. Oh. But that was an opportunity to get a chest. But as I said, a new boss will need to appear. That one felt pretty definitive. Oh, look, the big demon guys. I keep them at bay. Oh, I think this is a package, yes. Huh. Never mind. I don't think I'm getting anything else. Build-wise. I think this was just a one-off. But we've almost cleared the level, so there's no problem. I don't think even the big demon guys pose a problem to me now. Unless it would be only them. Just a bit more. Another 10 seconds, I think. Yes, we did it. Stage completed. Oh, I can resurrect. Oh, never mind. Why would I resurrect here? Why am I not smart? I'm not smart. Wow. I defeated a boss. That was a boss. Actually. That was a boss and I defeated the boss. Okay, I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'm gonna check up on Doggy. In the meantime, invite all of your friends, family, and colleagues to this exciting research stream. It's gonna be the best one ever.
Chodź do mnie, łobuzie. No chodź, chodź.
Oh, you wanna see him probably, right? Hold on. All right. You got your treat because you're here. You're here early, so you got your dog on the screen. See, people are missing out. Those who are not watching stream right now are missing out. Ow, ow! You bastard. Hold on. Ow, Fido. Hold on, I have to get something from some alternative chewing thing. All right, let's see who's here. Yeah, it's a dog. All right, let's see. I'm gonna be reacting to a debate, but I hope to have more than 6 people, like 10 at least. We can get 10 people. Is nobody interested in watching me prepare? Okay, we're gonna do some more Vampire Survivors. I need a minimum quota of people before I can start. Without control bait. We're taking our A tier character. Alright. Right, we are doing the next level. On hyper, what is the hyper mode? Huh. Interesting. How much go? Oh, we got quite a lot of gold. Maybe we should go back and buy some stuff. What can we get? Magnet. Resurrection. That costs 10,000 gold. More experience. That always comes in handy. Alright. Okay. I actually got most of the upgrades now. I did not think it would happen so quickly, but... Alright, let's go to the next level. What's here? What is this? What is this exclamation mark? What is it? Why is it marked as not cleared? Okay, I guess I'm gonna do it again. I guess I have to collect that question mark. Don't I? I don't know. The King Bible seems better. The Bible thing is not even always here. Okay, it feels like I'm on the right track. For the question mark, that is. Okay, so the thing should be somewhere at this level. I've got a new type of bonus. The duplicator. Oh, look at this. Another duplicator. Duplicated duplicator. Okay, now we go very, very deep down. Alright, free bonuses. Very good. Oh. Okay, now if we have the knife, we can have the super improved knife. Now we need the knife. We simply need the knife now. And everything will be okay. Hello, Greater Ain't. We need the knife. I'm waiting for more viewers to start watching a debate. Once we get a little bit more viewers, I'm gonna start reviewing a debate for... Yeah, but I'm not getting the knife so far. It worries me. Danush. How are you? Apologies for past nights, more days thing. I'm gonna do a big debate preparation thing. You don't need to apologize, Zamir. Oh. 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 There's a new VOD out, by the way. A new VOD. Okay, question mark should be somewhere around here. Should be. Where is it? Where's the question mark? Wait, I see it now. It opened up. Here. How am I doing? Better than yesterday, that's for sure. Okay, that's a coffin. Yeah, but I have to prepare for a debate. I think I have to defeat them in order to get the coffin. If only I could get a knife. I'll be even better spirits once we get some more viewers to watch. Like 10. 10 would be ideal. I mean, not ideal, but a good number. No knife. Apparently I'm using an A tier character right now. It shows. I think this character can have it. We've unlocked a character. Who's this? Wow. Now we just have to beat this level. We need the knife. Please, please. I see a knife here. Please, knife. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. I could have won the knife. No knife. Really? The game's gonna do me like that. I guess I'm gonna have to get it from a package. I wanna clog up my slots. I need slots for the knife. My build is not very strong yet. There were many enemies I'd just die, I think. If I were swarmed now by enemies, I would probably die. This build is not very strong. And against stronger enemies. It might seem like I'm doing fine now, but there are not many enemies, and if I were swarmed, it would not end well, for me. I wish some tougher enemy would appear that would give me a box. That would be cool, wouldn't it? Playing trivia with general knowledge, the new animation trivia. Animation trivia would be my forte. Knife, please, knife. I can see it here. I can see the knife is here. Really? Really? Oh. Wait, was it about just knowing movie titles, or was it about actual rules of animation? Animation is my forte. I am a bit of an animator myself, you see. I might have to finish stream a little bit earlier today because I have some work to do. And by work I mean cleaning in the house. Oh, year of release. Okay, I would suck at that. Knife! Yes! Knife! We won. We won the lottery of the knife. Finally. Finally. Now I'm confident we will beat this level. No problem. It's gonna be a cinch. Movie quotes? Maybe a duel with movie quotes. Boy. All right, we're doing great. Tell me when we have 10 viewers or something, and then we'll start watching the debate. Okay? Wow. I have the most silent chat ever, by the way. I'm just gonna say it. More knife. More knife is always good. Look at that. Feeding the enemy one knife at a time. I was thinking, what about? If I were my mom, I would have responded with congratulations, but I'm not my mom. I'm not always mean and sarcastic to people. But seriously, what were you thinking about? Free upgrades. No, it's just Polish sarcasm. And also she only tells that to me. When I tell her I was thinking, she'll tell me congratulations. Or alternatively, she'll tell me finally. I was thinking about what to write. I want to write poetry, but I'm uninspired. And anyway, whenever I think of something to write, it's usually the same gloomy, broody stuff. I mean, isn't that what poetry is all about? Some of the most famous, at least Polish, poets wrote gloomy, broody stuff about the death, etc., because they've lost their daughter to a disease. Actually, this is a pretty good build all of a sudden. This build has become really good all of a sudden. Once I got the upgraded knife, we're gonna be basically unstoppable. I think. What do you think? I mean, yeah, poetry can be all sorts of things. I'm burning through the enemies. Look at that. I'm pretty proud of this build. Do you want to read some of my poetry? Yes. It's been a while since I read any of Cal Parker's fanfiction. My goodness, I'm really... Wow. I'm happy with this build, honestly. Unless I die, then I won't be happy anymore. But it doesn't feel like I will. Honestly, it feels like I'm golden. Are we at 10 viewers yet? Oh my god, look at that. My goodness. Wow. Alright. What's this? I've never seen this before. Oh! Oh my god. Would you look at that? Oh, well, I can understand the feeling. I can have empathy for this feeling. Okay, let's try to see how many viewers we've got. More than 6, hopefully. Oh no, not more. Oh, come on. I'm eager to start watching the debate. Where's Lettuce? And Jordan? And Dr. Johns has not been here for a while. You should read it. Not on stream. Or do you want me to read it out loud on stream? Do you want me to read it out loud on the stream? I can definitely understand being needy as well. I'm more needy than anybody in the world. Wait, is it? Look at this. You need to get another improved thing from a chest. Look at these lasers. Rainbow LGBT beams. Oh my god. I'm just melting all of my opponents. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is a better build than last run. Honestly. Far better. I actually died once in the last run. This is just great. Are you seeing this? This is crazy. Wow. None of you are impressed. I'm noticing. You're not impressed with my prowess. And you wanted me to play this game. Unless the internet died. Did it die? Interesting. Is there a package somewhere that I can... Uh-oh. Big demon guys. I'm melting even the big tough enemies. Oh. Alright, let's see what we get. An improved skill. Come on, come on, come on. Knife! Oh my god, we got the knife. Wow. Wow, do you see that? We've got this in the bag. Whoa. Are you seeing this? Melting through all of these enemies. Like pudding. Like sweet, sweet pudding. Which I crave a bit like right now. Pudding. Remember how we struggled on the first level? Remember when we could not beat the very first level? Many times. And now we're just melting through them. We have our revenge now. Remember those days? Look at us now. They cannot do anything against us. Wow. Wow. Holy crap. One more improvement. Okay. What will it be? What will it be? What is this? I've not seen this before. I've not seen this before. Ooh. Let's get another package. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh my god. And I'm regaining my HP. Wow. I've never had such a good build. Okay, I think I've had a pretty good build before, but this feels just so good. You gotta admit, right? This feels pretty good, right? Another package, which means another improvement, please? No, I don't think we're gonna get another improvement. I think we're just gonna get gold or chicken now. Or no. Wait, no. Never mind. Oh my god. So many enemies and yet... Oh my gosh. They just keep disappearing, leaving behind that sweet, sweet experience. Wow. I don't think I've ever melted so many enemies in a build, though. I feel unbeatable. Which might be my undoing, but often is. Wow. Improvement? No way, no way I'm gonna get a new improvement. No, it's just gold now. It's just gold now and food. Whatever, we're gonna farm some gold. From now on, we're farming gold. Even though technically speaking, I almost don't have anything to spend the gold on. Because we've bought almost all of the improvements. Oh my gosh. And now I've stopped all of the enemies from moving. Oh my gosh. I wish I gained that magnet that would just get me more. You know, that magnet that gathers all of the experience from the map. I could use that right now. Nothing can stop me now. Nothing can do anything to me. think we're gonna beat this boss pretty decisively. Because this is a boss, I've gained an achievement for beating it the first time. As you can see, it has quite a lot of health. Am I just gonna get gold as reward for beating this boss? That's pretty sad. Yeah, 3 golds. What a sad state of affairs. We're at level 72 as well. Wow. I'm not sure in how many ways I can say wow, etc. But wow. This truly is an A-tier character. As you can see. The really tough enemies are here now. And they still get folded. At this point, it doesn't matter how many of them there are here. I just cannot get close to me. All right. Oh. Now these are tough opponents. But it's almost over, so it doesn't matter. It's gonna be over in 1 minute. So their toughness doesn't really matter. They are tough though. Am I getting overrun? Uh-oh. I died. Okay. I didn't expect to just... Oh, no. Oh, well. I was overconfident. But I did unlock some stuff. Alright. We're going to the next level. I think we've cleared this one. Seven viewers. I think this is as good as it's gonna get viewer-wise, so... My goodness. Hello, lettuce. Yeah, I am. Please donate so that I don't have to. How are you, lettuce? How are you, lettuce? Lettuce. No, it's not. If you buy it super cheaply at a super cheap store. No, it's just chips. I actually eat those super cheap pre-made meals from Żabka. Yeah, but I cannot just never have any pleasure in life, right? It would be sad. They're pretty cheap. They're like 8 złotys. Maybe. Listen, my life is sad, okay? Some people drink alcohol every day. Some people drink vodka every day. Let me see. Sounding like Karasu. I will. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna make that game smaller now that we have more viewers. We're gonna watch ourselves debate. I can eat junk food, but don't eat it every day. I will try. Pretty fit for a person that eats junk food. Regularly. Irregular basis. Let me check. Oh. 2 hours. Boil some rice, natural yogurt with hot sauce, and you have dinner for 3 days for less than a bag of chips. Well, that's not very healthy though, is it? That's not very nutritious. Should I get some veggie then? This is not my dinner. I'm not eating the chips for dinner. Jesus. My goodness. Okay, my head pounds in the steam pathway, grounds into wow. Okay, I cannot read this. Trailing and sinking, boating, falling and falling, sinking, mortar and pestle, body and mind, diminish me to dust. Oh, I know this. Oh, there you go. Lucy, when are you going to learn big words for the debate? A debate? Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna watch a thing for the debate. Oh, wow. Wow. All right. Wait, what time is it? Even. Oh. Wait, is it interesting? Like the word discombobulated. Whoa, that's Sherlock Holmes' word. Wait, hold on. I have to clean my kitchen. I buy peas, corn, carrot and beans, combine it with mayo and it's super tasty. Czy pesy bez tego te... What? Pesu? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, you mean the ink word. Oh, pestle, mortar and pestle. Okay. See, English is just weird. English is a weirdo language. Language of the weird. No, Polish. That's a language. It's respectable. The language of the complainers. Just like you started complaining about my chips. Oh, coloring. Interesting. Yeah, I have to have snacks for the stream. It's a necessity. Otherwise, I would be sad. Would I be a boring streamer if I just drank tea and, I don't know, carrots on stream? Hold on. I drink tea, I'm boring, I guess. Yeah, but you don't stream. That's different. It's different. It's totally different. Right, I guess I'm gonna watch that debate with non-smoker guy. Pro-Trump streamer. Ceasefire failures. Jesus Christ. We'll see how much I can glean from this. 1 month ago, non-serious negotiations. Debating communists on college radio over you. College radio? Why are you actually debating Tuesday? Non-smoker. We're gonna watch some of the debate. Alright. It's like a low-tier interlocutor that uses sly rhetorical tricks, or is it someone that cares about substance? I suppose the person cares about substance to a degree. Okay, we're gonna watch this debate. We're not gonna watch the whole 3 hours, okay? I'm gonna get to know non-smoker now. She just ignores me. No, I didn't. I thought the poetry was great. Do you have a document with 0 source links? I'm gonna prepare it over the weekend. I have about a lot of the knowledge I just have in my brain. All right. I'm gonna you know, show you. I'm gonna show you that non-smoker guy firsthand. Where is it? Where's the... We're gonna watch some of it and then I'm gonna finish stream for today. There we go. Debating a communist. You can't have this in your brain. That's not very scientific. Yes, it is. What do you mean? They have perfect photographic memory. Yeah, it's true. All right, let's go.
Is this going to be like a debate, or are you just going to ask me questions, or how's this going to go?
It's gonna be a debate, of course.
I guess it'll be somewhat of a debate. You know, I know that we generally disagree on the big question here, but you know, I think, well, I actually, if you don't mind,
I never
for
think.
the benefit of like the radio audience,
Yep.
could you maybe just like tell the people out there like a little about your background? You know, are you really like a formal journalist, or as I understand it,
An
it's more
informal
like an
journalist.
activist journalist kind of role? I know you've been to Ukraine many times.
What the hell is an activist? Whatever. An
So I'm not sure
activist
if you're there
journalist.
right now, you know, like fill us in a little.
Sure. So my name is Dylan Burns. I am
An
war
activist
and
journalist.
streamer. I first got interested in foreign policy when I was in high school. You know, early middle, late middle, early high school, following the Syrian civil war day by day, mostly looking at a lot of open source information, because it was the first war where everybody was taking out their phone, recording stuff, going like, "Oh my God, look at that!" And that information was fascinating to me. The fact that no government could control what I was seeing.
Okay, Bible, Acts, or Lower? What are we taking? Bible of the King.
When it comes to this war, was very, I thought, liberating to me. And I thought when it came to information, it was a revolution, and it inspired a lot of revolutions throughout the Middle East and the Arab Spring.
Isn't a journalist just a propaganda? Not exactly. A journalist is supposed to give you the information. A journalist is not supposed to want to sway you any way or the other, because a propagandist is someone that sort of tries to steer you in a certain direction, and technically speaking, a journalist is just supposed to tell you what's happening, and that's it. And you're supposed to draw your own conclusions from that. So no, a journalist is not just a propagandist.
A lot of that social media and that easy access to information that governments could not repress. And so I got a lot of interest in that. I got more interested in foreign policy, but I started working in local Maryland politics. And eventually I started a Twitch channel, and when the invasion happened, I was covering the invasion, I was talking about the invasion, and I got enough viewership and I got enough money from when the invasion happened from people donating and liking my coverage that I thought, what's the best way to improve my coverage? There's enough people who are coming here to listen to what I have to say. And I saw that a lot of people got a lot of things wrong when it came to the war, whether it
And there are many choices involved in when doing journalism. I mean, there are many types of journalism.
was narratives that had just been taken up and never re-examined, whether it was predictions that just were on their face completely wrong, whether it was things that people said could never happen that were happening actively, or how people described the war was going to go, which it proceeded to not go that way. So I thought that the best way to...
I have to say that I predicted the war pretty correctly. Okay? I was the genius that predicted the war pretty correctly. What's your favorite form of journalism? I don't know. I like the word journalism, I guess. Oh, it's those debates. Okay, then it's good that Dylan didn't explain why is he so journalist, but also gay, but also pro-Ukraine. What? This is a debate about Ukraine.
Improve my coverage would not be to just like get a new studio with fancy cameras or whatever, but to go there, talk to people, and get a better understanding of what was happening on the ground. And it's been 3 years since then. Originally, I was only supposed to be there for a few weeks. It's now been 3 years. It's going to be going on 4 years. I spend about 8 months out of the year in Ukraine, usually embedded with the Ukrainian armed forces or different aid groups or just different people who are around the war in some way. Sometimes it'll just be civilians, and I'll talk to them about grocery prices. It just depends on what the story is. But you could call it activist journalism, but my main motivation at the end of the day is that I believe it was the Washington Post editor in the 60s said this, that journalism is the first draft of history. That draft is important. You want to get the best draft possible so you can best inform people how to avoid historic tragedies again and help people understand either their own history or, the history of the conflict better. And so that's what I have a big motivation for, but it's just through doing this, I've also gained I've gained a decent amount of sympathy for the Ukrainian cause, because I think a lot of people don't know a decent amount of our history with Ukraine since the 90s and even before that.
I mean, I'm not gonna speak to our history with Ukraine, since for me our history with Ukraine means something completely different, but people react very specifically to me in Ukraine when I talk to them, because I'm a Polish person, so we often end up at least a little bit always talking about shared history, similarities in the language, some more difficult historical aspects of relations between the countries, So it's usually is pretty interesting in that regard. Game journalists, basically Nazis. Wow. Okay. Game journalists. How were the Chinese-Ukrainian? I don't know what were the Chinese-Ukrainian relations between the invasion. Much better than now, I assume. Also pro-Ukraine are giga Nazis. Damn. That's rough.
Okay, yeah, so, and by the way, as an aside, I mean, you and I have a bunch of disagreements. I mean, it probably even just beyond this conflict, but I've always maintained, and I actually said this the first time we debated, which, believe it or not, was like, I just checked before the stream started. It's almost 3 years ago.
No,
like, this shit flew by so quickly.
Has it been 3 years, really?
Oh, October 2022. I mean, we're still a couple months out from the 3-year anniversary, I guess, but
damn,
it's been a while. But I've always kind of maintained, look, it does take a degree of bravery to pretty much put yourself in a war zone. Mm-hmm. Even if you're not exactly on the front lines dodging bullets, you're somewhat in the line of fire. Have you ever found yourself in situations over there where you felt like your life was kind of immediately in danger?
Yeah, there's been a couple of occasions. I think when I was with aid crews in Kherson after the Novokhovka Dam blew up, when we were getting shelled by Russian forces trying to get civilians out of the drowning, out of the flooded homes, that was pretty bad. But I don't know if I would say immediately in danger, because the reason I felt in danger is because I was working and then I heard a whistle, then I heard an explosion, and it was very clear to me we were being shelled. But I was also not 300 meters from the explosion, right? So it's it feels present, and you don't really know it's present until afterwards, how close it was, because, when you hear a shell whistle, you don't know if it's aiming at you, if it's aimed 500 meters away from you. So in the moment, it feels really dangerous, and it was. But also, it was my friend that ended up getting hit in the stomach. It wasn't me. Now, I was almost in the boat that he was in. I was supposed to be in that boat when he got hit in the stomach. So so that's dangerous. But it's hard for me to find a frame of reference, because like danger for you, and like what in a casual day that'd probably be considered pretty dangerous for you. But for me, I don't know. I think probably more dangerous stuff would be when we fell asleep in a minefield outside of Kiev because I had a really bad Polish driver. Every time I get in trouble, it's always the Poles. I don't know why it's always the Poles, but it's
Wow, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. I see. Where your life was kind of in danger. Where it was kind of in danger, bruh. Bruh. It's always those Poles, huh?
always the Poles. There was also the time that I was threatened with execution by a Ukrainian soldier on the roadside after a road rage incident in the middle of the night. We had these. So I'm accredited with the military, so that means I'm allowed to be on the front line. And so when I'm embedded like on the front line and I'm taking pictures, nobody can say, "You're a spy. I know you're a spy," because I have the accreditation. They've already done like some level of background check to make sure that I'm not connected to the Kremlin or I'm going to sell all their information. And that type of stuff has happened, and so they're very on the lookout for it. But I have the accreditation. I've done the paperwork. We're driving down the street, and there's no traffic lights at midnight because it's curfew. So there's no reason for them to waste electricity. That's really limited on that. So we're coming this way. He's coming this way. We almost collide with this car.
Okay, where does the debate begin? Oh my god.
That car swerves
Should I
around,
skip?
tries to drive us off a road on this bridge we're crossing in Kramatorsk.
My goodness.
Drives in front of us, stops, gets out of the car, runs up to the driver's side, cocks a gun, and then threatens to execute us both for
oh wow, what the hell?
killing him while he was talking to his mother. And then my thought was, what the fuck is your mom doing on the front line? Well, why did you bring your mom? This is not a bring your mom to work day type scenario. I don't know why she's here. He then demands that my fixers driving the car get out of the car and like march out into the darkness in order to, apologize to his mother, which he does. I didn't know if he was gonna shoot us or not. My bet was he wasn't, because I just thought he had to get it out of his system. He was angry, the war's pressuring him. He just needs to let his rage out at something. So I didn't think he was just gonna like execute us both on the roadside. But I mean, I would say that's pretty dangerous. Afterwards, we found out that actually he was on his phone with his mother, so he was a distracted driver, and he wanted us. It's just wild to be on your phone with your mom, almost getting a collision, and then your response is threatened with execution. But honestly, I don't know if that was a guy that was like that before the war, after the war. But when you mobilize everyone, you mobilize everyone. And some people are not made for the front line, and they break under pressure. And I just hope when that guy breaks, he doesn't hurt anybody.
Yeah, I would hope not either. It sounds like somewhat of a close call there. I mean, look, I shouldn't say obviously, but I've never been in a war zone or anything close to that. So, I can only imagine the level of danger that potentially kind of like lurks around every corner, even if you're in places that are supposedly safe. So, look, I commend you for that. And, look, I don't know, man.
That's a pretty epic story.
Every time, and I don't know if it always comes across this way, but every time I like engage in debates or stream or whatever, I'm really, honestly, like in good faith, trying to come to some sort of like mutual understanding that is close to the truth. Mm-hmm. And again, I don't think the platform, Twitch, lends to that really.
You don't think Twitch
a lot of times
is a truth finding mechanism?
Right. Yeah. And for me, I'm not even really sure why I go through with the Twitch thing, other than it's
pretty big amount of sass for a debate panel host.
Sort of like the best way to do entry level broadcasting. I mean, like I found myself on the radio now, so I have that. But like to get into this as like a hobby, Twitch is really easy. You just turn a webcam on and you're live. And then to debate people is relatively easy. It just takes connections. So that's how I kind of got sucked into this. But I really do have like that as my intention. And so I guess my first question to you, and then we can kind of just like open up and have a back and forth, see where this goes, is like, do you think that there's such a thing as principled opposition to the U.S. support of the war?
Yeah, and when we had that debate a few weeks ago, I think you could even
A few weeks
I give a
ago.
different reaction to what I see as principled opposition and the type of opposition that I think is like, and in that debate we've had, and it doesn't matter, we don't need to get the specifics of the debate, but I got angry at what I thought was American opposition to the war and un-American opposition to the war, and I made a big point of that. It got me very angry, and the reason why was when I was listening to one person say, well, actually, when we talk about Euromaidan, and I don't know if we need to really
Oh my God.
emphasize, you know, who got killed on the street, and let's not really talk about what happened beforehand. For me, as an American, when I think about civil liberties, when I think about freedom of expression, when I think about how a government is supposed to interact with its people, and you're saying, well, I don't want to support it because it's more complicated, and the more complicated thing is it was bad that the Ukrainian people pushed back against the government that was trying to take away their civil liberties. To me, that's un-American opposition to the war that gets me angry. I don't think it's principled. I think it's contrarian. Because I don't think if, you know, Joe Biden, and I made this point then, he said, oh, this is a whataboutism, and I don't think it is. But if Joe Biden hired, like, MS-13 gangs to suppress protests after he went back on a campaign promise and then proceeded to, like, outlaw protesting,
And shoot live rounds at civilians. That's a pretty important.
And so when I see myself getting caught in the weeds in like Euromaidan, Victoria Nuland coup, I feel like I'm just getting caught in an alternative media show meant to be like hyperbolic and fear catchy and like, haha, look, it's all like a conspiracy. Where I feel the more principled opposition to the war, the more American opposition to the war is we have our own problems. We have homelessness. We have drug addiction. We have high housing prices.
I mean, that's still pretty
why are we
weak
dealing with these
opposition.
other countries? If these other countries want to be free, that's their business. We got to deal with our own stuff first.
That's pretty-
because
that's
if we
still
don't deal with
pretty
our own
weak in my
problems,
opinion.
We will collapse at home, and then we can help no one abroad, even if we wanted to. And to me, that's more American because that's been here
But
forever.
still weak.
Ever since the beginning of this country, there's been people who said, "Let's deal with our own. Let's not deal with the world." Now,
I mean, that's
it's
true
also
for all countries, so.
very American that since the beginning of the country that, and I know I'm defining this weirdly in like an American, un-American way, but you know, these are values that I care about. At the start of the United States, though, there was also foreign interventions, and so this is a debate that's been going on forever. And so when I listen to you say, I want to concentrate on these things at home, I don't want to empower the military-industrial complex, I would rather deal with America's issues at home that are affecting us. I think that'll help Americans. It's more useful for a dollar. I think that's a more principled position that I can go back and forth with as to why I think it's still worth it. But if somebody goes in here and starts talking to me about Victoria Nuland, how Yanukovych is the true rightful president of Ukraine,
Yeah.
or like the genocide
Fair
of
enough.
Eastern Donbass, it just feels more like Russophilia than it feels principled opposition to the war.
Fair enough. But I still
Yeah,
disagree
okay,
with
so
that
look,
principled
so
opposition.
You know, I've kind of worked myself into a position where like I've pissed everybody off because
True.
I feel like I disagree with what I've called to this point like the mainstream narrative about the war. You know, that we have to fund this war.
I'm going to
fund
discuss
Ukraine
with this
to
person
protect
on Tuesday.
democracy, protect, you know, Europe, protect America from tyrannical Russian imperialism and a wave of autocracy that'll crush us all, a la Hitler and Nazi Germany. I've always kind of disagreed with that narrative, but at the same time, I've never promoted this whole idea that Ukraine's sovereignty isn't real, that Ukraine is not a legitimate state, that Ukraine is only full of Nazis. You know, none of that is stuff that I believe in.
Only is it only 90% then instead of 100%? Well, what's your number? Only.
No, and you know, look, I've had that back and forth with people many times, and it's
All right.
it's tough. That's why I chose to open with that question, because I found like this has become, I mean, it's become a partisan conflict in many ways and a partisan topic, especially in the within the last year in American politics, such that, you know, if you suggest you oppose the war, you're like one of those, you know, you're one of those. I mean, for lack of a better way of putting it, you're like
very
promoting
small.
the Russian narrative.
I would say similar
Or
percentage
you're
as
like a
Polish.
Trumper. And like, I'm neither of those things, but I still oppose our support or our intervention in the war. And,
I said it. I went there.
I honestly think like I just try to think critically about every narrative that we're fed, because so many of them are bullshit, and so many of them are crafted to, put on this veneer of we're doing good or this is necessary, when the truth underneath the surface is a little bit more cynical, a little bit more self-serving, etc. And that's honestly what I believe about the Ukraine war.
Of course, I'm supporting Nazis all the time.
So I'm glad
this whole discussion will be a bit different for me because I'm from Poland. I'm from here. I'm not from the United States. So I feel like this whole thing is going to be different for me. I'm not going to be invoking the American perspective. I'm not going to be necessarily invoking, it's going to be different. It's different though when both people that are from the US are discussing this, and when you discuss something like that from a person that's not from the US. I'm more from this region. So there's also a different way I approach information about Russia, because Russia is pretty far away, I guess, from the perspective from Americans, from the perspective of non-smokers. Oh my gosh, I'm being fed these narratives about that country, and I'm from a place that has a history with Russia, a little bit of a different, on the outset, I have a little bit of a different approach, different attitude, different knowledge, I guess, when it comes to Ukraine as well as Russia.
You see it
Can I just throw something out about that though? When it comes to when you examine something deeper and you find a more cynical reason outside.
Also, I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes the cynical reasons don't really matter, right? You can do good things for cynical reasons as well. It doesn't even always matter if the reasons are cynical. Sometimes, if you can get results that are good, accepting help from those who do it for a cynical reason is just good enough. You have to accept what you can, right? Sometimes you really don't have a choice. I say that if there's a way to make countries cynically save people in other countries' lives, it's pretty cool. Yeah. Cynically doing good is, in my opinion, always better than cynically doing harm. It's a hot take, but I believe so. They haven't gotten into debate yet, but this is certainly a bit more conversational than all the debates before. I feel like I'm gonna have also a bit more of a conversation, and this so far this doesn't really seem very debatey. All of their past confrontations were a lot more, confrontational. This one's a lot more laid back, I guess. Which is interesting to see.
This is what the State Department's telling you about freedom reason. And I agree that, because sometimes I get into conversations and I feel like I'm starting from a child's viewpoint, where I come in and the first question or something is do you really think America is supporting Ukraine for freedom? It was well, do I think there's people in America to support Ukraine for freedom? Absolutely. I know many of them. Some of them are sitting Congress people, but also America's a body of hundreds of representatives. with tons of different lobby groups, with tons of different interests, defense companies in their districts, with people taking money from defense companies, with people who have Ukrainian Americans in their district, with people who are ideologically dedicated to the idea.
I just don't think it's relevant.
People who see it as purely a national security issue. People who see it as a trade issue about maintaining trade with Europe, who's our fourth largest agricultural trading partner, one of our biggest commercial consumers for American export goods. When we're trying to rebuild American manufacturing, that's important. The prioritization of European defense priorities, when they took our defense priorities into consideration post 9/11. There's a bunch of reasons, and so when I hear people like simplify it, I understand that there's more to this than like the Disney Channel version of events, right? But
what's the Disney?
Sometimes people go like one layer deep into the onion.
Wait, hold on. We've already won. We've already completed this stage. How? Why was it only 15 minutes? Cynically doing good even better than authentically do bad, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, at least most of the time, this has been a debate. Yesterday. No, this is from 1 month ago. Or are you talking about something else? Like, if you cynically do good, at the end of the day, you still do good. But if you authentically do harm, you still do harm at the end of the day. Was it turbo mode? No, it was normal. I've never been on this map before. You wouldn't get it. Being authentically bad is cool and seeing... Well, whatever. This is interesting. This is this is different than the debates before. I think the time limit on this map is 15 minutes. Everything is post 9/11 nowadays. Even COVID vaccines are post 9/11. And now all conspiracy theories are also post 9/11. I mean, 9/11 was a pretty big deal. I remember when it happened. And I remember it being pretty big deal, not just in the US. Like the cool misanthropic guys from Chinese book that get banned because they're just that cool. It's a bonus map. Oh. Is it a bonus map? I did not know that. Okay, I guess we're doing this map now, right? Mongolo. Oh, this is also a bonus map.
Like, wow, I found the truth. When it's actually another layers deep is the reason that Yanukovych was overthrown is because he hired all those thugs. Oh, well, then there's another layer.
Wait, hold on, I've got
that Yanukovych was overthrown is because he hired all those. It's actually, another layers deep is the reason that Yanukovych was overthrown is because he hired all those. It's actually, another layer. Sometimes people go like one layer deep into the onion and they're like, wow, I found the truth. When it's actually, another layers deep is the reason that Yanukovych was overthrown is because he hired all those thugs.
I mean, he hired thugs, but he also used the internal military and opened live rounds on civilians. That was a pretty big factor. Like when the deal was agreed for Yanukovych to step down and do early elections, there were protesters, a lot of protesters were still angry, and they said, the deal is made, but we will not wait till the designated time. Yanukovych must go now. And they walked with coffins of people that were murdered by the regime. I'm talking about the cynically doing something good or being authentic. There was a debate yesterday. With whom? Who had that debate? Who had that debate yesterday? Also, I don't think it matters. I don't think it really matters for the results. I mean, it's nice when you're authentic and you're doing the good thing, but at the end of the day, the results don't really care if you're authentic or cynical. The results, people care about the result. right? Huh. What do you think?
Oh, well, then there's another layer. There's a lot more layers to it. And so I feel like
Yeah.
what people do is they find out a little bit more information. They get shocked, and then they stop because they like having access to that unknown truth.
And then, like, I don't know. It's a matter of also knowing the history, the context, because Yanukovych is a whole very, let's just say, interesting figure. And to know about Yanukovych, 2014, you have to go back all the way to the Orange Revolution and how he was ousted before, how there was a renewed election back then. And to be honest, I'm baffled that Yanukovych was even able to return to politics and be elected, but it's neither here nor there. Based on the Orange Revolution, I'm actually completely baffled that someone like Yanukovych was accepted back into politics.
Because there are facts about the Ukraine more, like, for
But
example,
then again, Trump happened, so it's not a Ukraine-specific thing.
read the Panama Papers. Zelensky has information in there that doesn't make him look like the biggest saint in the world. But also, he's somebody who stayed back, defended his country, and he still has, I think, good moral values for having defended his nation state. So I agree that, don't just listen to the State Department, but don't just listen to the alternative media channel who's like, I found this one article that disproves everything. Now let's move on. Ukraine's just a Nazi state. I feel...
Nazi state.
People want to... it's either one or the other.
I found these two articles, actually. Not
Okay,
only one,
look,
but two
I actually
articles.
Totally agree with that. I think that, but I think that a lot of people, and I don't know if there's really a realistic way you and I could prevent this from happening, but I think a lot of people, they hear the prevailing narrative in the media presented in such a way that when they
good things are
find
good.
some piece of evidence, as you say, like it could be one piece of evidence that contradicts that main narrative, the main narrative falls apart. And I actually think that represents like a huge problem, because people lose faith in the system entirely. They lose faith in the news media. They lose faith in institutions. And look, I have lots of, I'm a communist. I have lots of criticisms of institutions and the government, all that stuff. But I do think it actually represents a big problem when people lose faith in institutions such that, well, there are times where our institutions, our media actually serve a public good, right? Like, they try to give the public pertinent, important information, and people just don't trust it outright because, the media just lies to me. When they find little bits of evidence that the media is lying, I think what might help is having meaningful, critical conversations about that overarching narrative.
I mean, you can always look at what the media from different countries are saying. You can always look at different types of media, different types of outlets, different types of voices, right? Like, even in a single country, all the media are not always in unison. There are many ways to, right?
Developing a more honest one, right? Like, so in your view, okay, like what would you say is the more nuanced take on why we should support Ukraine?
Sure. Can I separate it into like two areas because I find it easier because I've been talking about this for like so many years. Also, I'm sorry, I switched my mic. I just realized I was using my camera mic. Does it sound better?
Yeah, a lot better.
Okay, fantastic. I'm sorry about that.
Wow.
And it's for the radio too.
Wow.
Okay, so the moral side for me is actually let's start with the America's interest side before we get to the moral side, because I feel like people either want here's a strong.
This is definitely not something that I'm gonna do, right? I'm not sure if I'm gonna get in with non-smoker about American interest. I'm not, like, it's not my, like, as much as I like, different types of topics, it's not exactly, like, it's not my task to talk about American interest when it comes to the war. But then again, maybe I could touch upon it when explaining why the US should. I guess I could,
People think you're
but
naive because you think it's all just about like flowers and rainbows and like, you know, ideology and freedom, or you're a cold, calculated son of a bitch, and all you care about is like what type of mineral rights the United States is going to get out of it. Where I think that it's a complex picture, and for the people who support Ukraine, it's a variety of reasons. For America's, I think, national security interest, to use that buzzword, right, which is used so often, I think the first thing is nuclear non-deterrence. As much as everybody's talked about World War III in reference to this war, there has not been a lot of discussion about the effects of Ukraine being made to make massive concessions to an atomic power that promised that if Ukraine was to give up its
nuclear
atomic
power,
weapons, then it would not be aggressed upon in this exact way. And while there's, of course, the immediate threat, and I think some people underplay this, of the Ukrainians with...
I think, especially by Donald Trump, the threat of World War III is used as a cudgel to abandon Ukraine, actually.
Scientists re-examining the idea of trying to make their weapon to protect themselves, which then makes the war even more dangerous. And the Ukrainians believe they would be in full right to do so. And it's not like they don't have atomic scientists or old material that they could use to make such sort of weapon. But I think that's a much smaller threat than the larger threat of the standard it would set, of what it would mean for any nation state that would ever pursue, like South Africa, the giving up of their atomic weapons. If you give up your atomic weapons, what message has been received? You give up your atomic weapons, you will be aggressed upon. You give up your atomic weapons, you give up the ultimate security guarantor. And while the security guarantor makes the world, with as many failure points as possible, more generally dangerous, I don't think everybody would like to see every nation state with an atomic weapon because of how many points for failure that would create in our atomic structure. But I really do fear that any tin pot dictator or terrified nation state with an aggressive expansionist neighbor would feel that the only real backdrop is to either...
By the way, this is the situation that Poland has found itself in. Poland has started openly discussing getting nuclear weapons. Poland's prime minister has said that if there's a lesson that we can learn from Ukraine, it's that if it had nukes, nothing like this would have happened, and that Poland should have its own nukes that it could control. Well, why do you always need a narrative to follow the story? I think you don't need specifically the media narrative, because narratives that Russia is drawing with body speaks for itself. I mean, yeah, but then he'll say, oh, but that's reported by the media, and I don't trust the media about the reports about the deaths.
Attain atomic weapons or to never give them up, because the Ukrainians did that, and what happened to them. And so I do fear that not only for the United States...
That is literally what Poland is saying right now, by the way. Literally.
Also for the world community, which is also why I think that the Chinese, the Indians, and many other nation states also have an interest in this war and how it ends and how...
Yeah, that's why early on when Russia threatened nuclear, China sort of stepped in a bit and said, wait, no, you cannot do that. You should not reconsider. South Africa gave up its nuclear weapons to one main reason: racism. Damn. Like, Poland is talking about getting nukes openly now. Sort of openly, semi-openly.
Cannot be used on the battlefield for the standard it would set. It's part of the reason why I think one of the biggest motivations against Russia using an atomic weapon isn't our reaction to it, it's the Chinese reaction to it.
Yep.
It's the Indian reaction to it, because they're terrified of North Korea getting any ideas about the reclamation of territory used with the use of atomic weapons or the threat of their use, right?
Well, there's also the conflict between places like India and Pakistan. Like, there are certain nuclear deterrence is as strong as it is for a reason. Like, it's the ultimate deterrence. It's the thing that nobody wants to do, no matter how much they saber rattle it, because people understand that this would just be the worst possible outcome for everybody involved. There would not be a place, especially when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine context, like I would say that using nuclear on Ukraine would be also pretty bad for Russia, not just for Ukraine. The old apartheid regime was afraid that if the white domination is over, the nukes will be get used. Oh my god. Of course. Interesting. Like, I am a firm believer of we need less nukes in the world than more. And the situation in which Russia is allowed to have it do whatever it wants in Ukraine and any other places that it decides to invade next sets this precedent that will create a world with, well, more nuclear weapons. Countries will try to get more nuclear weapons because they will feel that if they don't have nuclear weapons, they can just be pressured into giving up territory or more. Like, this threat of World War III is not used as a genuine discussion about how one should proceed. It's often used by Donald Trump especially, I've noticed. It is used as a tool to just shut down support for Ukraine and to pressure Ukraine into concessions. And, you know, strangely enough, this sort of logic does not work with Russia. No, I think the world should have less. I do agree that the more places have nuclear weapons, the more room there is for something happening. An error. Even.
That's one that I think, I've thought about for a while now, at least a few years. Another one is America does have interests in a stable and a competent and united Europe.
And I would say that a stable Ukraine would be a far more reliable partner than Putin's Russia, but I think that should be a pretty strong argument, especially since Ukraine has quite a lot of things to offer when it comes to trade, when it comes to cooperation.
Not only for its own diplomatic weight, since we've been traditional allies since the end of World War II, and they have supported us in both the war on terror, which, while many times ill-advised, does show that they're willing to put blood on the line for the United States when our blood is put on the line.
True.
And they also have been willing to put out sanctions and other economic pressure on America's enemies, whatever that might mean, when we need that. And so if there's ever a time where we're trying to preserve, say, peace in the Pacific...
I'm pretty sure Ukraine also sent troops to those American conflicts, by the way, if we're talking about allyships.
Or we need to add pressure, having the Europeans in our quarter, because we cared
Not
about
just
security
Europe.
priorities, is going to be good for the United States. And they expected as much when they sent their young boys to die in the mountains of Afghanistan. There's other security reasons. For example, if the Russians are broken in Ukraine, it's kind of hard for them to invade Moldova. It's kind of hard for them to invade Georgia again. It's kind of hard for them to invade possibly a NATO state, as Article 5 is withered more and more away.
Yeah. It is so sad that when this whole invasion started at the very beginning, I talked to people and I said, you know what? I'm not actually completely sure if Article 5 would save Poland if it came to that. I'm not sure I completely trust. Poland has been in alliances before. Those alliances have failed. And I'm just, I showed my skepticism at the very beginning of people were like, no, that's impossible. Article 5 is like absolutely 100%, 1 billion% will kick in. Everything will be fine. Should anything happen, it's guaranteed. You're mistaken. Nothing bad can happen. And I was like, well, I'm not so sure. Yep, trying to push for a less nukes stems for the experience of errors of the system with false flags of nuclear strike and such. Yeah, we had at least a few close brushes with death when there were little just errors on the screen, and just because there was a reasonable person that did not fly off the handle with the reaction, crisis was averted.
By the White House in their rhetoric, and I do believe that, because they have gotten worse on Article 5 since being inaugurated, and the idea of defending
Yeah.
certain NATO states. And so I do think.
So yeah, I was skeptical of Article 5 under Biden when the war started. Now I just feel weirdly, unfortunately, that I was right. I feel weirdly that I was just correct about everything. And it's a really bad thing to be correct about. It feels bad to be correct about something like this. You know what, Lucy, now when you spoke about it reminds me about something. So there was also a debate with this guy, Lonerbugs, that I am watching, and it's called, have you ever heard about the great power theory? What?
That Russia being stopped in Ukraine does defend NATO better, and it means this war with NATO is less likely.
Yeah.
Now, somebody could say, is that war inevitable? And we can have the debate later. But the point is, if Russia can invade NATO...
I mean, technically speaking, nothing is ever inevitable. Or not even technically, nothing is ever inevitable. But we can talk about probabilities, and some probabilities are much higher than others. Like, nothing is ever inevitable. Something can always happen, something can always change. Nothing is ever completely inevitable. It's very... If anybody says that, oh wow, this is inevitable, no. That's very fallacious type of thinking. To say that anything is just inevitable.
Then there's no war with NATO, which I think is pretty simple. As for the moral side of it, I think Ukraine has a right to a democracy. I think Ukraine has a right to self-sovereignty. I think that the United States putting out that there is also a strategic interest in our credibility and us looking like we're going to uphold our agreements.
Yeah.
I think there's also an interest in
Ooh.
us continuing to support this democracy that put its trust in us, that we told we would stand by, and not acting like a snake on the international community, which
Yeah.
America's gotten a reputation of. Backstabbing the Kurds. Now we're getting a reputation of backstabbing the Ukrainians. This is not a good reputation for the United States to have. I would rather nation states have more trust in America as an ally than North Korea as an ally. I find that
Hold on.
kind of humiliating for our nation. There's others.
Wow. Use my argument.
I trust in America as an ally. People have in the Ukrainians. This is not a good reputation for the United States to have. I would rather nation states have more trust in America as an ally than North Korea as an ally.
Yeah, this is so embarrassing that Russia's allies are so more, like, I don't know, dependable at the end of the day. At the end of the day, it's true that the United States were and are, especially now, far less reliable than North Korea. Can consider to check those debates because I don't why, but for some reason lefties are talking up too much about the great power theory when it comes to NATO argument. Great power theory. Interesting. If you can link it to me, I'll check it out. This is very cordial so far.
I find that kind of humiliating for our nation. There's other stuff as well, but I don't want to drag on and give you too much to respond to.
Okay, so I mean, just on the first point, and I want to make sure I get it totally clear. So with the nuclear atomic
Are they gonna debate?
considerations, is your argument basically that since Ukraine was kind of pressured into giving up its nuclear weapons and then they were invaded, this has now set a standard that if you give up your nuclear weapons, atomic weapons, you'll be invaded? So
Not just that, if you don't have nuclear weapons to begin with, you should get them. That is actually the standard that it sets. It sets two standards. One, that you have to get rid of it. One, that you have to keep your nuclear arsenal no matter what. And two, if you don't have it, get it. Okay? Get it as fast as possible. I haven't heard anything like that either, so I'm a lefty.
we should support Ukraine to prevent that.
I think we should prevent that standard being created, and I think it would
I
send a better
agree.
message to the world community that if you give up your atomic weapons for the world,
I definitely agree with this statement that we should do everything that we can not to let that standard set. Especially since, unfortunately, I hate to say it, the standard is already being formed with countries openly talking about getting their own nukes. France saying that they will act as the new nuclear umbrella for Europe. Again, Polish Prime Minister talking about, oh, well, you know, France's umbrella offer is nice, but we should have our own nukes that we could we could control on our own. The world slowly realizing what France learned the hard way in World War II. You cannot trust the Americans for defense. Also, you're white in Kub. You should change. But yes, I agree completely that we should not let that become the standard. IR theory. I mean, I don't know. I think it's useful to know IR theory. At least to some extent. I think it's a useful thing to at least know about. Like you don't have to even agree with it, but it's useful to at least know, if that makes sense. To criticize something, you probably should know something about it. Right? It makes sense to know about the things that you criticize.
the world will stick its neck out for you.
Huh.
Okay, I mean, so I have pushback on all those points, but I'll just hit the first one. You know, I actually think that standard has already been set. You know, so in terms of...
if it has been set before because of what's happening in Ukraine. That would be my...
continuing to support Ukraine at this point, I don't see that as like a valid reason to continue funding the war effort because...
I honestly see it. I think the standard has not been strongly enough said that I think it can be still, you know... I think we can still go with the route that actually countries that don't have nuclear weapons will not be just overrun by those that do. Like, we should try to send that strong message that countries with nuclear weapons cannot just decide to invade their neighbors that are smaller and without nukes and just get whatever they want.
It's already kind of been established that if you don't have a nuclear deterrent, you're sort of at the mercy of great powers.
Well, no, it has not been established before. What conflict exactly established that sort of standard? There wasn't Ukraine, that if you're not a nuclear power, then you're at the mercy of the country that could invade you at any time. What exactly set that standard before? I want to hear. Maybe I don't know. Maybe there was
to
something.
Invade, violate your sovereignty kind of at will. And I think that's kind of just the reality of a post-nuclear war, post-nuclear world in general.
Well, no, like you have to give examples of countries that took advantage of that. I'm not talking about it's worthy to know IR theory or not. I'm talking that great power or multiple power theory is all part of IR theory. It is not fundamentally a left-wing theory, but how new dominant political theory. To be fair to Vladimir, they didn't say that it's a left-wing theory, I think. They said that just a lot of left-wingers invoke it.
But even if you didn't want to say that's a given, I'd say that was established with Russia invading in the first place. Us pushing Russia out doesn't change that narrative. All it means...
Yeah, it does. It does. It actually does, in my opinion. It actually does in a meaningful way. Because if a nuclear power goes in, okay, and threatens nuclear weapons to get its way, and still they get pushed out, then do you know what message that sends? It sends the message that a nuclear power cannot just bully its neighbors. that the nuclear, that having those nuclear weapons will not just grant a country carte blanche to take over territory of those who don't. That is actually the message that will be sent.
Is that the only way to counteract that is another nuclear power stepping in on your behalf. I don't know what you think of that.
I disagree. That doesn't change anything, because if the way it goes is right,
Like, keep in mind, this doesn't work, okay? This doesn't work because of one thing. When the United States was still sort of protecting Ukraine and Europe still, so, you know, sort of, the argument of the United States towards Russia wasn't Russia get out of we will nuke you. Keep in mind that the West and the United States have not used nuclear threats against Russia. They didn't say, oh, back up, you know, back down or you will get nuked. That wasn't a thing. Also, the idea of nuclear umbrellas are that there's one country that protects the, well, umbrellaed area so that they don't have to have nuclear weapons.
if the lesson is nation state with nukes invaded, other nation states came to support them through collective defense, and the nation state that invaded ended up taking hundreds of thousands of casualties, not getting their original objectives, suffering, making their economy suffer, then the message is that this type of large-scale interstate warfare for territorial conquest, at least in the European continent, we can talk about its effects on other continents as well, because people always talk about Taiwan and such. I think that it would be solid. And I understand that the idea that since they've invaded, there's already been a statement made that there's those in the world, especially the Russians, that don't care about that sacrifice. But if the world or the United States, Europe, nation states still stand behind Ukraine, I still think that there is some strength put behind that message.
I believe so as well. I believe that there is much more strength behind the message of it will not, such an attempt to seize territory of a nuclear weapon will not succeed. It will definitely set a different precedent if it succeeds than if it fails. Like, I think that's pretty simple, right?
Give up your atomic weapons, you trust us as security partners, and we will stick our neck out for you. Because I think that the reputation we're building, when it comes to our credibility,
it's a very different outcome. Very different conclusions.
At the end of the day, the better Ukraine looks at the end of this, the better it will be for nuclear non-deterrence at the end of this war.
I agree with this.
I mean, look, I really, so my best evidence would be that, you know, no nuclear state has ever been invaded. And yet lots of countries have been invaded.
Russia was invaded like 8 months ago.
Yeah, okay, but other than the Kursk incursion, which, you know, not to say it's not significant at all, but I would say
what the hell is this distortion?
Sort of unprecedented. Let's put it that way, right?
Back in the late 90s.
Well, okay, I'd say the key difference with Chechnya anyway is that Chechnya was
what is
part
this
of Russia,
hidden level?
so I don't think they would use nuclear weapons on their own territory. And I would also argue that, I mean, depending on how you view the Russian argument about the Ukraine war,
my point was, well, I don't know, they did sign a treaty kind of recognizing it was part of it for a bit. But my point is, like, Russia, there was a standard about atomic weapons and about being invaded. But I think there's a question about a credible nation-state threatening invasion. When you make the bet on atomic weapons, you can't go back. Once you press that button, there's a standard that has been set through decades, a nuclear non-use standard that will be snapped and tested when that's used. And so I don't think that unless a nation state was really given the dilemma between national survival and rolling the dice, that they're going to be willing to make that bet. And I think that's part of the reason why when Russia was invaded, they actually downplayed it. They actually almost pretended like nothing was going on. Putin didn't say anything about it because he didn't want to create that dilemma because it was terrifying for him.
Yeah. Oh, I cannot pause this level. I cannot even pause here. This bonus weird level. What the hell? Where am I? How did I get here? I died. What the hell? How did this happen?
Right. Yeah. I mean, look, I don't find this to be really a compelling argument. I think like the universal view on the Ukraine question has always been like, well,
Oh my god, I hate. Okay. I think you will understand why I have a pretty negative connotation when I hear someone use the phrasing the X question, okay? I think you can understand why I, of all people, would sort of flinch at that a little bit. I don't know.
had Ukraine not given up their nuclear weapons, maybe they wouldn't be in this mess. And I really think, you know, countries that are in opposition to the West and view themselves as being cornered and choose to develop nuclear weapons, such as North Korea, and, you know, Iran has been supposedly developing a weapon for years and years, on again, off again. I think the idea is like, well, this is the only way to prevent a direct invasion. And I think that, you know, if anything, the Ukraine war has kind of demonstrated that that's probably true, right? Like,
The
Russia
bad
would
vibes
not
question.
been emboldened to do what they did if Ukraine had held on to his nukes. Do you not, or held on to its nukes? Do you not agree with that?
I do agree with that, but I also agree that the standard that we set internationally cannot be everybody should get an atomic bomb as quickly
True.
as possible.
Yes.
And we should just hope that
God.
everything works out. We have to find a way that if a nation state makes that sacrifice for our international security, for your and mine, and that's the reason why we didn't want Ukraine to have nukes at the end of the Cold War, was we were scared of the atomic material ending up in the hands of some terrorist organization. That some corrupt Ukrainian general or something would get traded, and before you know it, Al-Qaeda would be putting an atomic bomb in Washington, right? Or some dirty bomb or some material. This was the thing that people were scared of, was as the Soviet Union collapses, these weapons would go everywhere.
Yeah.
And so, while it is true that if Ukraine held on
It
to
had
those
the
nukes,
third
that they
biggest
could have
arsenal
held
in the
that
world, by the way,
security, we also
after
don't know what would have happened if all these
US and
post-Soviet
China,
states held on to
and
nukes, would they
the
have
Russia, I
left them all?
believe.
Would they have
Ukraine
shipped them around
had
the globe?
biggest, third
This
biggest.
was the fear that the Clinton administration had, and it's why that there were people on the House floor that was literally willing to starve out the Ukrainians, saying we will cut off all the food aid, we'll do this, we'll do that, if they don't give up their atomic weapons. Now, I think, first off, it's a scoundrelous, it's the behavior of a scoundrel to take away a nation state's means to defend itself and then abandon it after saying you would come to support it.
Yep.
But I also think that the standard will be more shattered and harder to uphold, and it will make
It's a
more nation
difficult
states
level.
more eager to go get an atomic weapon if the worse Ukraine looks at the end of this. And the more it looks like nobody's going to support you if you make the sacrifice for other people's security.
I agree.
And that's going to be, I think, within a collective defense arrangement in Europe.
Right. So, okay. So if I'm understanding this correctly, the theory would go something like, we should continue funding Ukraine's war effort until Russia is completely pushed out of Ukraine. And as a result of that, other countries in the world will sort of say to themselves, I don't need to develop a nuclear weapon because where I would use a nuclear weapon to deter countries from invading me, now I know that...
I'm going to be debating the other guy. I don't have any reason to debate Dylan Burns. We agree on Ukraine. It would be pretty difficult to find a saying on Ukraine that we disagree on. Okay. I don't think there exists a thing on Ukraine that we disagree on.
America or some other power could possibly pour...
I mean, debate. We're gonna... Maybe it will just be a discussion. I don't know. We'll see.
billions and billions of dollars and years and years and years supporting my defense.
Well, it's not
so
even
therefore I shouldn't.
necessarily. It's not even necessarily the United States or the. There's an element of like us in keeping up our credibility. It's more about when Russia invades Ukraine. The message that is sent is that they did not care about.
Wow, what a genius really is. That took him so long to get there. So Ukraine had the capacity to produce nuclear weapons, but the missile mechanism, delivery, and the nuclear side uranium refine. Hey, would you agree to put boots on the ground in Ukraine? Polish? Yeah, I would. I'm pretty extreme in that regard.
Ukraine giving up its nuclear deterrence, the fact that it doesn't have it anymore is an opportunity to take advantage of, yeah? But the Russians obviously did not gain all of their objectives. They failed in gaining all of their objectives. And so there is a message here of not only that you can hold up a nuclear state with non-nuclear means.
Yeah,
you can achieve strategic objectives with non-nuclear means if you support it, but also that after 3 years of nuclear saber rattling, which I don't know if you'd agree that they were engaged in nuclear saber rattling, but I think that they were pretty openly engaging in that, it didn't really amount to anything. And so
also when they did it near the beginning, China stepped in and reeled them in a little bit. Like, no countries want this standard to be set of everybody getting nukes. And especially no country wants a standard to be set of nuclear weapons being used. That is why China just stepped in.
And this is the way that Trump warns about and others warn about it. World War III. That we have to stop this because World War III is about to happen and Russia's going to blow up the world. And if we don't do anything, if we don't concede this or concede that, then Russia's going to blow up the world. And
exactly. That is what I've been saying earlier, that it seems like World War III is being used as a tool to pressure Ukraine so far.
Anything, I think seceding to that instead of trying to reinforce the standard that Ukraine tried to, not even willingly reinforce, but try to after it was put into a corner, I think it's going to be better for the nuclear standard.
I think so. And I think it will be better for world stability when it comes to starting wars.
Trump and a lot of the people, sound the alarm bells about nuclear war is that, there's always the risk that a NATO state could get involved, thus triggering Article 5, which might...
Let us hope that we can see an after Orban Hungary. Or rather an after Orban type regime. Because I'm hoping for a Hungary that will change its system, not just Orban will die and some other stooge of his inner circle will take over and perpetuate the same thing. Yeah, more country boots are there, less likely danger of escalation,
push Putin's hand to use nuclear weapons. I think that's the prevailing theory anyway. In terms of saber rattling, I think that a lot of that has been poured into the conversation deliberately by the Russians to sort of deter the Ukrainians from continuing to fight. So I kind of agree there. I don't know if it was
No. The nuclear saber rattling was not to deter Ukrainian people from fighting. That couldn't be farther from the truth. It was to deter allies from supporting Ukraine. Like, Ukraine is not as afraid of the nukes as its supposed allies are. Like, that was specifically a tool to scare the West away from sending further support. This sort of, we will use nukes.
Serious threat or not, but I definitely think...
Let me ask you this question. If a nation state like Russia says, I'll blow up everything if you don't give us this, and the nation state's like, okay, I'll just have to give you this then, for my people and everybody else's survival, would that encourage a behavior of basically, walking into a crowded theater, pulling a pin on a grenade, holding the grenade, and saying, I'll blow up everything if you don't give me X, Y, Z? Will that encourage that behavior or discourage that behavior?
Encourage, of course. Pretty simple.
I really do, and I'm not trying to nitpick. I don't love the analogy. I think that the grenade pin and all of that, and even nuclear war, I think it's hard to simplify this stuff, right? Like, for Russia to, or any country, to put themselves in a position where they're saying, like, look, I'm willing to go nuclear here if I need to.
I mean, Russia did threaten that. Russia threatened to nuke Poland during this conflict several times. And said that the United States will not stick its head out for Poznań. Like that Russia could nuke Poland and nobody would care.
To achieve X, Y, and Z objective, that's sort of opening themselves up to possible retaliation by a nuclear power. And I think for them to float that out there, if they were to succeed in getting whatever they wanted, I think any nation would probably still hesitate to say that because of the risk of nuclear war. You know, I think that...
No. And this is the non-smoker is the perfect example what he is saying right now. Why the aid to Ukraine from the West was so lackluster, because a lot of the West was so afraid of escalation ladder, nuclear escalation, that basically the West has given a complete almost nuclear escalation dominance. That is the reality of the situation. A complete escalation dominance has been given to Russia throughout this conflict. Russia could do more of this, more of that, start attacking the electric grid, attack civilians more and more, commit war crimes, escalate in terms of getting weapons from different countries, escalate in terms of inviting foreign troops to the conflict, and the West had no real response to that. But at the same time, the West is terrified to respond in any similar capacity, because nuclear warfare, World War III, we cannot escalate because Russia is wild and unpredictable. That is just the way that escalation dominance has been given to Russia is extremely frustrating.
There's already been a standard.
That I feel that this is not talked about enough. Just how Russia is being allowed to escalate endlessly, and the West just does not respond in any proportional way.
Through hundreds, thousands of years of human history, that violence often gets you what you ask for. It doesn't mean that it's a good thing, and it doesn't mean that everybody will then use violence. But
I'm sorry, but deterrence has been a thing since time immemorial as well. Maybe it wasn't nuclear deterrence, but different types of deterrence have been a thing since time immemorial. Things like building steep walls over the cities, things like building catapults, things like building huge armies to deter the enemies from attacking, right? Saying if you attack us, it'll cost you a lot, you will not be able to defeat us, it's not worth it to attack us. So it's not been always that those who are strong get what they want. Also, alliances have been a thing. Like it's a bit more complicated than that.
Violence can achieve, or the threat of violence can achieve, certain aims for sure.
Yeah, I think that the threat of violence can achieve certain aims. It's just, for me, the Russians have made nuclear saber rattling a big part of their diplomatic...
Yeah, but threat of violence works both ways. The whole point of deterrence is also the threat of violence. If you attack us, you will hurt much more than we do. That is the whole idea behind deterrence. It will cost you more, you will lose more people, it's not worth it to you. You will experience much more pain from actually going through your plan if you won't, right? So this whole thing also just sort of falls, in my opinion, since, right, the threat of violence goes both ways, sort of, right?
Push here to both scare Westerners out of supporting Ukraine, because basically, do you want to trade Kiev for Washington D.C. is the bet that they're trying to make. Like, you really got to trade these dachas you never even met, or you've ever even seen for your own town. Which is one bet that they were making, which just hasn't succeeded until.
Hasn't it though? It has been succeeding to a degree all this time, considering how lackluster the aid has been from the West. So you could say that it hasn't succeeded completely, but you definitely cannot say that it had no effect. This sort of threatening of nuclear thing. Hello, not here. What's up? I'm reacting to this because I'm gonna have a debate with non-smoker. or conversation on Tuesday. Did you know? I'm gonna have a debate on Tuesday, so I'm preparing for it by watching this debate. Just saying. It's gonna be an event. It's gonna be about Ukraine. It's gonna be about current Ukrainian-US relations. Of course we're gonna debate Ukraine. Yeah, I remember that you and Fake Alec Cal Parker are the same person. Why? Why would I not remember that? I'm just not sure if I told you about the debate. Or if you've heard about it. Why? I know I have bad memory, but my memory is not that bad.
Depending on what you think's motivating Donald Trump until very recently. And I
Pineapple. I wish my chat would be more... Ugh. Karasukavka is my only hope for substantial commentary in the chat. Just saying.
really wonder if this type of angling towards the Ukrainians, if we were to, at the end of this, back off and say, you know what, we're going to give you all these demands. And I'm not saying, you said earlier, we have to push the Ukrainians completely out of Ukraine. I'm not a land cultist. I think it would be better if they got all their land back, but I think we need to give the Ukrainians the best deal possible. My point isn't that if we don't push the Russians out of Crimea, we're going to...
Well, the problem is it's not just about being a land cultist. It's also about the people that live there, their homes, their livelihoods. Either like if Ukraine gives up land, it puts a lot of people before two choices basically. Run away, become a refugee, leave, start from zero somewhere else, or live under occupation, right? But I don't think... I feel like he's being a lot more amicable here, but the land discussion involves a lot more than just land. It involves the people living on the land and their situations on that land.
It's such a nuclear standard around the world that everybody's going to have to get atomic weapons. My point is, the worse Ukraine looks, the harder the lesson is, and the more eager people will be in the pursuing of atomic weapons.
Poland is already getting very eager because of how Ukraine is being treated. It's already an open discussion. I wish Mr. Journalist Interlocutor knew that before the debate. What should I get? I think I should get more damage. I'm silent now. Yeah, you should talk more.
The stronger Ukraine's defense is at the end of this, the better they could get a deal, you know, the best deal they can get. I think the less dire the warning would be for other states, particularly in Europe, because right now the Poles are thinking about atomic weapons.
Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. My criticism has been too soon. My criticism has been too soon. Yeah, Poland is definitely thinking about getting nuclear weapons now. Poland and its history with them Russians. It includes agrarian issues, correct? Economy, these directly affect people, yeah. It's complicated affair.
Discussing atomic weapons. I see other nation states in Europe discussing atomic weapons, where the safer path would probably be nuclear arms sharing agreements with the French and the British to try to create less failure points. But tell that to the Poles.
Yeah,
No, look, there's no doubt in my mind.
that is
I think that's
interesting that he said that, because actually Prime Minister Donald Tusk was asked, what do you think about French nuclear sharing? And he said, well, you know, it's a cool idea, but I think we should have our own nukes that we could control. When it comes to nukes, I'd like Poland to be able to control nukes, aka we should have our own. Just so, yeah, I think when he said tell that to the Poles, that was the implication.
kind of playing into my argument is that this can of worms has already been opened. You know, the reality is, I think, for a
I mean, they're talking about it, but I don't think we should say, fine, we all get atomic weapons then. That can't be the, I don't think that's the...
No, it can't. Oh God, this is the moment to reverse course. This is the moment to show Poland that, no, actually, this sort of thing will not work, right? I still think that the conversation will be totally different if Russia fails and if Russia succeeds. Like, we cannot say, oh, already the conversation has started, therefore there's no point in any of it anymore.
concession we should concede to it, because if we do, how dangerous is that going to make the atomic situation on the global stage?
Yeah, that's bad.
I'm not even saying we should concede to that. What I'm saying is that the reality is many countries have already decided, hey, it might be safer for us to have the nuclear option because of what has already occurred. I don't think you can really put the toothpaste back in the tube here and say, well, you know, okay, we defended Ukraine and we got them. They didn't have to have.
I think you can definitely still lessen the damage that has been done. Yeah, I definitely agree that the West and the United States have created a whole lot of damage when it comes to this whole situation with nuclear proliferation. But I believe that that it can still be limited.
Conditional surrender.
I believe that Poland can be deterred from deciding to get nukes, for example.
You know, we got them some security guarantees in the, you know, the negotiations for peace, and therefore you guys don't need nuclear weapons. I mean, I think hopefully we can deter lots of countries from having nuclear weapons, because we don't want a nuclear war. More countries that have nuclear weapons, the likelihood increases that we'll have a nuclear war.
Yeah, and you know what? The more like, if Russia does not succeed, it will deter more countries from feeling they need nuclear weapons than not, in my opinion.
But
Do you agree
I
that
also
the
don't
security
think,
priority for the United States is to have less countries with atomic weapons?
I would say so, yeah.
yeah, you know, look, I think there was a time where maybe I felt differently about that, right? That I kind of thought, okay, nuclear weapons are like the ultimate deterrent, and that if lots of great powers have them, it actually might reduce the likelihood of a conflict. Some of the Russian governments, whether it's been open or you know, leaks through the media, you know, some of their you know, hinting and, you know, whatever, like things that they're saying
Hinting.
have me a little concerned, where people are like, what, you know, it seemed like at the start of the war, everybody was like, nuclear war, no way, it's not an option. And like a year or two in the conflict, people were like, well, maybe we could they could tactically nuke this. And, you know, that scares me. And so it seems like we're more and more likely to see a nuclear war than we were 3 years ago.
I don't think so.
Nukes is a bad thing. I think we should try to deter countries from developing nuclear programs.
I don't think we're that closer, to be honest.
And I do think that the more we take in Europe's security priorities as they take into our security priorities, the more we support Ukraine, the less likely it will be that the Poles will feel a motivation that, well, if Ukraine's not going to hold, we're next. We know our historical relationship with this. And in a lot
Yeah, there you go. Thanks. Wow, okay. Nice. Oof. Okay. That's well said. Well said. Yeah, exactly. I've said that before, but well said. We do know our historical relations with this. Yeah. Well done.
A lot of this doesn't even need to make sense, right? Where you say, well, this nation state, because of its position, it would maybe be third or fourth in line to be invaded, even if it was invaded and it's behind this collective defense. There's historical trauma, there's history there where they'll just see the Russians touch the border, and for them, that's enough. For them, that's enough. They need to get ready because they remember what their grandpapa told them, they remember what their father told them, and now it's their turn. And so I think that the best way to prevent that...
I think even I'm sort of susceptible to this to a degree. When the war started, and I was like, I'm not so sure if Article 5 would work because of, historically, certain ally ships that were supposed to kick in when we were attacked did not exactly pan out as planned. And, it hasn't always been as great as promised. So, my historical trauma of what my papa has told me kicks in every time. Okay?
Is not only, I think, the Europeans figuring out a nuclear arms sharing agreement so that they can use the atomic weapons they have as a better umbrella over the continent instead of doing an arms race, but it also would require Ukraine to perform quite well, and Ukraine
I agree.
The best deal that it can to make them
Ukraine needs a deal
to pursue these types of weapons. And we're just talking about the European continent. This is going to have effects on other continents as well. The Taiwanese have a deep interest in how the war ends because of how they think it's going to affect them. How much it actually does depends on what IR theory you really buy into, but I think it at least would have some effect, even though sometimes it's, I think, overblown.
IR theory.
Yeah, well,
what IR theory do you buy into?
I mean, we're still on like one point, and I do think it's actually important. But just going back to the nuclear discussion, okay, yeah, I agree.
What is your IR
theory? Should have nuclear weapons, thus reducing the risk of a nuclear war. But I don't really see, the argument that, okay, well, we need to continue to sustain Ukraine's defense here. Because that will deter, for example, Poland from developing its own nuclear weapons.
I, as a Polish person, think it's a pretty good argument, actually. I think as a Polish person, I actually think if Ukraine was allowed to succeed, then yeah, it would. It absolutely would deter Poland from needing a nuclear weapon, yeah. Because it would send a message to Poland that countries in Eastern Europe perhaps actually can depend on their allies, which is pretty important. Yeah, the surprise was that there was support of Ukraine of any kind. There wasn't a positive support. I was even more cynical if there would be any support at all. I was a bit cynical, but I also didn't think that Ukraine would fall in a few days. I was the person that sort of went against the grain on that one.
Because they're certain that we're going to come to their aid if they're invaded.
You don't think that they would develop nuclear weapons if Ukraine fell?
I think if they're in discussions to develop them now, that they're probably going to continue those discussions regardless.
But discussions can go in many different directions. If Ukraine succeeds, that actually really does send a message to Poland, hey, things have changed a bit, right? Things have changed, and actually Eastern Europeans can depend on their allies now. It's not necessary to get a nuclear weapon, right? Like, that is right. Like, just because a conversation starts, it doesn't mean that it can only go in a single direction. Is my response.
Regardless of what happens in Ukraine, and I actually...
Discussions is discussions. I mean, the majority of the South Koreans think that they should get an atomic bomb, but they haven't started because if they don't have to, or if they don't think they have to, these programs are expensive. If you want to do them right now, you can do a dirty bomb underground.
Oh yeah, Poland also has taken into consideration the actual problems of starting a nuclear problem. That is part of the discussion. actually.
program
Actively.
that might malfunction, and then you
Yeah.
make half your city uninhabitable. You can do that. It's much cheaper. I doubt the Poles would want to do that. I
Nope.
doubt Eastern Europe, with their history of atomic disasters, are very eager to have another one.
Nope.
But that's an expensive commitment. It takes years of investment. So I think that if we can give them an out to where they don't have to make that giant purchase, where they're already spending like 4.7%
On GDP,
defense
yeah.
which is the highest in Europe, it's higher than us. I think they would take that out. I think the same is
I
true
think
for
so,
South Koreans,
yeah.
too.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable to say about Poland. Someone understands Poland.
Right. Yeah. Whether or not the discussions are far enough along that they're considering X, Y, and Z, I have no idea.
I have an idea. It's
let me
reported
take you
on.
at your word on all of that. I think in the case of the Poles, where
No.
they may have an interest in developing a nuclear weapon is even just based on what's happened thus far. Like, if I'm Poland, I'm looking at Russia and I'm basically saying, like, okay, even with hundreds of billions of dollars of American and European support, Ukraine still lost a significant chunk of territory. It's
Oh, that's not. Oh, no. That's not what the discussion that is happening. Okay? That is not the discussion that is happening in Poland. Trust me. When I say that. More, the discussion is happening that the support is not enough. That it's not adequate. It's not, oh, all that money was given and Ukraine is still. No, it's not exactly the discussion.
not out of the realm of possibility that Poland can be invaded. I don't think that that would ever happen, but the Poles might feel differently. And so maybe to just add a certain layer of security here, we want to have a legitimate nuclear program to deter Russia from ever doing that. I actually think
If
that
there was a strong Ukraine between Poland and Russia, Poland would not even. No, I don't think so.
the Poles are probably far enough along that, or far enough down that line of thinking because of what's already happened, that no amount of additional aid is going to reverse
So you
the
think
Poles'
that
position.
the Poles are going to get an atomic weapon then? You're saying?
I think that nothing we do at this point is going to change that.
I don't believe that, and I don't believe that, and I'm pretty familiar with Polish politics. Okay, I don't believe that. I don't believe that there is nothing that can be done to reverse course on Poland thinking about getting a nuclear weapon. I don't believe that. I really believe that a strong Ukraine between Russia and Poland would be a very strong cause for Poland to feel a lot calmer and not needing a nuclear weapon. But it doesn't see it for some reason. I don't know, Lucy. Is that a consequence of listening to Mersheimer too much? Maybe. Yeah, and also having nuclear arsenal puts you into a higher target. If there is an alliance system existing, less likely smaller allies countries want to put themselves into a higher target list. However, having no nukes puts you into a higher risk, not nuclear strike, but a conventional invasion, than seeking nukes as a solution. Mersheimer. Yeah. I mean, I think Vladimir and you agree on Mersheimer. Like, come on. I know Polish politics pretty well, and I do not believe that there is nothing that can be done to sway the Polish government not to pursue nuclear weapons. Like, it's anything, Poland is not looking at what's happening in Ukraine and saying, oh, all that help and Ukraine still lost a chunk of territory. No, Poland is looking, especially the government, is looking at Ukraine and thinking, wait a minute, Ukraine is being screwed over by the West. The aid is not being given enough, help is not being given enough, and now they're losing territory. Maybe like they've given up their nukes and now they're being screwed over. So why wouldn't they screw us over next? That is exactly what is being thought about. That is why nukes. Because Poland is looking at Ukraine and saying, if we get attacked, then will we get any better aid? No. You know?
Is going to
You
change
don't
that
think
one way or
that
another.
if Ukraine won the war, the Poles would still get an atomic weapon?
I think they wouldn't.
Well,
We
okay, so
wouldn't. We the
earlier
Poles.
you had said that your criteria for winning the war
Well, I mean,
is a more favorable.
let's say that. Okay.
Wow, Poland has become a really big part of this debate, which sort of makes me happy because that means that I can really lean into it on Tuesday as a Polish person. I can take this line of discussion and I can sort of expand on it as an actual Polish person, which I find nice. I find it nice that the Polish angle has been included. So I think I'm gonna go to the nuclear discussion and discussion about Poland getting nukes on Tuesday. What do you think?
That was my point. I didn't mean to get into like literally, but I think if the Ukrainians were able to get back Mariupol and the rest of Kherson and they cut some deal where the Russians got whatever, but got a deal with Russians were walking around away from this with, let's say, 2022 borders. Let's just, because that would be clear that they had a starting point and they're right back where they started. So that would be
Right.
a failure.
That
but
would
Ukraine
be-
did everything that they wanted.
that would
right?
be fair,
So
at
we'll
least,
just use that as the
to some
standard,
degree.
right? If something like that happened or something close to that happened, I don't
Imagine being a Polish person not thinking about getting nukes right now. I don't think it's a good turn of events, okay? I don't think it's a good thing. Like, God. But then again, Ukraine is being screwed over. Ukraine, in my personal opinion, has been pretty much screwed over by the West from the very beginning on aid and many other things, but you know, whatever. Whatever. That's my opinion. That is another thing that I'm pretty extreme on.
think the Poles would feel necessary to get an atomic weapon, especially if afterwards the Ukrainians were integrated into European defense.
Yeah,
because the
exactly.
nation state that just defeated the Russians and held back the Russians with financial backing, with Europe's support,
Would be
Europe
between
is now
Poland and Russia
talking
now.
about $800 billion of industrial military investment, which is going to take years to see. But by the time the Russians would consider doing this again, you would start to see the fruits of that labor.
Yep, exactly.
So I would think that there would be other pathways.
And you would have a strong Ukraine that would be between Russia and Europe that would be doing this 800 billion investment. So that would make a huge difference as well. It says there are many aspects to this, you know. This well said.
the Poles to avoid having to spend.
Well said.
huge
Let's talk
amount
about the Poles more.
of money, not only acquiring atomic weapons but continuously maintaining them.
True.
I mean, look, it's sort of difficult to argue it because it's there's a lot of hypotheticals going into this, right?
Isn't this
we-
fun though? This is the hardest part of my job. It's like, okay, so if we do this, this might happen, but this might happen. And I know people who are libertarians just because they say, fuck it, I don't know what's gonna happen. I can't tell what's gonna happen, so let's just not be engaged. Which honestly, I respect that the most. I understand it.
Right. I mean, look, I suppose that's
I don't
a lot
respect
of fun.
it.
We could sit here all day with that. I try not to go too deep into hypotheticals because it gets so far away from reality that it could just go anywhere.
Okay.
You know,
But we are talking
like
about the
if we're
Poles' active statements about atomic weapons.
Yeah, we're talking about reality actually right now. We're just talking about where this reality might branch out in the future.
Well, okay, so yes, and I think if we were to return to that, I would say that they're happening in the context of where the current borders of the conflict stand. And so for your argument to kind of hold up, you would have to assume that the Ukrainians, with our support, even could take back all that territory, which is a huge, huge maybe. But even if they're able to do that, like let's say I grant you that, like, okay, yeah, we continue to support Ukraine for a year.
Also, what triggered the conversation about getting nukes in the entirety of Europe, including Poland, was when Trump said that if NATO countries won't pay enough, he would allow Russia to do whatever the hell it wants. Just a reminder that that was a thing that started because Europe suddenly asked itself, wait, is the nuclear umbrella still a legitimate thing? Is that still a thing that we can depend on if Trump... That was, I believe, before Trump won the election, but everybody was like, wait, if he wins, then what happens to the nuclear umbrella. And the conversation about nuclear weapons started in earnest back then already.
They pushed the Russians all the way back to the 2022 borders. Russia has to sign some more favorable agreement to Ukraine to end the war.
Also important, Ukraine military has experience of modern warfare now, so Europe is interested to let Ukraine survive strong and help to share the experience that would absolutely, to train,
Does that necessarily mean that the Poles don't want a nuclear weapon? Well, I would say if I'm Poland, I'm still somewhat concerned about my security here because I see a nuclear power not far away from my borders, who's just engaged in what is now,
I mean, if Ukraine regained its 2022 borders, then suddenly Russia, the mainland Russia, I'm not talking about Kaliningrad, would be suddenly pretty far away.
would then be like a 4-year conflict that required hundreds of billions of dollars in aid from the Americans and Europeans, and destroyed tons
That's really irrelevant how many billions were necessary, because once Ukraine succeeds, if it succeeds, it will be a totally different ballpark of what it can do in case of bolstering its security, what Europe can do in terms of deterrence of future conflict, it's really irrelevant to the discussion of if Poland would feel secure or not, how many billions were spent on the aid of Ukraine. Yeah, Trump massively contributing to destabilization of the region and elsewhere. In fact, I would say NATO has been dying since. Yeah, that's true. That is true. The whole idea of NATO has been questioned ever since. The US nuclear umbrella and NATO, those two things have been heavily put into question since then, and the big discussions on what should be done next has started there.
Infrastructure killed hundreds of thousands of people, and there's no.
NATO is reaching the level soon of Warsaw Pact, with Trump trying of invasion of a member state territory. Yeah, exactly.
No certainty that the Russians won't do that again, regardless.
I mean, that is up to Europe. That is up to Europe to integrate Ukraine, and the United States, if it was an ally, to give Ukraine the security guarantees that means to deter Russia from doing it again. That is the whole point. That is the biggest question. What can be done after the conflict? Preferably one on Ukraine's terms to prevent anything like that from happening again. And the best answer, the most logical answer would be to give Ukraine very specific, very concrete security guarantees, specific support that would allow Ukraine to be able to next time far better and far faster push back such an attack. That would make it completely irrational for Russia to even attempt. And it's possible. It is possible to do. Absolutely. Speaking of about money being spent by standing on the edge of global conflict, is a very libertarian thing. I think long term the only saving force of NATO will be Trump, and MAGA is removed as soon as... I think so. Also, the truth is that the United States, for all the billions that are being revoked, has spent on Ukraine aid a fraction of what it has spent on past conflicts, which is also... I have to find that stat because it's actually pretty ridiculous how much less the United States has spent on aid for Ukraine than on any of the past conflicts. Like a very small fraction from what I've last checked.
What America does, regardless of what Europe does. So I don't know if that's a certainty that the Poles will just abandon their nuclear aspirations. I think that's sort of like a leap of faith.
I'm not saying that I'm certain.
I mean, as a Polish person that somewhat follows Polish politics, to say that Poland has nuclear aspiration, quote unquote, is quite the strong word. Okay, like, let's not go overboard with the whole Poland is getting nukes. Like, the idea has been floated around. It doesn't mean that Poland now has a budding nuclear program that is, days away from starting. We're almost pushing the lever to sort of just get it all started. Okay, let's not get overboard. Let's not get overexcited about Poland. You know what, Lucy? So far, none of the libertarians have been speaking about how much money being lost during this so-called Ukrainian conflict. Well, I'll go to the toilet. I'm gonna be back, but let's not get overboard, okay? Let's not get overeager about the Polish nuclear arsenals.
Co ja obejrzał? Jesteś nuklearny? Jesteś nuklearny? Jesteś nuklearny? Jesteś nuklearny, Johnny? Jesteś nuklearny, Johnny? Jesteś nuklearny, Johnny? Jesteś nuklearny, Johnny? Nuklearny, Johnny? Chodź do buzi! Chodź! Chodź do buzi!
Czekaj, zobaczymy, czy potrzebujesz jedzenia.
Chodź do mnie, Johnny! Uj, uj, uj! Co jest, Franki? Uj, uj. Co jest, Johnny? Różowy? No nie. Czekaj. No nie. No jest, Franki, Johnny. O, co się? Chodź do mnie, chodź. Czekaj. I...
Oh, I went to the toilet and I went to feed the dog. Who's doing it? Who? So yeah, I think that I'm gonna sort of go back to a thing that was said before, because I feel like this is a little bit of a Western-centric point of view. Okay, that Poland is looking at Ukraine and saying, oh, all that money has been spent and no result. Okay, when in reality, and this is very clear when you hear Polish politicians speak in Polish, that Poland is saying Ukraine is being screwed over, and there is no guarantee that we won't be screwed over as well should a conflict arise, because at the end of the day, we and Ukraine are not that different. That is basically the logic that Poland is invoking. Not, oh my gosh, so much money was spent and still Ukraine lost territory, you know? So that's one reason they were not concerned so much of loss, because the American energy business somewhat gained due to the conflict because of the liquefied gas had been sought as an alternative for replacing. By the way, if anything that had been an incentive for invasion now was the rise of gas production in US, and thus driving global prices down, putting securities power within Russia through gas and oil. Both internally and externally had been an important tool. Yeah. Redistribution of loyal supporters of this. Yeah. That's true. Oh, he has taken his horn here. Oj, dobry Łosiu, dobry. Dobry Łosiu. Łosiu. So let's continue.
Certain. None of this is certain. What I am doing is I want to create the best conditions so that they feel like they can safely make the determination that they don't need it.
Yeah, exactly.
Because if you
And
progress
saying that it's impossible is just not true. It's like no. There are definitely conditions under which Poland would say, yeah, we don't really need a nuclear program. There are different types of deterrents in place that are enough, you know? I'm saying this as an expert on all things Polish related.
I think that governments that are trying to figure out how to balance their budget and don't have a world reserve currency will probably take the pathway that will allow them to have more money for tax cuts, depending on who they are, or social spending.
Yeah.
And you can see this dilemma with voters all across Europe right now as they're talking about the rearmament program and what would be necessary in order to spend the money to increase artillery production, to increase armored vehicle production, etc.
Yeah.
And I do want to throw out just quickly. One moment, somebody, my chat's a little wild. They don't
The
need
what?
to take. One moment, somebody, my chat's a little wild. They don't need to take it all back in order to get the land back physically. It could be done in the settlement where the Russians, after 4 years of fighting, know that there's not really an end for it in sight. It's getting too expensive.
Yeah.
The economy's taking too much pressure, and they're willing
Also,
to take a deal.
they're, depending on how much their dependable allies would help them. But there's also the matter of the Russian weapons stockpile that is not endless.
Deal where they trade land for land. Okay, Ukraine, you can get back Mariupol, you can get back this, we'll pull back from this, but you cannot take back this, and that. We'll make this turn because our economy is under too much pressure and we need to make a deal. You don't need to physically take something back in order to get it back in negotiations. So I understand that the idea of, for example, Ukraine taking back Mariupol right now doesn't seem particularly practical in the immediate, but you can still make demands of negotiation and get land in other ways.
That's true.
Physically take
That is how it has been done historically, by the way. Like a lot of the times, land has traded places via negotiations, via peace treaties, etc. So, yeah, that is true, definitely. A lot of history, like when you read history books, a lot of history of wars end with, so this place won, and this territory, and that territory became part of that. Okay. That is true. It is a bit more complex though, what Dylan is saying. Which part? I'm not always sure. There's a lot of things. I'm gonna wait. For example, UK in war itself is used cynically to push a social welfare cuts while providing cuts of. Oh, you mean that? Yeah. Okay. I mean, it still falls in line with what he said, that it's like it's a topic of discussion. Yeah. It's okay. Poland will just Mensen will win, and university will become paid, and everything will be fine.
That access to American markets again, or wants to remove that economic pressure that is starting to feel painful. I think that's leverage. And if you can't get the land back, you can certainly get the kids that were kidnapped back. You can certainly get something that was kidnapped back. Even though our current administration doesn't seem to be very willing to
caring about any of that, yeah. Yeah, the cuts. Yeah, I think so. I mean, if there's social welfare cuts, then the societies will be less supportive of the war, because they will feel the cuts. And so in that sense, it will definitely weaken the support.
to use that leverage.
But yes, the United States have, under Trump, decided to throw away all of its leverage. Whatever leverage Ukraine had, the United States has decided to completely throw it away. Wait, what was the leverage that he mentioned?
Hold on. The current administration can certainly get the kids that are starting to feel painful. I think that's leverage kidnapped back. And if you can't get the land back, you can certainly get the kids that were kidnapped back. You can certainly get something that was kidnapped back. Even though our current administration doesn't seem to be very willing to use that leverage.
Nope. Not only not use it, the United States is throwing it away because the ally ships have switched, it seems. Yeah. Very bad.
I also want to put forward that the Poles only really started discussing this after Trump pulled aid. At least when we're talking about the Polish government. Now, there's Polish citizens that have discussed this ever since the collapse of the Soviet Union. But when it comes to the government, it was only after America rug pulled Ukraine that we had their foreign minister coming out saying, like, well, an atomic Poland. So it seems like...
Actually, the discussion has started also with Trump when he said that, again, that if NATO doesn't pay enough, Russia can do whatever it wants.
The pathway that we were taking where we were supporting Ukraine was the pathway where we were avoiding an atomic Poland. The pathway where we pulled the rug on Ukraine is a pathway where Poland's thinking, well, damn, maybe we need the power of the sun in our weapons arsenal.
Yeah, that's true. Again, Poland is thinking, you're getting screwed over. We could be screwed over next. It's very simple. It actually is a very simple logic.
Well, I mean, there is also like a way of reading that where you could say, okay, so therefore the Poles might not be serious and they're just trying to bait us into continuing to support the war effort under the threat of them developing their own nuke.
But they're also the heaviest military spenders in all of Europe.
True.
Well, no, yeah, I'm not that. Okay, fair enough, but I don't know if that necessarily.
Even if Polish army still to this day for now. Its power exists on paper, and according to Polish generals, Poland would be able to defend itself for a week or two if it got invaded.
means that
Just saying.
it's because that we're gonna withdraw our support that the poll, like we're the only, okay, one serious flaw in this that I thought about.
Which also would be, Poland is still very much vulnerable when it comes to conventional warfare. Okay? So if Poland decides that allies cannot be relied upon, then that would be a very strong sort of, there will be a strong incentive to think about those nukes.
For going back and forth, and you made a lot of points. We'll move on.
Yeah, we
to
can
the
hit
other
on the
ones,
other
but
points because I don't know. I can do like another hour, but I want to make sure that we address everything else. If you want to address,
I can do another hour. The whole debate is 3 hours. We're on 49 minutes. He just said I can do another hour. The entire debate is 3 hours. There you go. This is how much you can trust streamers to be truthful on anything. Just saying. Just saying.
anything else.
This is how
just
much you
one
should trust
final word on
streamers.
it. Like a country like Iran, which is striving to develop its own nuclear
Which is
weapon
weird for
and
me to
we've had
say
on and off
considering
again
that I'm a
agreements.
streamer, but you can trust me. Trust me, don't trust other streamers. That is my take
With
on it.
them trying to basically urge them to
Do you
dismantle their
support?
nuclear
Do you support
program.
making these deals? By the way.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you can avoid a nuclear Iran, because that's a country that I could feasibly see be pushed into a situation where they feel like they have to use it. And so that was kind of my question was, okay, if Iran, do you think that we should do more to help Iran feel secure to prevent them from developing a nuclear weapon, i.e. like maybe broker some sort of non-aggression pact between the Iranians?
I mean, I remember there being a certain agreement between the United States and Iran that sort of kept them from getting nukes, wasn't there? And didn't Trump nuke it in his first term? Wasn't there a certain agreement between the US and Iran that was sort of in place, and it, I don't know, for better or worse, functioned until the art of the deal was introduced into the mix, and then it all just went to hell? Is any expert on Trump's first term can confirm or deny my little thingy that I've just...
in Israel or the Iranian proxies in Israel?
Yes.
Okay, I mean, look, if you're consistent with that,
I was a supporter of the Iran deal. I believe stopping. Everybody's terrified of India, Pakistan. If the world could snap its fingers and India and Pakistan would lose all of its atomic weapons, I think you would probably snap your fingers.
Yeah, India, Pakistan. I mentioned that before because I'm so smart. I mentioned that India, Pakistan is a factor. As I'm a smart international, I'm an expert in these things. I'm an international relations expert. I don't trust streamers. I am still waiting to play Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, what do you mean waiting? I'm waiting for you. I've been told that you want to play with a bunch of people. I'm waiting for you. What do you mean you're waiting for me? I'm here waiting for you to play Baldur's Gate 3.
I would probably snap my fingers because when you listen to atomic planners, the two countries that scare the world the most are those two countries, facing each other down, right? Israel and Iran being added to the situation would probably make them feel more.
Oh,
anxious.
nice. We got a new
I
person.
would like to keep a non-nuclear.
How many
Iran.
person can you play?
If that means
Okay, I'm gonna pause. I'm talking over the debate. How many people can you get maximum into? I think Greater Rain also mentioned wanting to. So how many people can you get maximum? I have Baldur's Gate 3 too. Oh wow, we can set something up. I don't think we do it on stream necessarily. I think we just do it as an activity, a community activity. I don't think it has to be a stream. I like my attention has to be like split between stream and things, and that's a game that has, I don't know. If people wanted to be on stream, then maybe, but I was thinking that maybe it could just be on the server. We could just stream the footage of the game on the server, and I don't know. Something to think about. Okay, let's continue with the debate. But it doesn't need to be necessarily on stream.
We have to negotiate some non-aggression pact or even the loosening of sanctions. I'm willing to do that. I understand the American government's concerns about those funds being sent to the proxies, but I think that at the end of the day, an atomic Iran is more dangerous than some more assets going to the proxies. And you can still find other ways to put pressure on those assets going to the proxies. Not to mention, now that Assad's gone, the Iranian regime is going to have more difficulty, period, getting weapons to Hezbollah and into Gaza anyway.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my point is more that if your theory is we should try to shore up or help shore up the defenses of non-nuclear countries to deter them from developing nuclear weapons.
I agree about that for our enemies as well, yes.
Well, yeah, that's my only point is that it's not even so much that I'm trying to corner you into agreeing.
You're just trying to see if it's a consistent principle. I understand.
Well, I guess I'm even just saying for the benefit of, the audience, this would make you, obliged in a way to then provide similar security guarantees or assurances, if not guarantees, to other countries that wish to develop or could potentially want to develop nuclear weapons, be it Iran, Saudi Arabia, South Korea, etc. And, my criticism of that, my main one, and of course we'll move on from here, is just that potentially opens up America to engaging in lots and lots and lots of other conflicts, possibly endless conflicts.
Well, I don't think America needs to be the nation state taking the lead on all of this. That would be like one critique I could, but the difficulty is who else, right? Because I could say I don't think America
I mean, I don't think Trump's America is interested in taking the lead on much of anything, okay? I think we are talking about a little bit of a different America now. So this discussion, at least until Trumpian sort of style of governance is in place, it becomes a totally different conversation as to just in what capacity would the United States involve itself, if it would, in all these, affairs, right? I think we're already seeing that, it's things are a bit different. Wouldn't you agree?
has to be the one brokering the Iran deal, right? It could be Germany. It can be the Europeans who want to trade with the Iranians. It could be anyone. But if nobody else takes that international role or nobody else is willing to do that, then it's kind of difficult. But if somebody else can do it in any situation, it's easier for us. I prefer it. It makes us all safer.
Sure. Right, but I'm speaking as an American, right? I'm concerned mostly.
I'm gonna speak as a citizen of the world. Pichone. Why is the side chat so quiet? I don't have Baldur's Gate. I probably won't buy it. Oh, Greater Rain. I should beg for donations and I should gift you Baldur's Gate.
With what our government is doing, how they're engaging with the world. So, but okay, let's get to some of your other points. And I did do my best to keep track of them. The second one you made is America really should support and should hope to maintain a stable, you call it a stable, united Europe. And part of that is our historical ties to Europe, going back to World War II. I would even give you our historical ties to Europe, going back to the founding of our country,
Voltaire,
right?
The Western whatever. Yeah, I get the idea. Yeah.
We are inherent. I say this to my students. We're inherently linked to Europe, right?
Whoa, wait. Hold on. Non-smoker is a teacher? A teacher of what? I'm interested. Okay, I guess there's gonna be a discussion between two teachers. I used to be a teacher. It's gonna be a teacher showdown, if you will. A showdown of two teachers. All right.
In many, many, many ways, right down to our language. So, okay, fair enough. And another point you made is that we should have some loyalty to Europe because of the...
That's not fair. It's outrageous. It's unfair. You're unfair to Trump. You're unfair to Trump. It aims to make USA the number one that has the most idiotic leadership. Also, who sings quickest into embracing death. Oh yeah, I forgot. We should talk about El Salvador at some point.
Women and Europeans who died helping defend America post 9/11 in the war.
Especially, actually,
Not specifically.
quite a lot of Polish people took part in the American Revolution. Kościuszko. There was this other guy who was, by the way, intersex, so that's interesting. Like the co-founder of the U.S. cavalry was a Polish intersex person. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that an interesting little factoid about the founding of the United States of America? About your day and what I ate and what I did. Journaling is a good idea. Journaling is great.
War on terror, but it's the principle of if a nation state, you make an agreement with the nation state that if you're attacked, they'll help you, and then they do, you should reciprocate that for your own credibility's sake, if nothing else.
Well, and so in that case of like a mutual defense assurance, are you referring specifically to NATO?
I mean, NATO, yeah, but also
NATO
we
is
give security
getting-
assurances to NATO state. For example, Finland was not in NATO, but we made agreements with Finland, and they were kind of like making like partnerships with NATO.
NATO is
And so I would
in
include
trouble.
them in this because I consider them still a partner and in a way an ally with the United States. Same with Ukraine, where while they weren't part of NATO, Article 5, we had other agreements with them. They went with
Yeah.
us into Iraq. They had 18 of their guys die in Iraq with us. They
Wow.
supported us in other ways during the war on terror. And we told them that if they were ever attacked, that we would support them. So I would.
I
consider
guess
that,
I was right about Ukraine
also
sending.
plus, Ukraine, Europe, kind of in their backyard, same continent.
Right. Yeah. So okay. So we're in some sense beholden to defending Europe, or we should strive to defend Europe and maintain its security and all of that stuff because
Ukraine is part of
historical
Europe.
Agreements,
Yes,
NATO
Ukraine
being
is
one of the
undoubtedly
natural
part of
alliance that
Europe.
we're, a large contributor to, et cetera, et cetera. So okay,
Yeah,
let me give you
I
that.
couldn't,
Let me say,
but
yeah,
that's
okay,
on me
we're
more than
linked
on
to
your
Europe.
cursor.
Stable Europe is good for America. Stable Europe is good for the world, for lots and lots and lots of reasons. It even goes beyond all the ones that you
We're going for self-accusation of NATO. Yeah.
listed. I would say that at this point, like, is Europe's security at risk? I would say for sure. So the question then would be,
Okay.
how do we best defend Europe from any potential outside threat? And this is where I know we're going to totally disagree. But I would say the best way of assuring that is first and foremost ending the conflict that already exists.
Yeah,
You know,
by
we're several
helping
years
Ukraine
into this
win.
war, and it doesn't appear to be going in Ukraine's favor. I would say continuing to fund the war effort with the hope that the Ukrainians can turn the tide is sort of a fool's errand, and that we might
I don't
better be
think it's
served
so
to
simple.
negotiate with the Russians in such a manner that we can come up with an agreement that ensures Europe's security. Now, the only way that I could see you disagree with that is if you say, well, you just can't trust Russia at all. I don't know if you have that view that we just can't trust the Russians whatsoever.
I mean, I have that view. So you have to make an agreement that would be Russia deceit-proof. Yeah, I actually have that belief that Russia cannot be trusted at all, and that any sort of agreement that would be made with Russia would have to take into consideration that Russia would attempt to break it. Yeah. Just that's my response. It's a little bit mean, it's a little bit blunt, but I think that precedent speaks for itself. There you go.
What do you say?
Well, I mean, I don't trust the Russians whatsoever. But
There
that
you
doesn't mean
go.
you can negotiate with them. Like, I don't necessarily trust the Iranians all that much, but that doesn't mean that we don't make a deal with them. It's a question of enforcement. It's a question of monitoring. It's a question of, not trust, but verification, right? Where you can make a deal with the Russians under the understanding that we have a big gun, they have a big gun, they don't want to be shot with a big gun, they'd probably attack if we didn't have a big gun, but we have a big gun. You get what I'm saying? It's not just a question about like, oh, are these the nice guys, right? We made agreements with Stalin. He wasn't a nice guy. We made agreements
Far
with all
from
sorts
it.
of people that weren't nice guys because we felt there was
Nice
a
guys
certain amount
finish
of
last.
strategic
Remember.
necessity or, just for, security and the preservation of life. I would say, though, while I'm not against the idea of talking to the Russians or making a deal with the Russians seem to be against that idea. Because
Oh, yeah.
Donald Trump, who I would say has probably given the Russians one of the best offers of any politician in American politics could give them.
True.
He said there's going to be no NATO membership for Ukraine. That was a demand since the very beginning that has been conceded to them. There will
Yeah.
be no U.S. troops in Ukraine, no U.S. Marines, no nothing in Ukraine. No American bases, none of that. That's a big concession. That's something that could have been traded for the kidnapped Ukrainian children. That's something
Oh,
that could
yeah.
have been traded, I don't know, for Mariupol.
God, the children. What does your cursive look like? Like my mom's. Completely illegible. I'm gonna show you later.
Or land, like, fine, you give them the land back, we promise no troops. That was traded before negotiations even started.
Yeah.
91% of Ukrainians want Ukraine to be at the negotiating table. They weren't there with the Russians. It was
Yeah,
the United States
ridiculous.
talking to the Russians alone, which was, again,
And some of the talks did not even include talking about the war in Ukraine. Some of the talks just included talking about normalizing relations once again. Oogie boogie baby boy. Oogie hoo hoo oogie oogie hoo. Jej, szefie ty mój. Au, 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 au. Au, baby boy, baby boy. Co jest baby boy? Co jest baby boy? Woohoo! He burped. Did you hear him burp? Did you hear him burp into the microphone? It's shocking and appalling to me that he just burped into the microphone. What a scoundrel. Yeah, he does. He brought his horn here to bite on it. He lied down next to me and he's biting on his horn. And I pet him. He's such a delicate dog, even though it doesn't feel like it when I interact with him on stream. But he's such a sensitive and delicate dog. Yeah, I think so. I have to keep on keeping on. You must be a pro at Baldur's Gate 3. No, I barely played it. And when I played it with Karasu, I screwed up something, so I wouldn't say I'm a pro.
a big demand by the Biden administration that Trump gave up right off the bat, right?
Yeah.
And so he's given up this, he's given up that, he's given up this, he's given up that, and that's on top of his normal NATO bashing and talking about, well, Article 5's a little shaky. And after all that, after these demands to the Ukrainians and the public humiliation of Zelensky, he eventually gets the Ukrainians to agree after cutting off support, doing basically anything you could imagine that could be done to assist the Russian war position right now when it
True.
comes to what we could
Actually, Russia has been given everything. I will be pushing that point as well, by the way, that the United States, those will be points that I will be pushing as well. I'll be stealing points from this person. Whoa.
cut off to help them, including things that are no cost to us, Then there's a 30-day ceasefire offer made yesterday, or was it 2 days ago? Or was it yesterday? I honestly forget. Time flies by, but it was just made, and it was rejected. Putin said he accepted it, but then he said we'll only accept it under these terms, and then issued all of the terms that he's been issuing.
Actually, then it turned into a partial ceasefire, and then the partial ceasefire was not accepted because sanctions must be lessened.
Beginning, including the annexation of territory that he currently doesn't control, like Kherson, where I filmed in, and I know that the Russians are hunting civilians, whether it's for sport, whether it's for practice, whether it's for something. I don't know the exact reason, but there's tons of video evidence, there's tons of testimony, and the Ukrainians are not going to be willing to make those concessions. And so, if they did, Zelensky would not stay in power. And it wouldn't be because he lost an election, it'd be because he'd be dragged out of office, because they would see them as conceding their communities to
a traitor.
be hunted by those who are doing the human safari.
Yeah.
And so I agree that out of necessity,
still
even though I
doing,
believe in
are
principle
still
the
doing the
Ukrainians have a
human
right to the
safari.
nation state, in principle that the Ukrainians have a right to have a democracy and not be occupied, in principle that we should stand up for our credibility, we still might have to negotiate because it's the best thing we can get in a bad situation. But we don't just let the Russians apply.
Also,
those
how did
terms
we
with
get
no
whatever?
concessions, because if we apply those terms on the Ukrainians, they're not going to concede. I think the war will drag on without us, and then it'll just be more bloody because the Ukrainians will be in a worse position. I
Yeah.
think the only way to practically end this war is to put the Russians in a position
Where they cannot
it's beneficial
just,
for them
yeah.
to continue it, because if they, not continue the war, but to take the deal, because if they do, it's just going to be painful, and it's just going to put them in a worse position, which means strengthening the Ukrainians.
Probably
I don't
as a
think,
kid.
like, weakening the Ukrainians, cutting off aid or something like that, it's going to help, really. I think it's just going to make it worse.
I see. Okay, yeah, a few things in that, and
I'm a fan of long hair on people. I've always liked having long hair, even though people often pressured me into cutting it, and I would be very sad when that happened every single time. I never played or watched someone play KOTOR. It's new to me. How do you like KOTOR, by the way? I do like KOTOR. Enjoying? People have complimented my hair. At least what the people watching my streams. Having short hair for myself, long hair is yeah, but you know, I like long hair.
And I mean, I agree with.
I believe the remake is true, then you'll be able to play it better. I mean, apart from that one mini game, I played pretty okay.
In general, with most of the facts there, I don't know so much detail about what you're saying about human safari, but
There's a certain charm to old clunkiness in games.
you know, look, I don't have.
It's okay. Look,
Counteracting
I don't need to,
evidence
we don't need to
either,
get into
so-
specifics. You can Google it afterwards. There's tons of footage. I'm releasing
Wait,
it.
hold on.
Counteracting
need-
it in Safari there. I don't know so much detail about what you're saying about human Safari, but you know, look, I don't have.
It's okay. Look, I
Counteracting
don't need to,
evidence
we don't need to
either,
get into
so-
specifics. You can Google it afterwards. There's tons of footage. I'm releasing a documentary on it in the next 2 weeks. You can watch that when it comes out.
Okay, and you know, anyone in the audience, you know, Dylan Burns 1776 on Twitter or X, find him. You can watch his content. But okay, so given that, right? Like,
Wow. A shout out.
let's just grant you all of that, right? I still say that Ukraine is in a position, whether it's continued to be, whether it's U.S. support is maintained for the time being with the understanding that we have to negotiate a peace settlement soon, or that we totally withdraw aid and that
Very
we have to
dubious
negotiate peace
US aid.
right now. One way or another, it seems like Ukraine is going to have to settle on peace terms that are probably more favorable to Russia than Ukraine. Would you agree?
Not necessarily.
More favorable. I mean, I think giving up any of Ukraine's land, in my mind, is like something that's favorable to Russia, but it might not be favorable to the regime or favorable towards their war goals. You get what I'm saying? Because like the original war goal was to take it over the whole country, and then they settle for you won't be in NATO, right? That's like a huge, like that's a war goal that has been achieved, but I don't know, like it's hard to say. I understand that right now the Russians are advancing, but there is some information that I think people don't emphasize when understanding the amount of leverage that Ukraine has. And I think this information should be taken into account. Not to say that let's enter the Crimea land cult, or so. I'm not going to call it, I shouldn't call it a land cult, because people do want to go back to their homes. But I'm not going to lose all the lives in the world to take back Crimea.
Land cult.
The first thing
I haven't heard that term before.
Ukrainians are massively increasing their
Land cult.
range drone production. And you don't need to just ask me about this, ask the Russians about it. The numbers that they're reporting are going from 12 to 24 to triple-digit numbers, where these drones are doing attacks across the country, hitting oil refineries, which is the basis of the Russian economy. It's not the only basis of the Russian economy,
but it's a big one.
We both agree that without energy production, the Russian economy would cease to function. And so the Ukrainians have been targeting that
gas, oil.
And that means, I mean, right before
Ukraine has been accused of attacking a gas pipeline that goes through Turkey to Europe as well. So that's a thing.
We saw drones smacking into Moscow like crazy, hitting oil refineries, some of the biggest ones that produce like 11 billion barrels of oil. Now, that isn't going to bring an immediate end to the war. This is a type of pressure that builds up over time, and you need time to build up that pressure. But that is leverage that Ukraine has that's only expanding. Now, these are Ukrainian numbers, and I'm telling you that in advance for, transparency's sake. The Ukrainians say that they're going to produce 30,000 long-range drones this year and 3,000 drone missile hybrids this year if numbers hold, and their expansion capacity continues to go in the direction it is. If we get 80 to 70% of that, not even like if we get anywhere close to that,
I have to finish this level somehow.
Fired at Russia, then the entirety of this war up to this point combined for just this year.
That's pretty
so that,
good.
I think, is significant leverage that needs to be taken into consideration.
Yeah.
There's also, of course, the sinking of the Black Sea Fleet. The Russian flagship is at the bottom of the ocean there. They've lost 50% of the Black Sea Fleet, and they cannot reinforce it because the Turks control the strait that is necessary to pass to reinforce it, and the Turks won't let them. The Russians also, and we talked about this last time,
which is good.
The soldiers that they're recruiting are getting older and older. At the start of 2024, the average age for a volunteer who was signing a military contract was 40. Mid-2024, it was 45. End of 2024, it was 50. This is a rapid aging of the Russian volunteer population who's taking these $25,000 and $30,000 contracts. And for all the problems that the Ukrainians have with manpower, Russia has, 3 to 4 times the size of the population that Ukraine has. They are not able to deploy conscripts in the war zone. They have to get people to agree to go to Ukraine, sign a contract for some amount of money. And that's becoming harder and harder and harder. And the one way to get around that would be mobilization. The one thing Putin has been afraid to do, because the one time he mobilized before, is the only instance where even the Russian polling said that Putin's popularity took something like a 20 to 25 point dip to the point that it was aiming below 50%. He's scared of that. And I think that also gives Ukraine a significant amount of leverage. Now, they also have their own manpower problems. I would even say that those manpower problems are more immediately acute. What
a word. Acute.
And it's a lot harder and takes a lot more men to take a trench than it is to defend a trench.
What a word.
At least in my experience. Not that I've defended a trench, but I've seen many men do it. Either way, my main point is, when Ukraine has all these cards, and I do think the Ukrainians, due to just the basis of what this war is, have more of a willpower to fight. I think this leverage needs to be taken into account. And it's not being
But I thought Ukraine had no cards.
Trump saying that Ukraine has no cards. He says this over and over to Zelensky's face. You have no cards. Russia has the cards. We have the cards. Now, he's changed his rhetoric recently because I'm sure some diplomat tapped him on the shoulder and he said, probably not smart to say that your side has no leverage, sir. It's probably not very intelligent.
Problem is that that Trump does not see Ukraine as his side, quote unquote. He said that the United States have cards. He said that Russia has cards. He said that Ukraine doesn't have cards, but Trump doesn't see Ukraine as his side.
If he sees Ukraine as his side.
There you go. Well, I guess I spoke too soon. Say something and then it's being maybe I should shut up and let the thing run a bit longer before I open my mouth.
Because if they have cards and that leverage isn't brought to the negotiating table, then the Ukrainians are not going to take the negotiating table seriously, and the war is going to drag on. So I agree that a settlement should be made if it can be made. I just hope it can be made with a decent accounting of Ukrainian leverage.
Yeah, well, I mean, you said a lot of things there. You know, the
You
big thing that
speak a
jumps out
lot
to me
of
right
words.
away is the whole question of like the will to fight and leverage here. And I think, okay, I really have two things to say there. One, it's kind of like impossible to quantify that, right? Like if
It's
you're
pretty possible. Yeah,
trying
it's possible to a
plan
degree.
strategically, and you're thinking like, okay, what's the realistic goal here? How long should we be? You know, like if you and I were sitting in the Defense Department and we're like, okay, how many years?
I'm
down
not
the road are we
sure
looking at
they'd be
until,
the best
like,
people
Ukraine
for
is a
that, but
favorable, you know, advantage.
I think you need
or
some
more
level of
favorable
expertise
advantage
that
such
they
we can
don't
start negotiating
have.
seriously. How much money is that going to cost, etc. You know, when we're trying to figure out that calculation, it's difficult to just say, well, the Ukrainian will is greater because of this, that, and the other reason. So therefore, we're certain that it'll take this long and not this long. You know, it's not.
Well,
doesn't
I
come into the
can't give you
equation,
like
really.
I can't give you a certain year that this is going to end. The same way that I'm sure any general that walked in front of any like commander in 19. When is this going to end? This war's been going on. It's 1942.
At some point,
you know,
it will.
It's been 3 years now. If you don't know the conditions, then it's kind of hard to immediately know when it's going to end. There are some trends you can look at.
I don't think
know
it's
we had some
possible
discussion
to
about this before,
tell
but
that definitely,
Russian
even if you do have
reserves
no the
are
conditions.
draining, and they're draining fast, and it's not just a question of getting to zero. They need those armored reserves for other parts of the country. They have the largest country on the planet. That's a lot of land to cover. And if you have a rebellion in the middle of Tuva because you raised taxes a little bit too much after the war, you're going to need something to put that down. Or if one of your national allies like Belarus has another election that goes over,
Oh, yeah.
start, you need troops available to deploy. Or Kazakhstan, that happened a few
Belarus.
years ago when the Russians put
Also,
troops in Kazakhstan to put down
Belarus has done really big preparations for the
protests
election.
that were against the government cutting fuel subsidies. Anyway, the point is that they need those troops at other locations as well.
True,
So,
true.
once you see these trends, it seems pretty clear to me that we're already seeing the Russians rely more and more on replacement for armored vehicles because they're getting too low. And by the end of 2025, they will be in an even worse position when it comes to armored vehicles. Now,
Yeah.
Can I tell you that once they get rid of all the armored vehicles, they're going to quit? No. Because the Russians can also infiltrate the front line with just infantry. They can just put them on motorcycles and go-karts and say charge. It's going to mean a lot more casualties. It's going to be a lot more painful. It's going to mean more cost for the Russian war effort, which
Bicycles.
continues to build pressure upon them. But they can continue to say, you know what, we don't care. We're going to keep the war effort because I'm betting this all on my regime. This is, if we lose here, my regime goes under. And it's impossible to calculate for sure that they're going to make these decisions. But if you show pathways to the Russians where you go this way and you continue the war, it's going to end, you're just going to be in a worse position in a year. This
Yeah.
way, it's going to be in a worse position in a year. This way, it's going to be in a worse position in a year. When most of the pathways that they look down lead to them being in either worse position or gone, then I think that'll be...
I mean, I believe that Donald Trump has opened up a lot of pathways for Russia that lead it to be in a better position, but
when they come to the negotiating table seriously. And
whatever.
before that point, any negotiation will end with a pause in the war, not a stopping of the war.
true.
Because all the terms that they're putting forward now, I don't know, did you see the Russian demands today for their counterance to Trump's demand?
Yeah. I mean, and so from what I understand, it's annexation of all 4 provinces.
Yeah.
No Ukraine. Basically,
Crimea
Ukraine
as
is
well, so it'll be
demilitarized.
fine.
I mean, Crimea is already annexed.
Crimea is a given. Maybe that's not fair, but yeah, annexation of all those provinces, demilitarization of Ukraine.
So keeping of Crimea.
What am I missing here?
Demilitarization of Ukraine. Oh, and no peacekeepers. There can be no other army in
No
Ukraine.
True.
international.
So
peacekeepers,
no
right?
army to defend Ukraine. They have to lose all these.
No NATO,
all this
of
territory,
course.
And there can be nobody to stop them from invading again. It is all of Russia's terms.
Okay,
It would make it
great,
very
alright.
easy for them to invade again. If Ukraine doesn't have an army and there's no army to defend themselves, and they've been invaded twice when the Russians said they were not going to invade them, up until the last second. As a Ukrainian leader, how could you even accept those terms without just seeing it as national suicide?
True.
Yeah. Okay. Look, I get that, and if I were the Ukrainians, I would definitely not agree to that. But okay, again, the topic really is more so our support for the war effort, and I think when I talk about projections, no, you really can't quantify to be very specific. Like, okay, it'll take us a year, blah blah blah. But I do think that
Also,
when
the
these decisions are made.
okay, I have to
they
pause
should-
here. Also, aid is not just number of dollars spent, number of euros spent. It's also what sort of aid is given in what quantities, at what speed, etc. You know, this is one of the things where Western aid has faltered tremendously when it comes to just how many weapons were delivered and how speedily, how fast the aid was approved, stuff like that, which led to a lot of it just going to Ukraine too late, past certain critical periods when those weapons were most needed, and also not in amounts that would really make the necessarily difference in the battlefield. Those are elements that are like, you know.
Should factor in likely scenarios, unlikely scenarios.
Let me see how long has this stream has been so far. So I feel like, you know, 4 hours. I think we're gonna stream today for 5 hours. Then I have to rest a bit, and then I will do thingies. I will do exciting thingies. You know, if you like what I do, etc., then consider donating.
Think that, you know, our military intelligentsia is probably very informed and willing to make those decisions based on really good, really reliable data, or at least the best data that the world has to offer, right?
I also
So
trust
given
the
that-
CIA, Mr. Communist.
Well, I'm what I mean is
I just
they know better than you and I do how this would play out in another year. And I think what the calculations they're making are such that they feel like, hey, you know, it's probably not going to be good for Ukraine a year from now,
be
given the
blunt with
current
you?
rate of the conflict.
Yeah, let me be blunt with you. I don't trust the new top intelligence official in this country. I don't trust
Uh-oh.
Tulsi Gabbard to analyze intelligence. She's
Oh,
in a hell of an
no.
intelligence position in her life. At the start of the war, she was talking about Russian biolabs and like.
Oh,
how this is so
no,
threatening
no,
or whatever.
no.
She is somebody who RT literally
True.
calls her their gal. I don't know if you saw how Russian state TV talked about Tulsi Gabbard. They play her in like a bikini with a machine gun, like firing at target.
my
They show her
God.
as fucking Wonder Woman, Tulsi Gabbard.
Wonder
and my
Woman.
problem isn't that I think Tulsi Gabbard's literally the Russians, even though she seems to be like
Wonder Woman.
you know, doing it at no cost. Their work on occasion.
I don't think Wonder
I
Woman
don't
wears a
trust
bikini, though.
her analysis of the intelligence.
Wonder
And
Woman.
I especially don't trust Donald Trump's analysis of her analysis of the intelligence. Not to mention the other
True.
advisors, like the most senior, serious foreign policy voice that I don't even like. I don't like Marco Rubio. I never liked little Marco. I'm not a big fan of his
Oh,
foreign policy in
Marco
Latin America.
Rubio.
I'm not a big fan of his foreign policy in representing
Ay,
Iran.
ay, ay.
But I mean, he's the person in there
Little
that's actually
Marco.
been on Senate Foreign Affairs committees. He's the person in there that actually has like paid attention during these briefings where we listen to Donald Trump, and as the story goes, and from his former staffers, they try to like highlight the words
Little
in his
Marco.
intelligence briefings with like bullet points and colorful words to try to get his attention. My point
My
is,
goodness.
I don't really trust this administration to analyze exactly how
Wow, traitor to his own country. Wow, that's not very patriotic. Not to trust your own people. Wow, damn. Not to trust your own administration. That is very, very. It's treason, then, as Palpatine would say.
the war is going. I maybe would have trusted
Treason.
even though I'm not the biggest fan of Lloyd Austin, I maybe would have trusted someone like Lloyd Austin. I maybe would have trusted some other people with experience. But we've got a Fox News host, Tulsi, the grifter Gabbard, and we have who else advising the president on this? Who's already not that informed on the conflict. So my problem is I understand that there are people who are experts, and I tend to, you know, not just completely disrespect them, but I don't see these people as experts.
Well, okay. There's plenty of criticisms to go around for Tulsi Gabbard and all of these people.
Palpatine would order 66 them for incompetence.
Rubio, etc., etc.
Trump is the traitor. No! You have to be loyal to your government. It's treason then. He burped again! What's wrong, little boy? What are you burping so much? Jesus. What's wrong, little boy? What's wrong, little boy? What's wrong, little boy? What's wrong, little fella?
Ukraine has no cards. It's not the
You're right.
the high, it's
But
not
just
the people
because-
on, in the think tanks
all right.
or the experts. It's them.
All right, let me try to get in and respond to some of this stuff because I feel like you're saying a lot, and look. So
I like
all the
to talk a lot.
criticisms that you can make of Marco Rubio and Tulsi Gabbard, even if they're all totally valid, they're still working with more up-to-date, more accurate data than either of us have access to. There's still people who are surrounded by other experts.
Wait, hold on.
Again,
What was
I'm
that
not
face?
who are accurate data than either of us have access to. There's still
What was that? Oh.
people who are surrounded by other experts.
Hey.
Again, I'm not suggesting that, the deep state isn't corrupt and fucked up, in the Trump administration or in the, whatever, like as you say, Mr. Communist. Okay, I don't trust any of these people necessarily, but I do think they make long-range determinations based on data.
Mr. Communist.
And in terms
Mr.
of
Commie
like
boy.
Lloyd Austin and the Biden administration, it surprises me to say that you would trust them more, given the fact that they probably did not project that the war would turn out the way it has. That's why they kept investing so much money into it. And
It's more. All the aid is far more complicated than just how much money was invested into it, and the amount invested is a fraction of what it was in. God, I'm so tired of discussing aid only in terms of sheer numbers.
here we are 3 years in, and it looks like Ukraine is in a really difficult spot. So I'm kind of inclined not to trust any of those people, regardless of how much I like or dislike Tulsi or Marco or any of them. I do think that they're probably looking at data that tells them, hey, the war is going this way. Reasonably, we could expect it to turn out like this or this or this, depending on how much money we invest, etc. And I would
Okay, it's
say,
not just a matter of money.
There has to be a limit in terms of the price
God.
tag, in terms of the time investment, in terms of the investment of human lives. At some point, you
So
have to
annoying.
start talking about peace, and I think we're reaching that point now.
we are
The
talking
Ukrainians are kind of in that position, and I know what you're saying about will to fight. I even sort of agree with you. The Ukrainians do have a greater will to fight, but a lot of their will to fight seems to really depend heavily on American support, and the American support has, even with the Ukrainian will to fight and American support.
Hold on, I have to check on the dog. It's not just American support, by the way. It's also European support. Hold on. To the baby boy.
Hey, baby boy, baby boy.
Chodź.
Chodź do mnie, baby boy. 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 What you doing, you baby boy? Hoi, hoi, hoi. Hoi, 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 hoi. Hoi, 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 hoi.
Fido burps and ow, ow, ow. Ouch, ow. Don't bite. Eat your bone, not my feet. Come on.
Hoi, 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 hoi. Hoi, 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 hoi. Oh.
Okay, I think I have to take him outside, okay? I'll be right back because he's starting to bite on me. That means that he wants to poop or something. Oh yay! I am back! I have returned! Oh wow! Learn some F. What's insane? Hello, Wiedenhauf. This is insane. You're a man. What is insane? What? What are you talking about? Who are you talking to? Also, welcome to the stream. All right, I'm back. This is insane. This is insanity. This is insane. It's okay. Jokes are permitted. Oh yeah, let's continue the debate. Wow, I'm getting hate viewers. I'm getting there. I'm getting there in popularity. I wonder how we then have found this stream. Thank you, Incub, for welcoming me back into the fold. I think we should get the knife, by the way. Just saying. I think the knife is like, you know.
European support, we've still found ourselves in a positions where we've had basically this multi-year stalemate with hundreds of thousands of people dying.
God, I wish somebody, and by somebody I mean the person that is debating non-smoker, would just break down what aid actually entails, and that it's not just about number of money spent, but it's also about how that aid is distributed. And that again goes back into the whole discussion about nuclear deterrence, unfortunately.
And it doesn't seem like the Russians are anywhere close to being pushed out of the country. So how can we justify continuing this any longer?
See, you say that there has to be a limit, but that has to go both ways, right? It can't just be that there's a limit to how much we'll support Ukraine. There also has to be a limit to what we're willing to accept from the Russians. There has to be a limit to, like, fine.
True.
You know,
I do agree with that.
and right
True,
now,
true,
we're seeing,
true.
like, them making demands for Kherson and Zaporizhia. I mean, we're talking about the displacement of hundreds of thousands to millions more people when we already have Ukraine now being one of the biggest diasporas in the world now because of how many people that
Yeah.
Russia has displaced. These are terms that, in my opinion, are non-starters. These are terms that are either meant to
God.
fail so they can continue the operations, or they
There are still more Polish people in the US than Ukrainians, though.
think Trump will just completely sell them down the river because the Ukrainians will not accept these terms. And so what I'm saying isn't that we need to fight until Moscow is liberated and we do like some voodoo spell to bring Alexei Navalny back from the grave so he can be the new lead. Like, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we cannot make this war end with the conclusion from the Russians that this was the right thing to do. We should do it again.
True.
We have the opportunity to do it again because there's nothing for Ukraine to defend itself, and we're getting all of the land, including the land where we're abusing people. Where we should try to limit as much land and as many people being abused by
As
the Russian
possible.
army as physically possible.
True,
as
true,
practical. And so right now, until the Russians give us a realistic response, to me it's a non-starter. It's an
At least
indication
agree to a
that they,
ceasefire,
now,
goddamn.
Let's say your analysis is right, and the Russians, even though they're slowing down in the pace of their advance, and it's continued to have, and I think their advance right now is the slowest it's been in like 6 or 7 months or something. Let's say that they re-pick up with the spring offensive. They're preparing for the spring offensive that I'm hearing a lot of rumors about. Why would they accept terms?
True. In fact, they're not
If
accepting
America's
terms.
breaking off right now,
They're
if America's
super
pulling the
not
rug and
accepting.
They see, like, Trump as somebody who's
And
not that
now the United States is floating the idea of just stopping any sort of peace talks. So this is just bearing out.
dedicated, as somebody who's going to leave anyway eventually.
Yeah.
Why would they pull out now and just not continue
Exactly.
to push the war effort, continue to push it, since they're seemingly putting out non-starter terms?
Yep.
The
That's a
Russians, you
design.
mean, why would they not continue the war effort?
Yeah.
I honestly believe, and this is where my chat's going to turn on me, but they're already sort of have, but whatever. There's not that many of them anyway. And frankly, they don't give me any money, so fuck them. But
Wow.
I think that the main reason the Russians are
Okay, I have to make this statement very strongly now, okay? Even the people that don't give me any money, you're welcome here. You're amazing. I thank you for being here, and you're the best, okay? Jesus Christ almighty.
Is because, quite honestly, the Russian military has underperformed here relative to expectations within Russia and internationally. I think that a lot of that is owed to Ukrainian resolve. I think the Ukrainians have fought bravely. I think they've fought effectively. I think
The
some
aid
of
has
that is
contributed.
partially due to our aid, right? But I happen to think that the Russians would be stupid to attempt to take the rest of this country, which is mostly inhabited by a hostile population who would actively resist that occupation 24/7, regardless of U.S. support.
This has been said before. I've heard this argument since the beginning of the invasion. No. Like, do you remember what Stalin has done to Crimea? Like, the playbook of Russia is deport, disperse, okay? It was just deport people en masse, disperse them deep into Russia, and then repopulate with Russians. It's the playbook. Like, come on.
I think Putin is a lot of things. I don't think he's an idiot. I don't think that he would be emboldened to then take this whole country and attempt to lock it down and turn it into some sort of neo-Soviet republic or something.
Like, this has been done, like with Lviv. This has been done with Vilnius, right? They've been majority Polish cities. What happened? Stalin happened.
Like that, as much as, you know, that might sound cool in my head, I don't think the Ukrainian people want any fucking part of that. I think they would fight the Russians tooth and nail. And, you know, I actually do somewhat disagree.
It's not that
with you,
simple.
And we're going to get into a whole tangent here, but fuck it.
So,
About the Russians' initial war aims here, about taking the whole country. You know, I don't think that was ever the initial war aim. I think the initial war aim was cripple Kyiv as quickly as possible and get them to hastily sign some sort of peace agreement where they're going to agree, you know, to basically neuter themselves militarily, not have any realistic defense, never join NATO, you know, possibly
puppet
Zelensky
government.
or the Ukrainian government would, you know, be dissolved and replaced with a more Russian-friendly one. But I don't think they wanted to physically, you know, annex Ukraine and take the territory. And I know you might criticize that and say, well, what's the difference? I do think there is a difference. Maybe you disagree, but yeah, I don't see
I can
the
agree that
Russians
that was the goal, yeah.
having any
Actually,
urgency to
I can
try to
agree here
conquer the rest
with
of
him.
Ukraine here. I think that
The
they're
non-smoker, that
hurting
is.
as well. You know, and I think that maybe the language about this ceasefire has made it seem like the Russians are just dying to keep fighting here. I don't think that that's
I mean,
true.
it's not
think
about
that
what the
this
Russians
war
want.
has
It's
come
about
with a
what
significant cost, especially
Putin and his
in terms of
oligarchs
as you
want.
mentioned,
Nobody cares about what the
military
Russians want, actually.
I agree that the Russians have done this at the cost and they've underperformed their expectations. But I don't think that that has eliminated the hubris in their head. I don't.
True, I same.
They've underperformed, but they underperformed in their minds while fighting the entirety of the West.
Yep.
1 billion strong alliance. And that's how they talk about it. That's how they talk about it domestically. That's how they talk about it on the world stage. That they're not fighting Ukraine, really. They're not even really fighting all of Europe. They're fighting the collective, degenerate, gay, homosexual, Satanist West, right? Whatever.
But do you think they really believe like?
Well, let me
I think, yeah.
I don't know if they believe the gay.
I think
Satanists, all
to a
that.
degree.
I do believe that they think that they're fighting the West.
Yeah,
And
they
I
do.
think
They
that Putin
definitely
probably
do.
thinks that the West is degenerate, but I don't know if he believes the Satanist probably knows nonsense. But I do think he thinks he's fighting the West.
I love the
And he thinks he's fighting the
Satanist
West because he's
line.
not only fighting Ukrainian-developed weapons, he's fighting weapons from Germany, he's fighting weapons from France, he's fighting weapons from Spain, he's fighting
Poland.
weapons from Sweden, he's fighting weapons from
Poland.
the United Kingdom, and he's fighting weapons from the United States, as well as volunteers who, you know, have come across Europe and the United States to go continue to join. Now, it's
What
just
about
2,000
Poland?
people, but still, in their mind, with all the financial aid, with all the military aid, and with all the support, and ideologically, the Ukrainians are representing the West. What they're fighting right now is the entirety of the West.
True.
Now, if
That is true.
one
That
of
is
the
what
big
Russia
blocks of
says.
The West, the United States, which provides, say, 40%, I think was the last number I saw. 40% of Ukraine's military aid was to drop out and say, we're done here, we're stepping away.
And that
From a
is what
Russian
they're being
perspective,
saying since a few
40%
days
of
ago.
the West just backed off, surrendered, took a bow and said, we're not about this. Now imagine, and now we're going into hypotheticals here, but that's how the Russians think of the future. They think, is this going to happen? Is that gonna, you have to work with some sort of plan of what's going to happen.
Yeah.
If the normalization talks that we know that the United States government and the Russians are engaged in Saudi Arabia to try to normalize, maybe reopen trade and stuff like that, if that goes through, and the Russians not only stopped 40% of Ukraine's support, but has also reopened itself economically to the international community,
Sanctions,
under that pathway, I don't see why they
finance.
think they wouldn't be able to conquer as much as they wanted. Because then that would reinvigorate the war machine. That would mean CNC machines from the United States could come into Russia. That would mean increased artillery production. That would mean increased drone production. That
would mean the repairment of the destroyed or damaged oil refineries. Yeah.
air defense production. And it would also mean that they not only could refurbish their old Soviet armored vehicles faster, they could probably produce new ones that are
Faster,
actually
yeah.
of a higher quality much faster.
Yeah.
And maybe they could even make up the difference from those old Soviet tanks that they're using more and more of. My point is that if the Russians see a pathway to go towards victory after thinking half the
Hello,
West just
Filip August.
surrendered, I don't think it's such a crazy possibility that they wouldn't at least press on, or at least think that that's a possibility. So express that in negotiations, i.e., making crazy non-starter demands like
Yeah.
"Give us your song." And so, while
And the
on one
US is
hand,
already
I
saying
don't know
if
how bad the Russian army
we
really is.
cannot get this going the way we want, then we'll just bail.
Is right now in a state where they might actually be like, let's get the best deal possible and cut before everything collapses. Most economists don't think there's immediate collapse, but that might be happening because they have commercialized the commercial banking sector, cannibalized the commercial banking sector. I think that it's enough of a risk that we need to be vigilant about it. Is there anything else I wanted to? I don't want to talk too much, so I'll just stop myself there.
Okay.
No, I mean, because it's hard because we could go back and forth on each point. You made 4 points, so I do want to hit
about
all
what
of
Russia
them.
wanted. One last thing, because you did say, I think that they were going to get what they could get. I don't think it was as
Yeah.
solid as we're going to just, Ukraine no longer exists in a week. I think it was either Ukraine, and this is how Putin talked about it in his speech.
True.
which I tortured myself. I listened to it like 2 or 3 times. He was saying that Ukraine could either exist as an extension of Russia, therefore it's a Russian allied power where we annex probably Donetsk, Luhansk, and Crimea, but then Ukraine exists as basically a Russian proxy state.
Yeah,
where
like
they
Belarus.
would,
Belarus.
maybe they would lose their civil liberties, they probably lose their democracy, lose these things, but they would still exist as a thing called the Ukraine, and it would be an extension of Russia, or not at all. It cannot exist. Therefore, it would be
Yeah.
annexed by Russia. And that's how Putin describes it in his essays, how Putin talks about it in his speeches. Now, annexing the entire country would probably be a harder pill to swallow than even the destruction of an occupation of their democracy and the trampling of their sovereignty. But I still think that if they could have achieved it, they would have. And I think that they had enough hubris to think that they could, or they wouldn't have invaded with the small army that they did. I mean, the march on Kiev was filled with so much hubris that you can only think that they genuinely.
I mean, they actually thought, they unironically thought that Ukrainians would greet them with flowers. At least there were soldiers on the ground that thought so at the time. And I've heard an exchange between, okay, I'm not gonna get into that, but
thought that the Ukrainians would just buckle under the first pressure.
I mean, that's one way to read it. Another way to read it could be that they didn't want, a long, drawn-out war.
no, they expected Ukrainians to greet them openly.
Such that they would have, that would be required to capture the entire country, which is sort of the way I see it. I mean, if Russia really wanted to annex the entire thing,
they wanted to
or
overwhelm
require.
it all overnight. Yeah.
I happen to think that, we just probably disagree on Russia's real war aims there, and we should just leave that to the side because we could get bogged down to a whole thing. And honestly, we're 3 years in at this point. I'm really more focused on, do we continue supporting or not? Another thing you mentioned in your 4 points, your third one was, if we break Russia and Ukraine, then they're not going to be able to take Moldova, Georgia, et cetera,
not Moldavia.
right? All these other post-Soviet states where there's, this similar kind of, I would call it, especially in Georgia right now, like fragile kind of political situation where the Russians could conceivably interfere and whatever.
That's true.
I would say that at least, and I would hope you to acknowledge that at least part of the Russian incursion into Ukraine was this concern about their own security.
No,
that,
that's not.
whether
No,
or not that's legitimate.
I don't
or
believe.
the only reason or whatever. It's
No.
at least part of it. And I would say that
No,
the
I
Russians
reject that.
don't have those same concerns with Moldova or Georgia. Would you disagree?
I disagree.
No, they have the same concerns about Moldova and Georgia that they had about Ukraine.
Okay, could you maybe clarify some of that for me then? Because
and it's not the exact same concern, but it's an extension of the same concern. I mean, NATO involved
NATO.
Georgia becoming part of NATO, is definitely something that the Russians are scared of, and it's something they talk about openly.
This
And
level
it's
is
part of the
difficult
reason
for
why they
me.
support the current ruling party is because while they talk about joining the European Union and they've clearly kicking it down the road, which is causing protests in Georgia, either due to fear of being invaded again or otherwise, the ruling Georgian Dream Party is not pursuing NATO membership or really even pursuing EU membership despite its public statements due to the fear of a
The opposite.
Russian invasion in the same way that Ukraine was invaded, to be blunt. Moldova, I mean, it's not the same immediate threat because it's kind of hard because Ukraine's in front of them, so you can't really move troops in them unless you fly them to Transnistria. And if you're going to be invading Moldova when you have an enemy right behind, it's just not smart. It's a way to get all your troops killed if you were to try that out right now.
Yeah.
But I mean, the Russians have invaded Moldova before in the last 25 years. That's how Transnistria was created.
That's true.
And they have been trying to interfere in Moldovan politics by paying off politicians and trying to...
Very
influence their
recently, in
electoral
fact.
votes
Very
openly.
recently.
And I think that Moldova, if anything, these are the countries that I'm almost like
Certain.
most positive of them at least trying something if it goes well in Ukraine. Because these are the non-NATO states where it has the least amount of risk for them trying stuff. And they're all former Soviet and Russian Empire areas as well that used to be controlled that he would believe, for the same justification he believed in Ukraine, the Russian speakers, etc., that is part of Russia. Because those Russian speakers exist in Moldova. And there are Russians in Georgia. It's a little bit more complicated there, though. It's a little bit more complicated.
Yeah. I mean, I guess my point is, each of these scenarios is unique. Or each of these countries is unique with their own unique circumstances. And I think it's...
But Russia does not see them that way.
Well, we know that Russia got interfered in Ukraine. They invaded. So therefore, it stands to reason that they're definitely going to invade Moldova, definitely going to invade Georgia if we don't do everything we can to, as you say, kind of break their will or their desire to do that. And, okay, so if I'm going to grant you that, I say, all right, yeah, they could invade Moldova. They could invade Georgia.
Do you agree that these are the wars that empires need to lose?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Let's say that after the Iraq War, the general American consensus was that was a fantastic idea. That was good. That was a good idea we invaded. It was fantastic. We should have overthrown Saddam. The real problem is that we didn't go into Iran too. Right? And let's say that was the popular American consensus, either because the government can control what consensus is delivered to the people through the media or otherwise. But that is either government inspired or otherwise was the popular consensus in the United States. What do you think the effects of that would be if most Americans supported Iraq after the fact, thought it was a good idea, and it was great?
Yeah, I see your point. Like, okay, so we would be emboldened, of course, to then go into Iran. Yeah, I think where you're going with this.
My point is that it doesn't only just become a calculus of, like, hey, is this an intelligent military idea to invade this nation state? Which is the public statements of the government can still become the internal logic of the state. If you keep saying that this was a good idea, eventually that still can become the internal logic. But then it will also push the government in a position where they're rewarded for the more chauvinistic they become, more bombastic they become, more aggressive they become. And nation states invading other countries to distract from domestic issues, say an economy hollowed out by a destructive war and economic issues that are slumbering and not going to go away anytime soon, could lead to, I think, more aggression, especially if people can sell to the political leaders that, well, if we invade Ukraine, then we have more people, demographic issue fixed, et cetera, et cetera.
That's true.
My point is that if these are the types of wars, you need to get a negative response.
Although Ukraine is
so you know that there was
facing a big demographic crisis as well, a big one.
Yeah, look, to some extent, you acknowledge that this is apples to oranges. I see your point, but look, in the case of the Iraq War, the reason I think most Americans feel that was a tremendous mistake and it left a bad taste in everyone's mouths is not that we had a spectacular military failure. I mean, we were there for many years, right? Which was, I guess you could argue, is to some degree a failure, but we wiped out Saddam Hussein relatively quickly. We achieved at least some of our war aims in a pretty short amount of time. It's just that the justification for war proved to be false, and it ended up creating all these other exogenous problems, ISIS, etc. And that became, this sort of terrible thing that most of us had to reconcile ourselves
it's
with.
not about Iraq. It's more about. You agree that Iraq was a bad idea, yes?
Obviously, yeah.
Okay. And you don't support the Russian invasion of Ukraine, despite what people might say in chat, right?
No, I don't. I don't.
You agree that these were both bad ideas, and neither of the governments should have made these decisions, yeah?
Correct.
And
Correct.
so if we want
Okay.
these governments, these regimes, to not make these decisions again, the best way to do that is that when they put an input, that output is a bloody nose, right?
Yep, I think so.
Way to put it,
No,
but-
I get your argument. I just my point in pointing out in mentioning all the particulars here is to really say it's not that simple. Like, okay, look at what happened to the Russians with the Chechen wars, which the second Chechen war went better for the Russians than the first, right? But in both cases, it was this long, especially the first, this long drawn out thing, which did not go as planned, you could argue, in many ways. And I think the point being, like America and Vietnam is another example. Yes, okay, there's something to the idea that there's hesitation to engage in another war because of the risk of losing or the risk of being embarrassed or, experiencing some sort of civil unrest as a result of war fatigue or frustration or whatever. I do think that goes into the calculus when a country is trying to decide, should we invade, should we interfere, etc. But it's certainly not the only factor here. Like, I think Russia will, if it decides to invade Georgia, it's going to be, a multi-dimensional analysis as to whether or not they should do that. And
I mean,
yes, their performance
okay.
in Ukraine has something to do with that. I just don't know if additional funding of the war effort at this point will sway the Russians one way or another, unless they experience.
It depends
some sort of
on the
catastrophic
result.
collapse.
Here's a question. Do you think if the Vietnam, because we lost, I was raised by a Vietnam vet, right? So Vietnam we didn't talk about it, right? But, it was something that I did a decent amount of research into and studying, and like the effects of, Walter Cronkite's reports, why we eventually pulled out. If that death toll doubled, our Vietnam death toll, do you think the effect psychologically on the American public would have been different? Or do you think that depending on, like, if let's say the cost for the war financially, in lives, and in reputation, we amplified that by a significant amount, how do you think that would have changed the American psyche or changed American behavior?
I mean, of course, it would make the Americans less willing to engage in a war or more afraid of entering into another foreign war if the death toll doubled. I agree.
So my point is just generally that the cost cannot be a calculation in the Kremlin where the amount they put down in their investment was less than what they got out. Basically, you go to a casino, you put in $20, you leave with 10. That's what I think needs to come out. They might be like, look, we got Crimea, we got parts of Donetsk, we got parts of Luhansk, but man, at the end of the day, that was too much. That war there was too much in lives, too much material, too much in et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We need to not do that again, right? Maybe it's going to be impossible for them to get them to leave with $0, but if you make them leave with 25, they're going to come back to 30.
Yeah.
Yeah. So look, just using the same logic here, you would have to. Well, I would wonder.
I'm getting
what would
tired.
the cost be in
I'm getting
Ukrainian
tired.
lives and U.S. and European dollars to double the Russian death toll?
I'm really disappointed that there's no going in more into
double the Russian death toll.
what
I don't know,
aid
it depends on
entails
strategy,
apart from
because
just sheer numbers.
Honestly, early on in the war, dude, it was a mess. It was all chaos. It was people like, honestly, like, I hear the Russians are here, let's get some guns, let's go. And that type of fighting comes with extremely high casualties. And then we also saw the most artillery bombardments at the start of the war, where since then it's gone down because everyone's engaged in rationing. And so it's not as simple as like just taking the current death toll and doubling it on both sides, because the type of battles have changed, but it would take a significant investment of lives, material, and personnel, which is also why I'm okay with negotiations. I'm fine with avoiding this scenario, but it has to be through, hey, there's the road that you can walk down. Let's not walk down it. Take a reasonable deal. Because there has to be, like we agreed earlier, there has to be a limit. Do you
There
think
has
the
to
Ukrainians
be-
should give up Kherson?
No.
I don't know. I mean, I'm
No,
not Ukrainian,
no.
and so if
It
I
should-
was, I would say
no.
we should give up no territory. And clearly, Kherson is.
Putting aside personal. Let's talk about strategic. What effect
Absolutely
do you think that
not.
would have If not even like putting aside the hunting and all that, what effect do you think it would have if we made Ukraine concede to all of Russia's demands that they're currently making?
It would make
Well, I mean,
everybody involved
the
look
effect it
weak,
would
apart
have
from
on
Russia, of
Ukraine
course.
In terms of what, like their
Effects on Ukraine and
their-
effects on like the future of European security. Let's just say that, like the few prospects. of
Yeah,
the future war.
casualties. Yeah, you're right, Estelle.
I mean,
Casualties
if
are not
Ukraine
just death.
Caves to every single Russian demand. I don't know if that makes necessarily Europe any more or less safe. You know, I think that it's horrible for Ukrainians to have to give up territory, especially territory that hasn't been entirely lost in a war that hasn't been willfully surrendered. I think it's, you know, humiliating in many ways for the Ukrainians to have to negotiate from a losing position such that they concede everything. You know, I feel bad and all of that stuff. I just don't know if that makes Europe any more or less like my point is like Europe's safety or the perception of safety hinges upon really what's already happened here. And what's already happened here is we've seen, you know, this long, protracted, drawn-out conflict where it appears that both sides are to some extent trying to drain the other's military capacity. It's killed hundreds of thousands of people. And, you know, we feel like less safe than ever before because Russia is now a hostile nuclear-armed power right on the border of Europe, which has the option to intervene militarily. It's shown a willingness to do that. And so the question then becomes, how do we prevent Russia from, what is the best means of stopping Russia from doing that again? Because we've tried fighting them in Ukraine and you know, we've basically
I hate
hit a
this
deadlock
argument.
here. We're not going really past the current battlefield lines.
Well, I feel like honestly, and I'm sorry if I'm interrupting, but it is true that we have sent aid to Ukraine. We have sent military aid to Ukraine.
Yes.
This is a dedication of like 3 years of
Yes.
strategy, followed by 10 years of failed Obama, Biden, and Trump policy on Ukraine. None
Okay.
of them being able to negotiate anything. None of them being able to find a solution. And with most of the negotiation
hope-
and deal making,
I hope they go into the
basically
weeds
just-
of the failure of aid, actually. So especially having to willingly give up homes. Yeah, exactly. But it's a thing that I've talked about before. But yes, you're right, Estelle. Of course, you're right. I thought they would get into this as
just
more.
allowing the Russians to continue to push it forward, whether it be in Crimea, whether it be in Donetsk, whether it be in Luhansk, whether it be their direct invasions into the country, which they were denying the whole time. And so I feel like in 2022, there was a change in gears, which didn't change completely. But there was, of course, very public disputes between the White House and the Ukrainians, exactly what permissions they could have for long-range strikes and, exactly how much weapons they should get.
And when?
But I don't see this war going on for another 3, 4, 5 years for the same reason that I just don't think it's possible. I'm sorry, same reason. I'm getting distracted by chat right now. They're a little rowdy. It's not possible to continue
Wow.
for another 5.
Don't look at
years.
chat,
Even
that's
if I had
Streamer
the material,
101.
have the manpower. It's
Damn.
not possible to drag it that long. And so really right now, it seems to me the war is two powers.
I love
iron,
my chat. My chat never is rowdy.
restricted on certain things.
My chat is always lovely.
18-year-old.
It's not about the territory per se, but the people living on it or who have to give up their hopes. Yeah, exactly. But that's the conversation, right? The conversation is about people living under occupation or having to abandon everything they know. Halo, tak? No, wystreamuję jeszcze, no. Jeszcze nie, no, co jest, tak? Jutro, no, przyjdź jutro. No hej. No i ci spoko. No, o której będziesz? Dobrze, no to... No hej. Jutro, no hej, cześć, ja streamuję, no. Cześć. Okay, my mom called. My chat is also very quiet, so that makes it not rowdy. The fact that it's just very silent. The silentest chat ever. The silent generation, you could say, is my chat.
Russia doesn't want to mobilize the general population due to political backlash. and they're swinging, trying to see by the last swing, whenever the deal is signed or the deal is made, who can get like the last swing in, the last pressure to be able to be the one with the more leverage in negotiations. If you're going to aim for that goal, I think that's a much aiming for that better last swing is more likely to bring about peace than just conceding to the majority of Russian terms at this point. Because if you look at Russian terms, they're terms for another war. They're terms where Ukraine cannot defend itself. It's terms where Europe cannot come to Ukraine's defense. It's terms where there's no troops in Ukraine to be peacekeepers to stop the Russians from violating agreements. I mean, they wouldn't even need to technically stop. They could just keep firing, just intermittently, and who would be there to stop them? Would it be the Ukrainians who would fire back and then provoke another invasion? And so while I agree that the war has been bloody, it's been destructive, and that further investment will cost lives, but if we just pause the war and put Ukraine in a worse position 3 years down the line,
True.
I think that not only costs more lives anyway, it'll probably be bloodier, and then it means you're making the war a hereditary trait that's passed down to the children.
Oh yeah, true.
Well,
Absolutely.
Okay. I mean, so I don't know, and neither do you. None of us do. Like with any certainty,
I'm pretty
what
certain.
could happen years down the line. But we disagree, I think, on to what extent Ukrainian territorial concessions are like a precondition for sustained peace in Europe. Let's just leave that there. You know, I think that there is such a thing as like an unfair deal for Ukraine, but I also think to what extent would we have to factor in like, okay,
I think we need to get the least unfair deal for Ukraine, at least.
how many lives would have to be lost? How many dollars would have to be spent for Ukraine to get a more favorable deal? And to what extent would that more favorable deal secure peace any more than a deal would right now? And, you know, to me, it's like, okay, if you want a much, much more favorable deal for Ukraine where they don't have to concede any of the stuff the Russians are asking for or most of it, you know, you'd have to tell me
I mean, like, even
how
half
much
of it,
money.
'cause let's be frank though. Like, who's in charge right now? It's Trump. He's giving up everything.
True.
He's giving up everything before the
Yeah.
negotiations started.
Yeah.
I agree
It's
that
ridiculous.
If there was, if I don't know, if we had President Zelensky in a mustache as president of the United States and he was dictating United States policy, then I understand like the basis of where this critique's coming from. But we currently have an administration who seems to have prioritized Ukraine as a problem instead of the Russians. And so
Yeah, because it's in
not
the
a
way of
problem like,
normalizing
oh, they're not
relations
willing to make any
between
concessions. It's a
US
problem
and
of what
Ukraine.
concessions have the Russians been willing
Russia.
to make at all.
Yeah.
Like the kidnapped children. There's about 19,000 Ukrainian children that have been kidnapped, some of which were
Reported.
Russian families.
Reported.
We've heard nothing about concessions made on that front. And so I don't see any movement towards asking for anything back from the Russians. And if you concede everything, I
Then
just
you
don't
get
see how
nothing.
you avoid another war, period.
I mean, look, just for the record, I don't know if there's no middle of the road between conceding everything to the Russians and continuing to fund the war effort. I think that there is a middle of the road solution, and I think that that can probably be negotiated
Oh my
out.
gosh.
I know that Trump is not, you know, despite what he says, is not exactly the best deal maker when it comes to a lot of this stuff. And you know, I mentioned this in our last debate, and I don't want to get on too much of a tangent here, but you know, look, the Trump administration, if you look at some of these people, I mean, Keith Kellogg is one. I saw you been tweeting about him, and you know, you mentioned him in a
He's been
stream,
excluded
at
from
one
the
point.
talks, by the way.
Keith Kellogg is a guy who's like a total Iran hawk. Trump is a total Iran hawk. I think these people want to pivot to the Middle East. And I think
No,
that
they want to pivot to
Russia
Asia.
on
Wrong.
favorable terms with the
Wrong.
United States
They want to
so they
pivot
can
to
try,
Asia.
Anyway, try to sever Russia's ties with China, North Korea, and Iran. That's what Keith Kellogg has been quoted as saying. And I think
Also,
the Trump
Kellogg has been
administration wants to
excluded.
pivot to the Middle
Russia
East,
does not
wants to
like
focus on that
Kellogg.
conflict.
They did not
wanna
allow
neuter
him
and
in the talks.
disable Iran and neutralize it as a threat to Israel. And I think that they also want to focus on the Western Hemisphere. And they're content abandoning Europe. And, you know, look, to some extent, I understand the tendency to want to do that. But I also, and I think defending our own borders really does start in our hemisphere. And defending our own country starts in our hemisphere. But, you know, I don't know. Like, I feel like they're just shifting the focus of imperialism.
True.
Regardless, I think that
The
there
US is being
definitely can
imperialistic
be
pretty.
a solution here, which isn't just agreeing to every single Russian demand, but it also doesn't mean that we continue our full commitment to the Ukrainian war effort. I think we have to slow down. You know, we have to stop funding.
I think that's a
We
mistake.
have to pull back to some extent.
See, I disagree. I think this is the worst position, actually.
True.
I'm sorry. I think this is the worst
Go.
position.
Yeah,
on
tell me
Ukraine
why.
Because what
I
this is
also disagree.
You can't like have your cake and eat it too. I feel like there's a road to the left and there's a road to the right. Right? There's two roads, and we want to have both, so we're deciding to drive forward, and we're going to crash into a tree. Because if we decide like, okay, we want this war to be over, and we don't really want to continue, so we're going to cut aid to Ukraine. We're not going to stop aid to Ukraine, hoping that they'll come to the table. I fear that what this will end up doing is dragging out the war. Because what we're going to do is we're going to lessen Ukrainian leverage. The Russians will continue to push forward, and it'll just drag the war out longer when the intention was to end the
This
war.
is a
Or
difficult
if you
level.
wanted to bring about the war on stronger terms, you would try to give the Ukrainians as much leverage as possible in advance of negotiations. Have those negotiations under the idea that, like, look, we can continue this. It'll be
Hello.
doable, it'll be
Very
painful.
right.
They have a decent amount of power. We've enabled that. How about we find this reasonable deal where you pull out of Kherson and Zaporizhia? Maybe you get to keep Crimea for now. Ukrainians don't have to recognize anything. We'll have some peacekeepers here, and that'll be the end of it for now. Everybody can fix their economies and deal with their own business. You know, something like that. should be
Something's
more, at least,
reasonable.
physically palatable for the Ukrainian nation
Yeah.
state, but that's not being offered. I've yet to see anything like that.
Yeah. I think cutting aid to Ukraine was the Trump administration's attempt to force the Ukrainians to the table, and it kind of worked. They got the Ukrainians to agree to, at least in principle, a ceasefire deal that the
Yeah, it also exposed Russia for not wanting a ceasefire at all. So it certainly worked in that way. That it's basically exposed the Russian interest.
Russians didn't agree to, of course. But I think that actually did push things further along. Towards
No,
the
no,
direction
no,
of
no,
peace.
it did.
Now it depends on the
No,
Russians and the
no,
leverage-
no, 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 no. The Russians rejected the 30-day unconditional ceasefire. They've sort of switched it to a partial ceasefire, which was broken. And then also said that they would not even agree to that partial ceasefire because the sanctions need to be at least partially lifted. So it did not push things forward in the slightest because, as we all know, it takes two to tango. And Russia's not dancing.
leverage we have on the Russians, of course, is our continued support of Ukraine. But I think if we show ourselves to be a good faith negotiator with the Russians and that we're willing to pull our aid from Ukraine if they don't come to the negotiating table, I think that that's the maximum leverage we really have in the situation. You know, continuing to just pour money into the conflict and expecting a good outcome or a better outcome because the Ukrainians will eventually push the Russians back. Trust us, it'll happen. You know, I don't feel good about that at all. I don't think that that's a likely thing
Well, that's
whatsoever.
I'm not
just
proposing
based
that they're
on how
going
the
to
war's
push them
gone.
out of the country. My proposal is that we put them in a position where the Russians cannot continue to carry out the war, right? It's not expel them from Crimea. If you could do that, okay. Put the Russians in a position where they cannot continue to carry out the war, so they have to come to the negotiating table. Because right now, the strategy you're talking about is putting pressure on the Ukrainians, not the Russians. We wouldn't be putting any pressure on the Russians. I mean, we wouldn't be adding pressure to the Russians. We wouldn't be giving the Ukrainians more leverage to get the better deal. We'd be putting the Ukrainians in the worst position possibly to get a worse deal. And I understand, like, we did get them to say, okay, we'll agree to a 30-day ceasefire. They didn't advance peace talks. They didn't advance a ceasefire. The Russians responded immediately within 24 hours saying, no. Give us your song. Give us that. It didn't advance
Exactly.
it in any tangible way. It might, you know, if you are 10 miles from the gas station and you just kick the car and it goes forward a few inches, yeah, you've gone forward a few inches, but what have you achieved practically?
Nothing.
Get us closer to that peace deal, other than,
Nothing.
you know, hurting the Ukrainian defense temporarily and making the Russians think you don't really care all that much.
Yeah, well, I mean, the analogies, Dylan, are classic, but I would say if you kick the car forward a few inches, it's still a few inches. It's better than
Yeah, but
nothing.
I also kicked your
But,
car. You've damaged your
okay,
car.
look, let's say that, you know, my argument is really that we've put the Ukrainians in a position where they feel like a greater urgency to negotiate peace. Now it's on the Russians, and the Russians are not willing to go along with the ceasefire. So, okay, we continue, you know, aid to Ukraine with the understanding with the Russians that we'll continue discussions and
I
negotiate
mean,
terms
that's
for
not
peace.
how it's going.
You know, I do think that this is the route to ending the conflict. You know, whether or not progress is happening the way we want, whatever, I do think that this is the best means of achieving peace.
It doesn't
'Cause
seem
the
to
other
bear
option,
out.
just continuing to fund Ukraine and having them continue to fight until Russia is essentially out of gas, right? To use your analogy. I don't know how long that will take, and I don't know the amount of carnage that will have to be incurred on the Ukrainian people, you know. And one thing that we haven't discussed at all, and this has been a key argument of mine from the beginning, is the cost this has on the global economy. You know, you do
Oh, boy.
acknowledge, I'm sure, that the war is a contributing factor to inflation, right? It's not the only one, but it's a significant contributing factor to inflation.
I don't know if
that
I would say it's
inflation.
significant in the United States, but I mean, in other countries, it's more. It depends on the country.
Well, I would say in the United States,
It affected
factors
Poland, for
into-
sure.
or at least it factored into the price of oil, and the price of oil factored into the production of all goods in the world. So even though gas prices did come down in the United States domestically, you know, from the initial start of the conflict, what you saw is the contribution to inflation being the overall cost in oil rising. And I think the inflationary impact of that, along with various other factors, it definitely played a part in Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and, you know, losing the election. A big basis of Trump support came from just, you know, really the price of groceries. So I do think that continuing to fund this war, the negative impact it could have on the lives of the average American, you know, is something that we have to factor in here. And so then it becomes a question of how much longer will this take? How much longer will it cost? And can we really justify that? Because is it going to achieve any more than it already has?
So, I would also sorry, I forgot you said something earlier in response, and I forgot it on the second half. I'll just leave it alone. I'll just touch this. Sorry, my chat's been rowdy today.
Jesus,
I
don't.
agree that at a certain point,
Don't read the
you know,
chat.
cost builds up, and you have
I'll
to
get
ask
a
these
nice shot like
questions,
mine.
And these are questions we can ask ourselves. But I don't think we really answer the question or are cost effective by pretending there isn't a problem. And I feel that if what you said is true, that we're just pivoting out of Europe, that makes it feel to me that Trump would probably be willing to accept a pretty shitty deal for Ukraine, right? And let's say that he accepted one of the worst deals for Ukraine, which, you know, maybe no peacekeepers, maybe no this, maybe no that. I don't see that as something that has necessarily brought peace, more that it's paused the war, and we've then sent that war to another generation. 3, 4, 5 years down the line, once the Russians are rebuilt up, they could go in straight again. And we can say, oh, it's a hypothetical. But at a certain point, we're acting with a little bit of naivete, right? They invaded 2014, saying they're not going to invade. Then they invade about, 8 years later, saying the same thing, they're not going to invade again. And so we can't be repeating this behavior and then acting surprised when another invasion happens, when we didn't create the conditions for peace. And so I agree that, immediately stopping the guns would immediately stop the bloodshed, and these would be good things that could
Also, there's the matter of occupation.
I agree with you with how much it would help the American economy. I honestly don't think the American consumer will see much, if any, difference once the war is ended when it comes to grocery prices. I also think that in some ways the United States actually benefited from the war economically. Now this is cynical, but we dominate European energy consumption now. We've replaced the Russians with LNG export, and we're exporting more LNG than we ever have in our life.
Which is, by the way, a big reason why Europe is being very careful about retaliation with the tariffs. Because if the United States decides to cut off energy, woof.
We're increasing our export capacity massively to make up that difference. And so in some ways, the wars have been somewhat economically damaging to the whole world,
it's
but
the
they've also
whole
been economically beneficial to the United States in some ways.
So there's
I think
the
that should also
war
be taken into account. But again, it's not just a question of, the bloodshed is terrible, and the bloodshed right now. If we just pass the bloodshed 3 or 4 years down the road, we could make the situation worse, especially if we ask the Ukrainians to give up cities like Kherson. Now, most people might not, spend a lot of time, studying the Ukrainian map, but it won't take a lot of time to see that Kherson is across the river. And if the Russians are able to get cities and military positions across the main natural fortification that the Ukrainians have, that's a massive security issue.
It is.
And that's one of
The river is one of the
demands right
biggest
up front.
things that keeps Russians out of certain cities.
I mean, I've always sort of maintained as well that the notion that the Russians would invade Europe is, I mean, I think it's an exaggeration.
I don't think it
the
depends
level of
which
risk
part of
is-
Europe, which
is
country.
greatly exaggerated. I don't
Depends.
think the Russians have any aspirations of creating a new Russian Empire, Soviet Union, any of that.
I mean, Putin has said they do, so I trust Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin when he says that this is a long discussion. I know. It's like I think we're gonna finish watching soon. We're gonna watch the whole 3 hours.
That
You think they're lying?
you know,
True.
well, in what do you mean when Putin said the collapse of the Soviet Union is some great
No,
tragedy?
when he said in his opening speech before the invasion that he wants to recreate the empire, and you listed Poland in that.
Tragedy? I don't think.
Well, no, when they
he's-
say things like Russia can only exist as an empire.
I think that things like that can be misinterpreted or taken.
How
to
do you
mean that,
misinterpret
therefore
it?
Russia wants to conquer Europe.
Well, what's the interpretation of that? Of your country can only exist as an empire, and you're a nationalist, meaning that you're proud of the empire.
I mean, one way to interpret that might mean Russia is composed of lots and lots and lots of like different ethnic groups. In effect, you could argue in some ways it is an empire, right? It could also mean the argument
How
of like
silly.
this new definition of
Can
empires.
only exist as an empire, though.
Right, but this new definition of empires that we have in the 21st century,
Well-
which is really the ability to project power beyond your borders, which is exactly what Russia's doing in West Africa, the Middle East, etc. It's something the United States does everywhere, right? China does primarily in Africa and somewhat in Latin America as well. You know, I think that to say that you're an empire in the 21st century is very different than what it meant in even the early 20th
I don't
century.
think
You know,
Russia
it doesn't mean that Russia needs to then
treats it
absorb
that
as
way.
much territory as possible. But what it means is that, you know, for it to be something approximating like a world power that can control its own destiny and not be at the behest of other world powers or you know, under the under the yoke of other world powers, Russia has to be this big, strong, powerful country that can project power beyond its borders.
I think that, the threat of an invasion in Europe, it all depends on what Europe does, right?
It also depends on which part of Europe, which country in Europe, because not Europe is equal. Let's just put it that way.
I don't think that, for example, like, I don't know if you know Atomwaffen, right? But it doesn't matter, Atomwaffen. But, like, let's say these tiny terror groups that are not, we're not saying Atomwaffen's about to take over America. But if we stop looking into them and we stop looking into these terror groups, we don't do any effort to stop recruitment, and if you leave a problem unattended and you just appreciate it as a given that these things are not really a threat because we're just so powerful, you allow a problem to fester, and before you know it, Atomwaffen isn't just like 12 incels. It's like
12 incels?
across the country with sleeper
Jesus.
cells because you haven't spent the time and
12
effort
incels.
to deal with the problem. And when since the Europeans have not spent and dealt with the time to deal with the problem of, Russia's incursions into Ukraine and its imperial aspirations, the problem has gotten worse and worse and worse until we have the largest scale, the largest war in Europe since World War II. And so I think that while it is true that the risk
good.
of Europe itself, like the EU states or NATO, being invaded by the Russians is low, the possibility of these things happening increase the more we just take it for granted. If we take these security arrangements for granted, if we take Russia as not invading them for granted, and I think that is what Bush and Obama and maybe, to an extent, Trump and a lot of American politicians did when it came to making a relationship with the Russians. We kind of took the idea that they wouldn't really do this in Ukraine for granted. And that's why
true.
all the experts said that invasion wasn't happening. And then when it did happen, it'd be over in like 3 or 4 weeks. And so I don't want
Days.
to take these things for granted anymore because I don't want to take that risk. Because you're right, there probably will never be Russian soldiers marching into Warsaw, at least in our lifetime. Like if I was to put a gun to my head and ask me what was the outcome. But I don't want to make it more likely, and I don't want to take any chances because we're dealing with lives and atomic weapons and intercontinental war. So for me, it's deal with the problem at the base, and we need to more appreciate these institutions and strengthen them because we're currently degrading them. It is
Oh,
true
yeah.
that, if everybody was super strong about Article 5 in NATO, I think the Russians invading NATO in the near future would be basically impossible. But if you have the largest contributor to NATO saying, if you don't even pay this, I don't even know if I'm going to defend you.
True.
That's how you make Article 5 seem like it's not really about collective defense, and that's the priority. The priority is the best deal you can get, and that degrades it. And so I
agree.
do agree that the likelihood is low, but that's because
Although I
we
was
need to
skeptical of
work to
Article 5
reinforce
at
and
the
strengthen these
beginning of
institutions,
the war.
and currently, people are weakening them.
Yeah, I mean, I see. Okay, look, it's sort of going into the argument you made before about, what's the best way to reduce the likelihood that Russia will engage in further military action, be it Georgia, Moldova, or the rest of Ukraine, and that is, dealing them a defeat of some kind, right? Whatever that is at this stage in the game. And I just think that what we're sort of glossing over with that is this idea that when countries decide to invade, to conduct a war, it's like a very complicated analysis. They try to calculate risk. They try to calculate, potential gain. As you mentioned before, it's sort of like that trade-off of cost benefit, right? Like, is it worth it? And I just don't see a scenario for the Russians where it's ever going to be worth it to invade Europe.
Do you think it was worth it to invade Ukraine?
I think it might be.
I don't.
I think it might be worth to invade Poland eventually, depending on how much actual help Poland can depend on.
I actually don't. The one argument that you could make in favor of that, where maybe I'm like, okay, I'm open to that, is that the Russians essentially.
Oh, they
looked
did
at-
it
and you
anyway.
said this before. They
It
looked
wasn't
at
worth, but they
Ukraine
did it anyway.
As like a.
That's the argument
a line in
that
the- of
Mr.
demarcation, right?
journalist
And it was
is
basically
making.
The West saying, you shall not pass, right? Like, do not cross this line. Don't you dare do it. And the Russians basically said, well, we're going in. Fuck you. What are you going to do about it? And I know that that's a sort of immature kind of framing here, but the point I'm trying to make is that they've demonstrated that they're not going to allow the West to determine what the Russia can and can't do with its military. And I would say that in that sense, it might be worth it because now we have to negotiate with the Russians more seriously. We have to consider, hey, they
Oh
might
my
actually
God,
do this.
yeah.
Maybe
Think
this
of the
Putin guy's
Russians.
crazy enough to send the army in.
Think
and
of
we
the
need to
Russians.
consider that in our analysis here. I still think it was a mistake because that's led to Finland joining NATO. That's led to
Why
Europe,
was that a
having
mistake?
way less comfortable time dealing with Russians at all and having economic ties to
Oh,
Russia, such that
All the wrong
I
reasons.
think the Nord Stream sabotage happened partially with the consent of the European countries themselves. So they're willing to break their energy link with Russia. That's how afraid of Russia they are, or upset they are about this. Both things, So yeah, I do think it was a mistake for the Russians to have done this. I think that was basically your question. Sorry, I got carried away with the answer.
No, that's fine. I get carried away all the time. I get lost in my own thoughts. But if it was a mistake and they still made that calculation, this is why most people, and me included, thought it was unlikely. I think the day before my calculation was 55% chance they don't go in, 45% chance they do. The thing that scared me was the blood bags, because you don't deploy blood bags on the border unless somebody's going to be bleeding. And that was when I was like, man, this is probably not training, or this might actually not be training. But we thought in the whole world, and your analysis still is, that it was a bad decision to invade, that it was not a good decision. So my point is that we might calculate from our perspective here, sitting in the West, thinking that, thinking about the Russians, how we think about ourselves and what we want, that no, they wouldn't invade Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. They wouldn't try to close the gap with Kaliningrad, try to absorb these states quickly to try to test NATO or see. They wouldn't attempt that because that'd be too crazy. It'd be crossing this red line.
True.
And to some extent, I agree that there's a lot of motivations against that. But if they were crazy enough to not only invade Ukraine once, but invade Ukraine twice, and on the second time, doing it with as few troops as they did,
True.
I mean, that was a real bad calculation on their part. If they would have
Horrible.
invaded Ukraine with triple the troops that they had at the start, this war could have maybe gone vastly different. Maybe they wouldn't have taken Kiev, but they probably would have gotten into the city instead of just fighting in the suburbs outside of the city. But they underestimated the Ukrainians drastically. And
Yeah.
the reason people didn't expect them to do it is because they
Thankfully.
thought it would be too painful for them, but they still made that calculation. And so if the Russians are willing to make that calculation, then I'm just not safe hoping on their good intentions or their self-preservation principle of human life, considering that I think a life, at least to the Russian government, seems a lot less valuable than in a lot of other capitals.
That's true.
When it comes to spending it on the battlefield.
That is true.
I don't think that making that bet that they won't do it again is a safe one. I think we need to take the safe route after 2 failures of Russia policy,
Yeah.
being the first and second invasion, not even including Georgia or Chechnya or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm okay. I'm sympathetic to that. I am. The idea that, okay, it's a possibility, right? And we shouldn't rule it out entirely. And, you know, we shouldn't just
I
assume
think
that this
that's an
is
understatement.
going to happen. And that's fair. You know, I would counter that with, okay, Russia's determination as to whether or not they should interfere in Ukraine was based on various things, and one of them was this inherent immediate risk to their own safety. I think that's
What was?
their argument. You know, whether we agree with it or not, I do think that is something that came into their consideration. Is that?
I think that was just,
expansion into Ukraine, you mean?
Yeah, I think is at the core of it.
So would that not logic equally apply to states like Finland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, or other states that are on their border, that they would want to either make an agreement with NATO to have NATO retract from those states with pressure, or physically
True.
remove them?
Like Poland.
They thought they could get away with it. And again, in most scenarios they wouldn't. But that's why they work to degrade the security guarantees.
Yeah.
I mean, before they invaded Ukraine, what was it that they demanded from the West? They didn't demand to give us Kiev. They demand remove your security guarantees from Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think the fact that Finland and the Baltic states
God.
are already NATO members is like a huge deterrence there.
It is.
You know, and so I think I just leave it there. It's like there's
That's
no
it.
reason
It's
for
just,
me to.
they're in NATO, so why do you even need an army? I know it's just you got your.
No, I don't mean why need an army, but I think the Russians are way less likely to attack any of those countries just for that reason, and we could just leave it there. I mean, like if they want to militarize, you know, that like I am Finnish origin. You know, I visited Finland recently.
Where?
If they want to build a long ass fucking chain link fence with barbed wire and station troops there, go ahead. You know, if that makes you feel more secure, I have no opposition to that. But at the end of the day, I don't think the Russians, whether the Finns do that or not, if Finland's in NATO, I don't think they're going to.
This is the
invade.
thing, right? It's not just about like.
He
Hey,
didn't say from where.
There's option
Hello.
1 where it's war with all of NATO, or option 2, no war at all. From the Russian perspective, it's like when they manipulate
If you
internals.
if you like what I do, consider donating. By the way, we're gonna watch this a little bit more because I'm preparing for my discussion with this person on Tuesday with non-smoker. But yes,
country's politics. The reason they're doing that isn't because they care about like Moldovan social justice issues. The reason they're doing that is because they want to turn Moldovan foreign policy in
hello,
their direction.
Nado.
They want to take the foreign policy of the state and manipulate it for their interests, either by bringing Moldova into the sphere of
Well,
influence, or
it's
by
a long
making sure that
stream.
Moldova doesn't work with the West, doesn't work with anybody that would, be opposed to their re-entry into Eastern Europe. And so when I think about how they would go into like Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, I think about things like industrial sabotage to undermine European defense production.
Wow, like
I think about
Poland.
assassinations of defense companies. Like they just tried to assassinate the head of Rheinmetall like 6 or 7 months ago, and it failed. And I
The
think
fires
about,
in Poland.
their manipulation of their politics, trying to undermine the state so they can manipulate it towards their own ends. We're hearing huge scandals right now in Romania about Georgescu and the campaign and the judges
Oh,
stepping
yeah.
in.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
There were scandals in Moldova about Russia.
And found weapons and
trying
money,
to stop them from joining the European
arrested
Union.
Georgescu.
And so if it was just the option of invade or not invade, and that was the only foreign policy tool that Russia had at its disposal when trying to apply pressure to Europe or trying to disconnect and divide and conquer European states, then I would agree with you that like it's probably not nearly as much of a concern as I am putting out. But it's not just that. And even if it's just 10 to 20%, I don't think anybody would flip a coin or like roll a dice if there's a 20% chance the house is about to blow up from a Russian Shaheed. So I think that even if I was
That's a
to
lot.
ignore the other tools at their disposal,
20%,
there's still
one in
enough risk
five.
that makes it that would make us foolish to not at least take precautions. And there's also
1 in
other tools
5
at
is a
disposal
lot.
that the Russians have shown themselves more than willing to use. I don't know if you saw this, but the Russians tried to do a now we're waiting for more information to come out, but this just came out today about an attempted terror bombing in Ivano-Frankivsk, where they tried to recruit a 15 and 17-year-old off of Telegram, and it ended up killing the 15-year-old, the older boy. I think the younger one's still fighting. I forget which one died from the explosion, which one didn't. But they were
Yeah.
trying to trick them into doing a terrorist attack, a
I remember.
suicide bombing in Ukraine.
I remember
we've seen
that.
them try to blow up rail lines in Poland. So I think that
Also, they've caused arsons in Poland to the biggest trade center in Warsaw. And most of who was hurt by that was the Vietnamese community.
that it is true that an invasion itself right now is unlikely, but it's not the only tool they have at their disposal. And they play for the long game.
Yeah, true.
No, it's not the only tool they have at their disposal, but I also don't think that continuing the war in Ukraine is going to make the Russians less likely to utilize any of those tools. You know, I think that, look, what we're describing here, like this information warfare in terms of interfering in the political system and, you know, assassinations and all that, I think might be, you know, the idea that the Russians will coordinate a mass campaign of assassinations in Europe. Not even saying that's your argument, but I'd say
It doesn't have to
the
be a mass.
concern is
It's not even about
assassinations.
all
and-
across Europe. You concentrate these tools in one area, like they did in Ukraine. You concentrate them, you build them up, you manipulate the politics, you divide society.
Okay, but wait, hold on. What do you think? And are we still like? Let's focus on the Baltics and Finland for a second. There's crucial differences between those countries and Ukraine.
Yeah.
You know, they're far more stable, far less corrupt. You know, like I think that the idea that the Russians getting involved in those places in covert ways to destabilize it would be far less
It'll be
successful.
much more difficult in countries like Estonia, which is part of the reason why corrupt states are the ones that have the most difficulty dealing with the Russians. Moldova, Romania, these are not countries that have exactly high public transparency and trust issues with their government. So again, it's not, I think when we're talking about that, maybe Estonia isn't the first one to talk about when it comes to the issue of manipulating of the politic. But Romania, I mean, they're in a massive
I mean,
scandal
they've
right
attempted
now
it in
where
Poland, so
Georgescu, they're talking about Russian manipulation.
And
of
it
the
also
system to try to get
depends
Georgescu
on
ahead.
what,
There's some talk about money. We really don't know. The picture's still being
administration
painted,
gets
but
in
it's
power.
clear that the Russians were trying to interfere in the Romanian and Moldovan political system. The depths of that interference, we still don't know. But I think my general point here isn't that winning in Ukraine necessarily is going to or no, that we need to push the Russians out of Ukraine to stop them from like manipulating the Estonian election system. My point is that if we take these systems for granted as they're just like solid, they're strong, and don't worry, now they're in NATO, we don't need to worry about it, it makes it a lot easier for them to degrade these systems and make the Article 5 and these things that are currently being degraded by political figures
like Trump.
less strong, less powerful, easier to test, and then the Russians can make the calculation of will we be able to trade like this city in Estonia for Washington D.C. and atomic hellfire under a Trump administration.
Yeah, or
right?
Poznan.
And I'm not saying this is the likely outcome.
As
but
Russia
I am
has said.
saying that if you're the leader of a country, you don't just get prepared for what's most likely or what would you want to happen. You have to be prepared
For the worst.
a pandemic that's going to infect your population and is going to hurt your people. You got to be prepared for these types of Russian ambitions.
Hope for the best, prepare
including
for the
Shoigu's
worst.
Ambitions. Again and again. Now, I don't think the Russians would be stupid enough to walk straight into something that would destroy them and all of Europe. But I also don't think
You
that
have to
they're giving
ask
up these
Greater Range what the
intentions.
plan is.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. I think. Look, you shouldn't take anything as absolutely certain. Definitely.
Only the
But
fifth
what
deal
you
in
do is you
absolutes.
Calculate probabilities. So in the case of America, right? Like, I don't think China is going to invade Taiwan. I don't. But I would say that that's far more likely to happen than a lot of the stuff we're describing here. At least in terms of the Baltics and Finland, anyway.
Yeah.
You know, Romania, I'm not as well informed about that as you are. You know, I'll do my own research. Maybe we'll talk about it another time. But
Romania is
I
like,
just don't
oh
see
man.
an imminent military invasion into Europe or any large-scale political
They're distracted
sabotage.
right now, aren't they?
True.
Well, okay, that's part of the reason, but I don't see it happening even if the war were resolved tonight. I would say I think it's less likely for that to happen than, for example, China invading Taiwan or, you know, North Korea nuking Seoul or I don't know, Iran carrying out mass strikes on the U.S. military bases in the Middle East. There are lots of things that could potentially happen that we have to account for that seem to be far more likely than what you're describing.
I agree that right now it's an unlikely scenario, but I think that it becomes more likely the better the Russians perform in Ukraine,
True.
the more demands that they fulfill, and the more positively they react to this war. Because the way they talk about a society is not struggle just against Ukraine, it's a struggle against the collective West.
Yep.
Right? It is not.
Well,
something-
the
they
United
listen to
States are
Russian
becoming an
nationalists
ally.
Talk about stopping at even Ukraine. Or stopping at the cities that they've just recently conquered. They talk about it as a battle with the collective West because they want to expand past Ukraine. And so I agree that the odds of it happening right now, due to both them being distracted in Ukraine and Article 5 still not being degraded to dirt, makes it difficult for them to not only pursue it now or even pursue it in the immediate aftermath of the war. Plus, they would probably need to engage in some period of rebuilding. They would probably need to, continue to expand their armed forces, try to recover it, do some learning, because I think they've made a few mistakes in this war that they probably would want to reflect upon. But in that time, I don't think
They've
that
been
they would
learning along the
abandon
way.
these goals, and the better they perform in that country, the more that they take, the further their starting point is going to be next time when they either invade Ukraine again, or sorry, god damn it, chat's crazy today.
Jesus,
Further
turn
their
off the
starting point's going to
chat.
be when they invade Ukraine, for
Wow.
example, across the river, which would be a huge concern for the Ukrainians, or the further they're going to be able to push
Fixated on the chat.
confronting other European states. Because I don't see Donald Trump turning around when it comes to European policy in the near future. He's a flip-flopper. He might tomorrow love Europe again, but I have a particular fear over the next 3 years because I don't know if the Russians think that Trumpism is here to stay. And from a Russian perspective, there's a window that's been opened. Because if you get President Harris or President Waltz or President whoever in 4 years, they're probably going to be, at least to some degree, a Euro-Atlanticist.
No, we agree on that. And in terms of whether or not Trumpism is here to stay, a lot of that hinges on what happens domestically, how the country is doing for the average American. And, look, I'm not a Trump fan. I don't support Trump, but I actually think a lot of the stuff he's doing is bad for the average American, such that I don't think we'll have necessarily another Republican follow him, but that's projecting way into the future.
We'll see.
Look, what I would like to see, whoever's in the White House, is a much more pragmatic approach to the Russia question, such that, look, they're a major world power. They are a nuclear state. They have a historically kind of bad relationship with the United States.
Well, it's getting
They
better
view
under
US
Trump.
as an adversary, and so we have to.
It's getting better under
deal
Trump.
with them diplomatically with all of that stuff in mind. And no, we shouldn't take for granted that they're never going to cross any of these red lines again. But I also think that the Russians make calculations determined on cost-benefit analysis. They stand to lose a lot, as has been demonstrated in the war in Ukraine, making a miscalculation here. And I do think that will cause some degree of pause.
Do you think they view it
to
as
some-
a miscalculation?
I don't, look, I think that it depends who you ask, but I think there are many
The
within
leadership, like
Ru-
the people at the top, the real decision makers.
I don't, okay, so like Lavrov, Putin, like people like that. I would say that if they get a majority of their, stated, whatever, booty, the lack of a better way of putting it, if they get most of their war aims achieved, they'll look at it as a victory that is, was met with a huge price tag, right? And I think that they will hesitate launching another war again.
Why do you think, when it comes to these terms that they're putting forward, when it comes to making it so Ukraine can't defend itself, I think is clear what the terms are. Why do you think that is? And what's the possibility if those are the terms that, what you're saying, Trump wants to pivot away and he wants whatever terms will end the war so he can normalize and try to pivot towards these other directions. If that's true, what motivation would the Russians have to not invade Ukraine again when it's demilitarized and with no peacekeepers in a much weaker state than it is now? Because the numbers that I remember that the Russians asked for in Istanbul was like 90,000 Ukrainian soldiers. compared to the 850,000 that are fighting now, I mean, it would be impossible for them to defend themselves.
I think it would be impossible for them to defend themselves as a conventional military, but I don't think that it would be impossible for some sort of mass insurgency or resistance movement
Oh
to be
my
launched.
God, come
I think
on.
occupying a
That's
hostile
silly.
country, even if they don't have a conventional military
Oh,
that's
come
capable
on.
of defending
That's
you know,
silly.
the country the same way that they do
Guerrilla
now.
warfare.
I think that
Oh, come
trying
on.
to lock that down and just
Let's
absorb
just
it into
be-
Russia's borders could be, a very
What about
bloody,
mass deportation?
very violent endeavor that could, lead to a disastrous outcome for the Russians. I don't see that as being an immediate goal after the end of this conflict.
I don't know let's not just talk about like immediate goal within the 1 to 2 year frame. I'm talking 3 to 4 to 5. As long as Putin's alive and the people who would come after Putin, because Putin's not the only ones with imperial ambitions towards Ukraine. I think a
True.
lot of people have
It's a
deluded themselves.
systemic
They think
problem.
once Putin's gone, like
Russia is
maybe
just gonna-
Russia will come back and they'll be like, this was such a mistake. I don't think that.
I agree.
That's not
Yeah.
going to happen.
Yeah,
There's a lot of
it's
people
not.
that believe the same things that Putin believes about Ukraine and what it means for Russia and its identity and its empire and its security. So if Ukraine is going to have this insurgency in this example, or like that's the option that they're going to basically be given at that point, Ukrainians remember.
Let's wait for them to finish a topic and then I'm gonna finish stream, I guess, because I've been streaming for like 6 hours or something. That's a lot. It's a lot.
Like UPA, when they were fighting the Soviets, like 45 to 53, and a lot of Soviets were killed. Actually, more Soviets than Ukrainian rebels actually died during that period. So they were significantly, effective in resisting them, but they lost. People don't sing Batko Nash Bandera as the Ukrainian national anthem. Bandera didn't succeed. The UPA did not succeed. They resisted for a
I
bit.
mean, Bandera was arrested for most of his career, quote
But by
unquote.
53, 54, 55, they were gone, and the Soviets had taken over all of Ukraine. And so, I think
Also,
that
UPA has
I
made
know this
enemies
is-
not just of the
This is me
Soviets.
doing a little bit of. I don't want to do like. This. I hate it when these news stations bring on people like to read people's body language, like, oh, they leaned forward, so I think that indicates they're lying. And I don't want to do too much psychological profile analysis, but Putin is very, very. He's like a redditor about history. I don't know how to say this politically correct, but he's super focused on it in a way that has certain spectrum qualities, right? And
Well, he
when I
also
listen
lies
to him
about it outright.
Talk about like Yaroslav's horse taking a shit in Kiev, which is why Russia deserves to have Ukraine. And I think about all that historical nonsense. It wouldn't be hard for me to see from Putin's perspective. Yeah, we'll have an UPA, we'll have some Bandera bandits in the mountainside or whatever. But with time and effort, we'll take them out. And hey, it took a lot less manpower to put down those Ukrainian rebels back in the day than it did to put down this Ukrainian armed forces. The Russians haven't gotten into the occupation of the whole country yet. Once you do that, yes, mass resistance is difficult, but it takes a lot more casualties on the Ukrainians, and a lot of those.
Also,
I don't think most
Russians
Ukrainians would
have
want to fight a 20, 30-year guerrilla war, and I think the Russians
have
might
methods
to believe that they could put it down, like they did before.
of Russification.
Yeah,
Mass
I do
deportation,
think that
mass,
the context is very different. Post World War II, Soviet Union, Ukrainian
Or
resistance.
even World War One, so
Mass replacement.
and they put down the Ukrainian resistance. It happened twice in 20 years.
Okay, there was no World War I Soviet Union. That's okay.
I'd say the context is even more different there. I think the present context is such that, I would say sentiment towards Russia in West Ukraine is probably at a historic
Okay, I have to. Whoa. What the hell?
low, level. Like I would say that there's probably, I don't know, you're over there. Would you agree that like there's probably a pretty consistent, vehement hatred and distrust of Russia entirely?
Across most of Ukraine that I've been, yes. And even the ones that, like the closest I'll get in the other way, it's like I hate them both, is the closest I can get I just live here in my village. That's the closest I can find to something that's sympathetic.
Yeah, and I think, that is the outcome of this war. That's a big reason why I'd say it was a mistake for the Russians. But I also think that plays into the reality of Russia attempting to occupy the rest of that country. I mean, I think there would be much fiercer, much more consistent, persistent resistance against a Russian occupation than anything we had seen in history.
But let's say that's what you think, right? And I agree that the resistance would probably be very strong, especially since a lot of those people would probably be decommissioned soldiers who fought in Ukraine for 2 years on the front line. And remember how all those we disarmed all the Baathists, and then they were like, well,
Right.
we're just gonna go out and fight now. And I'd assume that there'd be some, not to say that they're like the Baathists, but there'd be some equivalent there in Western Ukraine. But from the Russian perspective, they've been able to, again, this is not just about how we would view it or how the it's how the Russians would view it, because they're the ones making the decision to invade again. And from the Russian perspective, they fought the entire West in all of its capital, all of its weapons, fighting some Ukrainian rebels that no longer have the means, they no longer have the artillery guns, they no longer have the tanks, they no longer have all of the drones or all the stuff that we've now demilitarized them of.
Also, we already have precedent. We already know what's happening in occupied territories that Russia holds. Mass deportations, mass replacements.
We're talking about this in this framework. It's going to be a much easier fight for them, not only initially take over the country, but the type of weapons they're going to be dealing with after. There'll be assassinations, there'll be car bombings. I've talked about this before. It would make the Troubles look like, you stubbed your toe a bit. But at the end of the day, it's going to be less costly for the Russians than the first wave of the war. It's going to mean less personnel being killed. It's probably going to mean a lot more Ukrainians being killed, and there's a lot more Russians than there are Ukrainians. And so switching that casualty figure, so it's 2 to 3 Russians dying to 1 Ukrainian, switching it over to 5 Ukrainians for every Russian, because it's not like we've seen them pay particular attention to preventing civilian casualties in this war.
Oh, yeah.
I can't confidently make the
And there would
assertion
be collective punishment for
the
some,
Russians would eventually
to terrorize
just feel so drained
people.
that they would have to leave the country, or that they wouldn't
Keep that in
feel
mind.
that at the very least they'd be willing to drag this out for a decade or two in order to see if they could wrangle it into submission, which would mean many more dead than continuing this war for another year waiting for a better position.
And again, mass deportations, torture.
Yeah, I mean, look, it could
Collective
just be a thing
punishment.
where both of us have a different view of what would happen, and it's kind of just unfalsifiable, right? I happen to think that the Russians attempting to occupy Ukraine would be a major catastrophic mistake. They would be met with constant resistance for years and years and years, insurgencies, etc. It's not just the level, it's just not just the number of Russian soldiers dying in such an insurgency, it's the amount of resources that would have to be allocated
Do you think it would
into
be more or less than now?
I don't know. I mean, I would think it would be more than the Russians would like to spend, even if it is less than now. And I also think that it's hard to imagine Russia, simultaneously wanting to annex the rest of Ukraine and hold on to it in spite of this fierce resistance, and also wanting to potentially invade Moldova, and also wanting to potentially invade Georgia, and also wanting to project power into West Africa and the Middle East. I think that there is something to the idea that they'll be stretched way too thin at that point, and it's a matter of priorities, right?
Let me reinforce you for a bit here, and I can talk a little bit longer because this has gone a bit longer than I wanted, but
a bit longer.
Yeah,
this
as soon as you're done, it's
this has
fine.
been a generally good faith conversation, so I'm entertaining it more. Where was? Oh yeah, Assad. Assad's collapse, I think, shows to some extent that the Russians do not have the resources they wish they had. Because when Assad was under pressure, the Russians did engage in an air campaign, but I don't know if you followed the Syrian civil war back.
But keep in mind that Russia is under sanctions, Russia is under everything that hampers those resources. And what would happen if Russia was freed from those things?
When the Russians were really bombing them, it was nothing like they used to. They didn't have the air power, they didn't have the manpower, and so they did everything they could with what they had there to save Assad. They just failed. And then not only did they failed spectacularly. Assad fell.
They collapsed in a week.
Yeah, they did what they wanted to do in Ukraine, right? That's what happened from the Syrian rebels' perspective. And so there is an extent of them being stretched too far, but I would also say that if you watch the fall of Assad, that could also be leveraged from the American and Ukrainian perspective. If anything, it only reinforces the idea that the Russians have so many interests, so many other places. That port in Syria, without it, how do they connect to
An
Africa?
airport
They have
as
to
well.
go all the way to Khalifa
Both
Haftar.
port and airport. So they have
Libya,
two
if they're gonna
important
have an intermediary
bases.
point between them and all of their mercenary work that they're doing in Africa, their Africa Corps, which is, I don't know why they chose that name. They probably could have chose something different than the Africa Corps, but that's what they call it.
They
That
could
to
have
me shows that they are under heavy pressure. That they
chosen
don't have
Wagner.
resources to just put over here and put over there. And it reinforces to me that Ukraine is in a much stronger negotiating position than many people
Believe.
suggest.
Yeah.
And again, would leave me with a position of, it's not that we can't negotiate with them, they just need to be realistic. And if they don't act realistic, then we have to make conditions on the ground that will make them behave
I mean,
realistically.
Trump is doing the opposite.
Right. Yeah. I mean, look, but
Trump is
I
making
think what
Russia
you're saying
stronger.
It's kind of like, you know, you sort of said as much. It's like, it's sort of lending to my argument to some extent that
I said, let me
okay,
reinforce you. I said that at the start.
right. You know, and that's what it becomes is like it's a matter of priorities for Russia. What should Russia's priorities be? Should it be, okay, we need to annex all of Ukraine because what? Well, it will secure us from potential NATO invasion. I don't think that's that likely. I mean, it'll prevent Ukraine from joining NATO. Well, looks like we
Wouldn't
might
this
get
all
that
apply
anyway.
The first time, though, in 2022, wouldn't all this logic apply during the start of the invasion?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I thought the invasion was probably a bad idea to begin with, was the fact that Russia, I don't think, needed to do this to get any of the things that they wanted. I think the main thing that they wanted was Ukraine not to join NATO. I don't think it was necessary for them to invade to do that.
Do you think that's the main thing they wanted?
Yeah, I would say that was agenda item number one, for sure. And then, you know, are there, like, I would say second to that would probably be asserting themselves as a world power. You know, past that, I mean, I don't know, territory, like just holding on to territory.
Genuine question. What makes you think? Because this is. It's
What makes me think? My brain.
I enjoy trying to look through the world through other people's eyes, but it's
My-
very, very hard.
my
What
brain
you think
makes
out
me
of
want
all the
to
things
think.
that Putin talked about
Okay.
when it comes to like history
Oh.
and Yaroslav or, you know, resources or whatever it is, or you know. This
Never mind, that was not the
completely about
question.
Ukraine after World War II. Out of everything, that
Never mind.
NATO is definitely number one. What makes you come to that?
Because I think when world leaders and, you know, leaders of a country at war speak about history and all of this very nationalistic stuff, I think that essentially is just propaganda. It's just saying, like, this is why we have to do this because of our historical link to Ukraine and blah, blah.
I mean, yeah, but if you have this legitimate, supposedly reason, which is NATO, then why not just use that as propaganda?
Kind of stuff Bush would say about, like, you know, the war on terror being like a moral war and, you know, spiritual war and all these allusions to like a greater meaning. You know, I don't think it's ever really about that, you know? Maybe that's super cynical and I'm thinking way too pragmatically. And maybe Putin, you're right, is more of like this, like you, as you put it, sort of Reddit-brained kind of thinking person of like, oh, well, this is our historic region and, you know, because of this obscure historical link between blah, 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 you know, like. But I just happen to think that when world leaders say that stuff, whether they believe it or not, it's really for propaganda purposes first and foremost. And second of all, even if they believe that, you know, there's your personal desires, right, and your personal beliefs about the world and history and what's right and what's wrong and where the borders should be and all of that stuff. And then there's the pragmatic hard reality, right? And the pragmatic hard reality is Ukraine and Russia are separate countries. Right. And West Ukraine especially, but I think all of Ukraine really doesn't necessarily want to be part of Russia or even Russia's sphere of influence necessarily, depending on
Not
who you
anymore,
ask.
anyway.
So I think it really came down to this is an immediate cause for concern because the potential that Ukraine could join NATO. right? And they've shown an interest. There seems to be a mutual
NATO,
interest to some
no,
extent.
no, 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 no,
Let's
no. It
avoid
has
this
to, no,
entirely.
no, no, no,
And
no, no.
also, Russia.
NATO
having
did not show interest in invading Ukraine. That's not what happened.
this desire to be respected as a world power. I do think there's personal. One thing that you didn't mention either. You know, there is this idea, I think, of like Ukraine's link to U.S. politics and Ukraine's link specifically to the Biden administration. Dude, I'm not going to get into the whole laptop thing, you know, whatever, super conspiracy shit. But there was a link between, I think, the
believe
Biden and the. Say it again.
You believe that like Biden supported Ukraine because of his son?
No, I think that factored into Putin's decision making. I do.
I don't see anything on the Hunter Biden stuff, honestly. I just find it hard to believe with so many gigantic issues that could be motivating it that Hunter Biden's laptop,
Yeah, and
which
cock.
didn't really
Don't forget.
have much of an impact at all. At least I think I just don't see it. Now, if you got something you could
Hunter's
send me
cock.
that would make me see it, maybe I'll change my
I
mind.
don't. No, I don't. And look, my argument doesn't even hinge on that. I'm just trying to list all of the
Hunter's
possible reasons
cock.
that come before the historical
Hunter
claim
and
of
your
Russia has
cock.
over Ukraine.
Maybe it's because I'm a little less cynical. I don't know, but I do believe
I am
that
cynical.
world leaders have ideology, and that they do dictate some of their decision making because they're human beings as ideology. Especially if, and it's even more important if that individual has outsized influence on the politics. So it isn't like, for example, there's a few congressmen with this ideology and a few others with a different ideology, but it's one person who generally controls the system.
Wow,
because
I'm gonna
of
get a new
leadership. So I
shampoo.
would say that if Putin was ideological, it probably would have more of an impact on
Whoa.
Russia than if a few congressmen or even the president of the United States was ideological, because he has less checks on himself. Yeah? Would you agree with that?
No, never.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
for me,
Never
when
mind
I
then.
listen to Putin talk about,
That is an
Russian
okay
history and stuff,
conversation.
It could be that
Yeah,
it's
it's
just
nice. It's nice.
chauvinistic chest beating that he's putting out
Interesting.
there for his base so he can rile them up in order to get them in support of the war and make them think that their struggle today is somehow connected to grandpapa, and so they're continuing this
Grandpapa.
family, whatever that is. It could be that. It could also be that when Putin sits down
Grandpapa.
and actually takes the time to write these essays, which I don't see most presidents like sitting down and actually doing that. It's very strange to see a president actually. I released an essay today. Want to see it? I see that from staffers sometimes, but not presidents. And he goes into detail about how he thinks it's an extension of Russia, how he thinks the Ukrainian language is basically just like a dialect of Russian. And I do think from how much he talks about it, how deeply he talks about it, and how often he'll divert into it, that he does believe it to some extent. Now, maybe it's kind of, he's walking back from his conclusion, that there's strategic reasons for him to be interested in Ukraine, and so he's convinced himself that this is also part of some historical crusade. But we can't calculate that because you don't know what came first, chicken or the egg. No idea. Either
The
way,
egg came
I
first.
do think to some extent that
Just saying.
propaganda, you can call it, but I would say ideology plays into world leaders' decision-making.
It does, yeah.
I would also say that if it was primarily motivated by NATO membership, they would have taken that 30-day ceasefire option like right off the bat. They would have said, yes, this 30-day ceasefire, we already have no NATO membership, we already have no U.S. troops in Ukraine, we already have all this, we could end the war now, this is so destructive
True.
for our country, so painful for our country, let's take it. If this is our primary concern, let's take it now, then risk for us to gas ourselves out and avoid it in the future.
Yeah.
Now, I do think it's a motivation. The reason I don't think it's the primary.
Also, there's the fact that NATO has stated many, many times to Ukraine, there's no way you're getting into NATO. So in that regard, Russia has gotten what it wanted in that case.
motivation, as I think we would have seen more eagerness to jump at this if it was, and they've just told by the president, you can have your main goal. There you go, you can have your main goal. And their reaction is, give me a non-starter? It could be a negotiating tactic, or it could be a sign that it is a factor, just maybe not the primary motivating one. I'll also say the Ukraine was no closer to joining NATO in 2014.
True.
Or in 2022.
Thank you for saying that.
Hungary,
That's important.
Germany, France, Spain, all
The
these
US.
countries,
The
especially
US.
Hungarians,
The US
Turks,
as well.
didn't want Ukraine in NATO.
The US
And
as
without
well.
getting them on board, they were not going to join NATO.
The US as well was against
Yeah,
it.
well, you said a few things there, but the one thing at the end I think it was 2021, wasn't it? Where I think it was. So I know that there was an Atlantic Council paper basically saying that it was a few Atlantic Council papers published that year about an inevitable war between Russia and Ukraine. And there was a significant amount of censorship of like Russian media within Ukraine. It seemed like, when Zelensky came to power initially, he came to power on a platform of peace. And it seems that those tides were turning prior to the war starting. So it wasn't like it came totally out of nowhere either. But I do want to go back to just the whole ideology thing. Yeah, of course. I mean, world leaders have ideology and ideological views. I just don't think that they always show their cards or that we can always infer their exact ideological views just from the things they say, because they understand when they speak publicly the weight and gravity of their words. And so therefore, everything they say publicly serves a purpose, right? And what would the purpose be of Putin, hashing out this whole thesis, be it an essay or a speech or an interview with Tucker fucking Carlson, where he says all of these different things about Russia's historic claim to Ukraine? I think it's ultimately to justify the invasion.
I mean, of course it's to justify an invasion, but
because of this fear of Ukraine joining NATO.
No, I don't think it's NATO. I don't think it's overplayed.
Is because that's an open admission that he's he's acting from a place of insecurity and fear and weakness. And that's something that, definitely Russian leadership is against. I think most world leaders are against.
I think they've talked pretty openly that NATO is aggressing upon them, that we're being aggressed upon by NATO, and that. So I think you can say that you're being attacked without doing it from a position of weakness, right? You could say like NATO's attacking us through Ukraine, and so that's why we had to fight, and we're defending our. I think you could address that directly while also not doing it from a position of weakness.
I think so. I agree.
But I understand what you're saying.
Maybe, baby.
That he's talking to the public. Are you really gonna take this conniving KGB like smart guy at his face when he's saying this to the public when it's meant for the public? And I understand that, but these messages have been so consistent and they've been so I've heard these themes throughout the years. And I've also remember hearing Putin in the early 2000s saying he didn't care if Ukraine joined NATO. And so when I remember that, and I think about where Putin is now...
I mean, you didn't hear it in the early 2000s, because in the early 2000s you were like, what, 2 years old?
That was bullshit, just to try to, kiss up to the West.
Cozy up to the West,
Cozy up to the West to some extent. But it does leave me with some belief that if Ukraine could not join NATO, let's say it was possible, there was a thing in the NATO constitution that says everyone can join but Ukraine, because they stink and they put too much cream, they put too much sour cream on everything, and it's just
that does suck, right? I don't
put sour cream on everything. Half their sushi is just sour cream. Did you know outside of Japan, Ukraine consumes the most sushi per capita? Interesting.
I had no idea. No.
But it's everywhere, and most of it's not good.
Everyone's a critic.
Ukrainian sushi.
I wouldn't want Ukrainian
Everyone's
sushi,
a critic.
I gotta be honest.
I remember I was maybe 15 miles from the front, and I went to this place. It was a burger
Everyone's
place, and they were serving sushi, and it had crab on it, and it said crab sushi. And I'm a Marylander, right? I love Maryland. I love crab. My favorite food's crab cakes. I'm a boy of the Chesapeake, right? And so I see crab anywhere outside of Maryland. I'm like, oh, thank God, I miss my crab. And so I order it. Every time, it's fake crab. But you want to know what it was worse? They took gold flakes, and we're 15 miles from the front. They're sprinkling gold flakes on crab sushi to put luxury item to add 50 hryvnias to the price tag. It was terrible. I couldn't even finish it.
Oh no!
Horrible, dude. I'm a New Yorker. I'm spoiled with all food, but having been to Eastern Europe before, they're not known for their food for a reason anyway. I can't imagine Ukrainian sushi. Sorry, that was clearly the worst thing that could have happened to you.
That was the worst thing that happened to me, honestly. They can take my leg, just don't take my crabs. But let's say they didn't allow Ukraine.
Wow. Okay. You have that lovely pickled fish raw in Poland, no? I guess so. I'm gonna debate. This is not gonna be a debate about Ukraine anymore. I'm gonna debate non-smoker on food, I guess. Okay? I'm gonna debate non-smoker on Eastern European food. That's an insult. That's a, ay. Of course, Vietnam, in my opinion, is the best when it comes to food, but forget it. That's neither here nor there. I have a pro-Vietnamese bias when it comes to food.
And they were just not allowed to join. And they were not allowed to send support, just no support for Ukraine from the West. Do you think, knowing that Ukraine has no allies, has no support, is this truly neutral state? Do you think in that history of events, today, if we did that, Russia wouldn't invade them? That they would be like, you know what? We can leave them be now. They can do whatever they want. They can have democracy. They don't need to be corrupt. They can do whatever they want.
I don't know. Even the most stereotypical Ukrainian dish, borscht, is pretty good. Ukrainian one. I think it's better than the Polish one, but people argue about this.
Because no NATO membership, no Western involvement.
Okay, so I actually think that Ukraine's security and a lot of countries' securities really depend upon Russia's relationship with the West and the United States as a whole. And I think that we would both probably agree that that really broke down during the Syrian civil war, right? We both supported basically two opposite sides, and there were multiple sides in that conflict. But I think that really was the beginning of the end in terms of Ukraine's real guarantee of security, regardless of its status. But I do think that was at least part of the calculus when it came to Putin's fear of Ukraine being absorbed into NATO. Because the thinking,
I don't think NATO is such a significant factor.
The chessboard has been aligned in such a way that we're now, in this, we have this adversarial relationship with the West once again, as we have had historically. And where are the potential, weak spots for us? Well, one of them is clearly Ukraine.
I mean, we have to remember that started more with the USSR. The Russian Empire has not really have any especially antagonistic relationship with the West, actually. The Russian Empire got along with other empires pretty okay, actually.
Right, there's like a heavy anti-Russia
sentiment. The economic
anyway.
Yeah.
It's also a politically fragile country, highly corrupt, prone to, being preyed upon by...
We should discuss this outside of stream, by the way.
NGOs. And, there's also a legitimate, as I said before, distrust of Russia.
I need to prep some documents.
This country could not only join NATO,
to be able to pull up.
If there were a conflict between us and the West, it would probably be through Ukraine. I think that was their thinking. So, in a different scenario where Ukraine is truly neutral, I don't know, Yanukovych is never overthrown.
Oh, God. The worst.
I don't know. I mean, I would say it's far less likely, but it would still be a possibility if we had an adversarial relationship with Russia as we do now, and as we have had since the Syrian civil war.
I believe that if there was no NATO, there was no Western security involvement, I'm sure there'd still be some trade. Obviously, I don't think anybody's expecting Ukraine to be like, we can't trade with Europe, we can only trade with Russia. No ridiculous nonsense. But if we had this, the normal nation state trading with other nation states,
I mean, it would be limited.
The reaction would not necessarily be like, oh, well, now Russia feels so secure, so they wouldn't invade.
Yeah.
From Putin's perspective, I mean, I could see it as, oh, this is so much easier. Oh my gosh, it would be easier to invade them. There's no foreign support. There's no alliance structure. I believe that Ukraine basically...
In fact, if there were no NATO, then Russia would definitely think about attacking more than just Ukraine. Russian Empire was also crushing revolutions. Well, yeah, together with the other empires, in fact. That was the whole idea of the Holy Alliance between Russia, Prussia, and Austria, that if people of the former Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth would try to do anything, then the three empires would immediately join in an effort to not let that happen.
They're an extension of us or otherwise. And the thing that started this all off in 2014 was the economic coercion of the Ukrainian state by the Russian government because they were thinking of entering an association agreement with the European Union. There was no this. There was
The
not NATO
economic
on the
coercion
table.
was
There no discussion
earlier
of NATO in this.
than
This
that
was a
as well.
promise that Yanukovych made on the campaign trail to enter this association
Yeah,
agreement.
exactly.
And Russia still said no. You need to enter.
Yeah, the
our-
empires cooperated on that, so Russia definitely did not have an adversary relationship with the West as an empire.
association agreement with our economic arrangement, and if you don't, we're going to cut off 50% of our trade. And now Russia is a major trading partner for Ukraine, but also, and this is the kicker, Yanukovych's base of support comes from eastern Ukraine, where there's a lot more Russian speakers, and they like Yanukovych for a few reasons, not because he was stealing hats off the rack, which, by the way, that's the only cool thing about him, is that he used to steal hats off the rack and run away. It's the only thing that qualifies him to be president in my mind. But
Wow, okay.
it's because those people have an
Jesus Christ, the humor. Okay.
economic relationship with Russia over the border. And they don't want the border to be closed off when they go across the border for trade, or they go across the border for work, or they do this and do that. And so that economic threat to Ukraine was substantial, not only to Ukraine, but specifically to his power base. And so he pulled out in the middle of the night. If Russia's willing to do this when NATO's not on the table, I don't know if the removal from NATO from this equation is really going to change their thinking. I do think, at least from Putin's perspective, maybe a different Russian government, maybe a different timeline, at this point, that they would still want to take on Ukraine, at least as some sort of proxy from Moscow. They don't want it to be a sovereign, separate entity making agreements with others that could be made with them.
Huh.
I mean, maybe, you know, like I think
Maybe,
part
baby.
of what factors into that is that
I've been
if
streaming for
Ukraine
so long.
is economically integrated
So consider donating if you are able to, okay? Consider supporting your favorite streamer, which hopefully at this point is me.
into a Europe that is hostile towards Russia, or Russia feels is hostile towards them, or they're on, you know, opposite ends of the spectrum due to other geopolitical, you know, concerns. I think then it becomes a major problem versus a minor problem if Ukraine wants to be integrated into Europe. You know, I do think that there are other countries on Russia's border that, yes, may be in theory a threat of being invaded by Russia, but Russia also wants, as part of its sphere of influence, wants an economic alignment with to some extent, will probably have an economic relationship with, because Russia produces oil and lots of things lots of countries might want.
I mean,
But Russia
Russia's
will
not even.
have an aggressive
Russia's not
stance
the
with if
only
they have a friendly
oil
relationship with
producer
the West,
in the
because
world.
Russia doesn't view those countries as potentially being a threat the same way Ukraine does. Ukraine is, and I think that some of that is part of the history of Ukraine, part of the history of Ukraine and Russia's relationship historically, and the adversarial aspects to that. You know, I don't know. It's like every country's different. Everything, it's complicated. But I guess,
Oh, boy.
you know, I'm willing to concede that there is a scenario where everybody is being perfectly kind to Russia and they still invade. I
mean,
suppose that's hypothetical.
That's not hypothetical. That's literally what happened. Okay? Everybody was pretty nice to Russia after in the early 2000s, etc. There's several books on this that you can go and read.
Hypothetically true.
Openly available.
But I know that that's not the reality. The reality is Russia did intervene in Ukraine because they were concerned about primarily NATO membership.
Like, Putin was enabled so much in his race to power by the international quote-unquote community because Europe, etc., wanted to do as much business with Russia as possible, sort of looking the other way when Putin started cracking down on any sort of direction towards democracy. So
And, you know,
Well, you said you don't know that. You said you think that. You think that was their main motivation because you can't read into their intentions. I think it was a
Yeah, okay,
motivation.
fair enough,
but,
fair enough.
You know.
Right. That I'm pretty confident in saying, but no, I don't know 100%.
Now, this is an experiment that no nation state will ever engage in. No nation state's going to say, look, we're going to get rid of all of our, like, things that could be used as leverage against you so you feel so comfortable that you'll leave us alone. No nation state will ever make that decision.
True.
Because
No nation state should.
You have to have a certain amount of naivete and a certain amount of trust in Russia that they have not earned, right? And I don't think they've earned it. And so they're not going to get it. And I think as long as there is uncertainty about the nation state's intentions...
We're gonna watch this still. Oh my god. I've actually almost watched the entire thing. I just noticed. We're gonna just watch it till the end of this level and then we're gone.
Nation states are going to arm themselves. This is kind of like, basic IR. As long as if you see another country building up artillery, is it for them to protect their villages or to bomb yours? And so that uncertainty is always going to be there for Russia, whether or not NATO was created, whether or not NATO was not created. And before the creation of NATO, when Europe was divided into different blocks, where the Germans had their own block and the French had their own block and the Habsburgs had their own block and they were competing, the Russians, when NATO was not that allied, they would aggressively try to invade westward, expand westward to get geographical barriers in places like Ukraine, the mountains, which would allow them a better defense than they would otherwise get if they just had like a straight shot through a bunch of farm fields to Moscow, as a certain Wagner leader showed the vulnerability of. So I think that without NATO membership, and if we were to keep either the Europe of before post-World War II, World War I era Europe of these different imperial powers conflicting against each other, or some kumbaya, we're all neutral states in Europe, we're all together, I am not confident enough in Russia that they're going to change their behavior because they have less uncertainty about the intentions of Europe. And even if we were to create, and again, we're creating a scenario that could never happen because no state's ever going to disarm themselves in that way or not act in collective defense against the largest country in all of humanity.
Huh.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I am sympathetic. I think I made that clear, and I think we are kind of maybe sort of circling the drain a little here because I feel like I'm arriving back at the same point again.
But it's a natural conclusion. You mean we're naturally concluding?
Yeah, exactly. Right, and just to finish the idea,
I was a much more delicate
no,
debate.
There's no guarantee of anything, and there's no certainty that X will happen.
Surprised.
It's a matter of probabilities, and sometimes we miscalculate those probabilities, as I did about Russia initially invading, and you did as well. And I don't know. Look, I just know
if
that
I overcorrected and you undercorrected, it's going to be neither of us. There's going to be someone between us.
Wow.
Right. Well, yeah. Well, look, I just know that
I'm going to be the in-betweener.
Yeah, there's been a significant number of people dead, a lot of money spent. The war has been...
If I have criticism of this debate is that not enough emphasis, not enough attention has been given to the fact that aid is not just the number of money spent. It's also what weapons, how much, how many weapons, when, etc. Right? It's not, we've spent this much and therefore Ukraine should have been just fine.
Profit. I think it was a mistake for Russia to launch the invasion. I think it was a mistake for us to fund Ukraine's defense to this level. I think that, okay, what's done is done. Now, how do we clean up the mess? And I think the best way of doing that is not to continue to fund the war effort. But, at the end of the day, I get what you're saying about there's always the potential threat for this, that, and the other, and we need to account for that. And it's a reality of nation states in the 21st century. But I don't know, I happen to believe it's less likely than you think that the Russians will continue on a march through Ukraine, let alone the rest of Europe. But
not so unlikely.
We're going
because I'm Polish.
3 hours, I think, almost.
2.5, I think. Or wait, we started at 6:30.
3 hours, yes.
Yeah,
almost 9:30.
It's been 2 hours at least.
3 hours.
Yeah,
count your counting.
Clock says 3:09, and I started with you 15 minutes after I started my stream. But this is more than enough content I need for radio. So I appreciate that. And look, man, I mean, again, I just want to make one final statement, and then I'll let you kind of do a closer here. But I look, I'm glad you pretty much agreed with me that there is such a thing as a principled opposition to the war. And I honestly just want to tell your
think
audience,
it's wrong,
you know,
but
that's been my primary objective from the start, is to try and make sure that, hey,
still
if people
disagree
are
with it.
dying here, I want to make sure they're dying for a justifiable reason, and that not all contradictions of the official narrative have to be Russian propaganda. We can have a critical analysis of this narrative. And ideally, I think debates on Twitch, maybe you disagree because people like the fireworks, right? But ideally, debates should be something more akin to what we're having now. You know, like an open discussion. Everybody has time to hash out their thoughts, and
Oh,
you know,
maybe
whatever, the
maybe
audience
I will have a
will
nice
maybe not
conversation on
change their
Tuesday
mind
after
at
all.
but at least it'll open up all of us to maybe even just strengthen our own positions. I don't know. So anyway, what do you have to say to finish us out here?
Yeah, I mean, I think this was more productive than the panel for sure. I think we were able to get into more detail because we'd pivot away so quickly on the panel environment because what happened is somebody runs into a question that somebody doesn't want to answer, and so what happens is pivot, and then you're away from the topic initially. Like we went from like, how do we know the Russians won't invade again? And it got all the way down to Euromaidan. But here, we kind of hold each other more to account, and we don't have as much necessity for performance.
Euromaidan.
So I do prefer conversations like this, even
True.
if the audience doesn't necessarily prefer it. As for like closing statements, look, I understand.
That's the only one
that
types that I
certainty is
have.
is
That's
expensive
why-
and security is expensive.
That's why I'm not a show super flashy streamer. It's the only type of conversations that I have in my
It
life.
costs lives, it costs money, it costs possibly even economic growth when it comes to who you can and cannot trade with. But I think that our security is our main priority of the state, both for the Ukrainians and both for the Europeans. And the Europeans and the Ukrainians certainly cannot afford much more uncertainty. If they're going to have spent 3 years of bleeding and dying in the mud on top of a decade of occupation and semi-frozen conflict in the Donbass, while facing the possibility of American decoupling from Europe, they need to take the situation seriously. And it can't be something that's left up to
Donbass.
chance. And that means that making sure that Ukraine gets a deal that will give them the best chance to not only avoid a war in the future, but if one was to start again, that they'd be able to defend themselves. That
2
means
minutes
Ukraine
left.
has an armed forces that is allowed to defend themselves if they invade again. It means Ukraine isn't giving up territory across the Dnieper River that would allow the Russians a straight shot to the capital. It means the Ukrainians
True.
having some version of a just peace that they're allowed to live with, and they don't feel so outraged and so furious at their destitution and occupation that they start putting explosives in cars and starting years and years of generational trauma that's going to come from the violence of the Ukrainian version of the Troubles. I don't want to keep going back to a war zone. I want to go back to a Ukraine and chill and trip in the Carpathian Mountains with my buddies. That's what I want to do. But I also don't want to feel good about myself, to feel like as an American that our country had come in and swooped the day and we forced terms to stop the violence now, pat ourselves back on the back, turn off the TV, and we just Coney 2012 Ukraine. We just say, yay, we saved the day. We walk away. Russians invade again in 3 years. And Coney's still out there being a warlord. Russians still invading Ukraine. And so I want a just peace. I want a solid peace. And I want one where Ukrainians can be certain that their kids are not going to have to pick up a rifle and that we're not going to be in Europe fighting over Article 5. And I think that the best way to do that is to invest in a strong
20 seconds
peace,
left.
not a conciliatory surrender, which I
Yeah.
believe right now
That
is what
was
the Russians
amazing.
are still demanding, even when offered that 30.
That was great. What a closing statement.
All right. Well, one thing's for sure, we all know your view on it, and I do appreciate the time, man. I know you got other content you could be making, whatever, and maybe we'll encounter one another on a future panel or.
Okay, that's it. That's it. That's it. It's finished. I finished the debate and I finished the level, so I'm proud of myself. I'm so great. Excellent. I'm so proud. I'm so proud of everybody that actually stayed here for the thing that I was initially just supposed to resurrect. I was just supposed to watch a bit of it. I've completed the stage. Oh gosh. I did not say, I'm not even here. Wow, okay, thank you. That means that you're a traitor to this stream. Just saying. A traitor to this stream. Alright. I'm gonna finish now. I'm gonna raid you into someone, somewhere. It's gonna be amazing. And you're gonna love it. Probably more than here. I'm gonna lean into my Polish roots, and I'm gonna complain a lot. I'm gonna see you tomorrow, maybe. Wow. Okay. I'm gonna raid you into Brooks or something. Brooks is a nerd, and you are all nerds, so I'm gonna see you. I'm raiding you into Mr. Nerd. Mr. Bearded Nerd. Wait, hold on. Is Brooks a Mr.? I don't know. To Brooks. To the Bearded Nerd. I'm finishing. Good night. See you. See you, Babeshens. Oh my gosh, it's already 11. Holy crap. I'm taking my HRT. Bye-bye.